this. They're ready to fight. First spotted in towards short. Oh, back sight as well. Hobbit and Lat are going to get one of their own. That was a lovely way to crack open things. There's a player on box, still not seen, and he will be dropped with ease. That is such a simple pistol round from 1win.
I mean, I'm actually assuming that they just wanted to, like, I would guarantee, I would assume there would be some sort of like gamble read of something like they saw being like, oh, Enterprise push on their pistol round, or like a theme of what they do. So you have this like default almost like catch off someone who is aggressing, and they just are like, okay, well, we got a goose towards B, let's go B. And yeah, I mean, those entries, like, I don't really know, like, what even, like, color. Just great entries. Just really, actually, like, insanely sharp. And that's kind of the potency 1win has.
Gotta be said, yeah. It's a nice and easy pistol on round taken by 1win. And, I mean, a couple of casualties. It's whatever, if I'm being completely honest. For 1win, that's exactly the start they want. Going towards their map pick, where they are seen as the favorites, and set the tone early. So first round taken. Enterprise, it is looking like we're going to be forcing here. I'm not a huge fan of forcing on the CT side, just because, you know, we already spoke about it a little bit. The success rates, right? And they've got a little worse since. So let's see what we've got on offer here. But all in all, I'm not exactly feeling too hopeful. If this one is to go bad as well, this will be the 50th force buy lost since the player breaks ended. This is just the second half of the year, so it's not exactly, well, it's been like a month, maybe even less.
I think it's an indication of how much Counter-Strike you watch.
That's true. I did do 4 best of 3s yesterday, so
I've got 4 today.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends.
It's the grind, man.
It depends what you determine as today.
True. My South America went over in towards today, technically, from yesterday.
Technically, I did also maybe today.
Because you did last night.
Yeah, I did like last night. I don't know. Either way, speaking of last night in North America, I actually mentioned your name because I knew your blood would boil at the sight of constant force, and also the constant successes from said force buy.
Yeah.
I think in one, so just every single time there'd be a force buy, it would win. They would be fuming right now, and this is sick now. This force buy already lost the advantage. They have got players towards B. They've actually gambled the good rotation. Enterprise, for 30 seconds, just have to hold true and exist. That is a great Deagle shot. What was this for? Everybody's hit. It's going to be a bloodbath on the B bombs, but not for Enterprise. 1win are falling one by one, 15 seconds, and they're clawing their way back in. 2 versus 2. Sobel and Demo trying to swing. And a Moses seconds, bomb being dropped. Latic has to
fight
with him, ring around the rosies. 1 second left, and almost kill half the time. Latic left me.
Oh, that's a bad round to lose. Why are 1win so nervous there? Like, I know there's all the players there, but if they just barreled in towards the site, they just win off the back of numbers and firepower alone. But they're just so timid. So they're giving them 1v1 fights. I mean, yeah, that's terribly played. Awfully called there as well, it has to be said. Just from whoever was left alive and trying to calm. I mean, they were just dreadful all over the shop. So credit to Enterprise. They just capitalize upon a real moments of weakness, and I don't know, leave us very, very puzzled. I really do not know what 1win are doing. They have to force by themselves, bring basically just upgraded pistols to the table, so expectations are pretty tempered here from us. It should be Enterprise running 2-1, and then because of the force buy unsuccess, probably 3-1 as well. Now, I don't mind the force buy here for 1win. They're double ecos, they have to. And generally, I think if you lose a pistol but get a bomb plant on the T side, you should force buy, because you get about 2.8k. At that point, you can get a Galil out, you can get Mach 10s, you can get Tech 9s, and they can overwhelm. It's only specifically CT side force pistol. That's the only force buy I don't like. Every other force buy, I think, is justified. It's just that one in particular, which has such a lesser win rate. So, you know, now from EU, 49 failed, 16 successful with that one. So, and even that, it feels tough to even give it over.
Great, yeah.
Yeah, and it feels tough to give it as a successful one, because it just feels like it was actually just a complete misplay from 1win more the other way.
Yeah, like I think that's kind of what you're hoping for as City side. Like, Enterprise kind of play that perfectly, where I think you can afford to gamble stack your rotations when you've got this low buy, because say if they just go towards A, you just save the rifles and whatnot, and you just play for the next round. But Enterprise, they've kind of got this round the palm of their hands. Look, like, OneWin are playing so late, and they're just kind of running into now the anchors with no utility and not even really getting the space cleared. Bomb shall go down, but that seemingly will be it. Hobbit on default. Honestly, nice shot on friend, but apart from that, it's going to be 3 A1Ss, well, sorry, 3 rifles being saved over, and Enterprise will take the lead.
Yeah, no, exactly that. So, our Enterprise, good work. A bomb plant isn't terrible for OneWin, but I don't really think we'll be doing too much of a buy-in towards next. Maybe an upgraded pistol, but even that, for the most part, just want to keep the cash on hand. So it should be a pretty simple third put on the board here. Like I said, we might see a little bit of an upgrade in the pistols, but I'm not expecting all too much, to be completely honest. For now, it is Enterprise who, on a map in which on paper we said they're not all too great on, looking pretty good, to be kind of all fair to them. If they're able to put up a pretty stable CT side, that conversation that we had in the pre-show might start to change.
I'd really be here for it, right? Like, OneWin losing to Enterprise on kind of like their home map. Bomb down is actually going to be OneWin reinvesting back in. I can't imagine you're too happy to see something like this. Even though they have got like good utility, it's like still the Tech 9s and Deagles, but they're going to go for a very simplistic, good old-fashioned A execute with left smokes, demo on triple, stand sturdy for first. They're not making any space. He's been just given so much freedom and gets away scot-free. Bomb shall be planted, but now Enterprise, look at the rotations. Everybody has come over here, and sure, Hobbit, they might get a few frags, and they will. It's going to be OneWin now with Latic in a 1 versus 3 from Tetris. Bomb's planted for him, but look at the amount of utility that Enterprise still have, and they deal with him very nicely.
Yeah, nicely done at the end there. Good retake. I mean, that's all you can really ask coming through. So, 3-1 for Enterprise. No, I have nothing really we can say apart from that. A bomb plant is actually pretty great, but I mean, we weren't really expecting anything else. So now, in towards this next round, we should see at least a little bit of an investment coming through, and we actually are, but OneWin are struggling. They're very happy to kind of continue buying in, despite really not having too much success. Here, though, it is a little bit of a half buy compared to the previous round, but I don't know, 3-1, probably 4-1 now. Enterprise, they're sort of being gifted rounds. They may even be a little bit perplexed as well when they came into that last round, saw the full belt to util and the upgrades, thinking, these guys force buying again?
Like, and issue was that they just gave, was it demo on triple? Like, he gets 2 and just gets away. And it's like, okay, that is a massive mistake. The army doesn't get the frag. But 2 Molotovs certainly will do the job. Neelam, I think he was lucky to get that first kill, kind of snatches that one out from the jaws of defeat, and realistically that should be the only kind of element of success for OneWin in this round. Bomb is going to be rotating towards the A bomb site. Hobbit is in underpass, and he could kind of slink through very late if he wants to and try to catch someone off guard, but he's actually, I don't know where he's going with this one, because surely like he's just going to remove himself from, oh, he's clearing the okay, yeah. I was going to thinking like if he just goes back T-spawn, he's going to remove himself from the gameplay, but now, yeah, playing that really late lurk, seeing if he can catch someone off guard, rotating from short, and in the meantime, here come the Tech 9s on A, and they don't even get past Tetris. Expected.
Demo probably denies this push on a ramp, and he will. Easy stuff for Boss to get caught. Now, finally, we're actually going to see a true buy out of OneWin. They've been in these weird force buys all the way up until now, round number 6. But the issue is, though, you lose this force buy. We're talking about Enterprise getting at least a 6-1 star, if not extending it further. And that's where things do become very, very awkward. So A lot of pressure for me, it feels like, is going to be on towards this one. What we get to see coming through, though, on the other side for one win. Now they get the guns down. Now the Latic's got an AWP. Can he potentially make something shine with it? Of course, Friend has an AWP of his own, and this is a good try head-to-head. We obviously sort of mentioned that Latic felt like the favored one there. But however, I'm going to throw out there, Freddie, in this game, I'm praying on his downfall a little bit because I don't know if you remember at the RMR, Latic screwed me over with an interview. So
was it like I remember him being like
with the sunglasses on?
Yeah, was that you?
Yeah, that was me. So yeah.
Honestly, this is kind of the
like
reason.
deserved.
Like, I know we've spoken about like, oh, do I do interviews? This is like literally the one reason why I don't really want to do it as like, you know, the final destination, because you are literally relying on someone else. Like, there's actually only so much you can do as an interviewer. Like, if someone like Latic is there, just goes, yep. Like you
what can I
can't
actually
do
do?
it. Like, you can't do anything. And like,
so I spoke.
Yeah,
I spoke to Seltzer beforehand because Seltzer done all the interviews before, right?
I know he's good at interviews.
Yeah, and he done them all. And I spoke to him, "You gonna come do the interview?" And he was like, "Yeah, no, I'm not doing this one." Because I think they just been eliminated. I think.
Oh yeah.
I can't remember what it was.
Wasn't it Shine coaching?
Yes, yeah.
Should have got him. He's really good.
Well, he wasn't around, right? And then it was like Seltzer was there. And I was like, "Okay, Seltzer, you gonna do the interview?" And because he had said beforehand, I'm the only one who speaks English properly on the team. I was like, okay, cool, man. We'll just keep doing you. That's all good. And then they sent him a Latic. And I was like, for Seltzer mentioned you can't speak English or not well. And then he was like, no, I'm great. And then
I'm sick, bro. Trust me.
Yeah. Either way, this round's on for something. 2v2. One spotting towards Van. Doesn't get the confirmed kill, though. Open the retake's always difficult, but open a post-spawn as well is arguably seen as very strong. Advantage feels like it might be in Woman's court now, but a missed shot, and again, Latic dance with the devil a little bit.
Ooh, Sobel puts it into a 2 versus 1. They know where Latic is, but this AWP shines in these situations. Low HP, the pistol does the job, but instead he goes for the no-scope, and Sobel clutches it up for Enterprise. Honestly, a really good round from one win, even though we were kind of like waffling a little bit. Like, that was a really nice B execute, utilizing Hobbit on the lurk, but Bjarmi gets a double on the anchor of the B bomb site, and without that, it probably would have been a round win and one win. But Enterprise, they're stringing together some success here on Mirage.
They are. I can't really take anything away from them. They look very, very good indeed. And I don't know, one win. This is meant to be just the absolute gimme of a map, and it feels anything but terrible. Terrible start for them. But at least lost bonus, bomb plot, guaranteed buy. You take that.
I think for one win, you're definitely disappointed about that last round. Cause you're kind of just like, we did everything right. Like, that game plan was correct. It was actually a nice played round. It just, they couldn't get the entries, and again, maybe like a lack of aggression and initiative being taken when they get on the bomb site. Ryujin, he's supposed to be a fighter in real life. Where's his fighting in game?
Yeah, so far struggling. That's for sure.
I mean, look at the roles. This is kind of what I was mentioning, right? Like, he plays B extremity. Like, this is... I think he plays B apps as well. Like, these are the worst roles you could play. So, I guess there is definitely a case of you feel bad for him because you're like, bro's been moved out of good roles to play on a better team, but then, like, probably not his roles.
Oh, nice little double, triple, bash me. I said if Enterprise is going to win this, a lot of it's going to come down for the rifling core, and Bajmi with a triple there is huge, but then Friend and the AWP will step up for one of his own. Leave it all down to one Hobbit. Best of luck, and I think it's going to be an attempted save, one, which she isn't given the luxury at. Only the one casualty, two for Enterprise. They are making light work of one win.
That's also Bajmi getting a double on the anchor and then a triple on the anchor. Like, he has closed off that B bomb site for any taking. One win, they don't get the bomb down, so they're not going to be going in for these constant repurchases. They're going to have to take the tactical pause, talk things over, because these gun rounds, like, they're really just simply not even getting moving. Like, like, that round, you cannot be dying to just one player lining you up on some timing peak on catwalk. Like, 6-1, this half is slipping through their fingers, and we're kind of at that brink moment where if Enterprise win this next gun round, man, they're gonna be soaring. So one win, tactical pause, talk things over. It's a great time for a pause. You've got a low buy, you know, manage your expectations in this round, and then you need to have a good game plan going into that next.
Definitely feels very, very awkward where we're at the moment. 6-1. I mean, already for Enterprise. Even if it was to end 6-0, you kind of be like, oh, this is not really a good map for them. That's not actually too bad, but it's very unlikely that it's going to stop at 6. First fight found by Friend as he looks for more and he's getting more as well. Oh, behind for that second. He's going to come over the spam. It's so close. Yeah, bomb doesn't go down. And now Demo going to make a little move here. He's just trying to creep around the smoke. He's actually going up towards 50. Yeah, he is. And gets one. Tries to deny the bomb. He can't. But the spam will. Another flawless round. Enterprise finds 7.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I actually can't read the economy for the life of me. Has Latte got 2.7 or 3.2? One of the two, but he's got...
He had 2.7, I think.
Does he have...
I can't see, because the one-win logo with the white...
I actually can't see, yeah. Okay, well, he should have an AWP. Yeah, I was going to say, I think
he had 6.9, I think.
Yeah, so he was going to get an AWP anyways, but now he has AWP full utility. That's kind of the only luxury to getting a bomb plant in that round. Like, you can see everyone has quite a lot of spare, which in itself is quite beneficial, but this is massive. Like, we need to see Latic stepping up. We need to see a more cohesive unit from one win, or Enterprise could be running away with their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very, very true indeed. Alright, Hobbit, we'll get the first. Maybe the second around that corner as well. I speak too soon. Hobbit gets caught. Demo. He's happy to fight. They might even swing together. Should know there's one top boxes. Over towards black boxes 2 to see him off. Down goes Neela. Now going to call from the grave.
Ooh, unsuccessful lurk from Ryujin. And Demo, okay, doesn't catch Buster off guard, but, you know, he's put it into a 4 vs 2. He's tagged him down low. He's allowed for Bajmi to rotate in for CT. Actually flawless. Bomb's down, like, is that bomb at top? No, that's just a square. Latix actually got the bomb. Sorry, I saw a square and thought it was the bomb, but now spotted towards Tetris, and the AWP will get one, but doesn't really matter. 3 stay alive, Enterprise, they're rolling in the cash right now, and one win, they're rolling in the deep.
Yes, yeah, they are. This is pretty abysmal from one win. No matter which way you put it, it's been a really, really rough showing. And this is pretty tough to watch too. Now we are rapidly getting to the point of being quite concerned about what's happening here. You have to start asking a couple of questions too about saying, is this a side who are under maybe a little bit too much pressure? One way maybe came in a little bit too lackadaisical, or however you want to put it. Something's not working, something's not clicking. They've got to change things sooner rather than later. This is so far, yeah, not so good.
Okay. Don't really know what's going on, to be honest. This was not what I had on my bingo card this morning. You know, they shouldn't have lost to Ekklop. Are they really about to go 1 and 2? That would be quite tragic, and it's going to be a fast play towards, say, bomb site, more of a pop, right? And Demo, I've praised him before for his triple antics, but this time he's only able to get 1 before he falls. Neelan, IGL, is lurking around middle. Sobel, spam, they've heard it. They're hunting him. Ryujin will get the frag, but it does cost him a lot of HP. However, this is the best scenario we've seen one win in, I think, since the pistol round. A 4 vs 3 advantage with the bomb down. And Enterprise then in no position to go for this retake. They're actually going to go for a save, and I really do not dislike this call. Unfortunate though that Exist can't get away and Neelan catches them off. That mid play finally coming into effect, and one win, they stem the bleeding momentarily. They break up this 8-round streak and they get a second on the board.
Yeah, fair enough. Can't complain too much. So At the very least on the other side. Yeah, that is one of those slightly, I guess, awkward things. But I think generally all that one win they're going to care about the tail end of this half is getting round in general. Because this is really dire that we're kind of where we're seeing now. And I do think if things don't change sooner rather than later, they're going to be under a hell of a lot of pressure. So at least, if you get an 8-4, I think we can maybe say this is okay. But anything less, I don't know. I feel like even 9-3 might be kind of unrecoverable.
I would completely agree. 8-4 is even kind of one of those like touch and go type of things. Yeah. Enterprise, look, they might even be going for like 10-2 or whatever. Sky's the limit for them right now, Mirage, and with Inferno up next, it's a much better map for them than Mirage, which is the more damning thing. One win. They've been playing these very slow, one would say methodical T sides, and they've actually just thrown 2 smokes into connector, and a smoke window. So a lot of utility being used. Bajme, he's been a rock towards B. They try to test him through short that exists is the main B anchor, and one win are actually going to feign away from this bomb site. I honestly I don't know what the call is here, or the read that they've acquired where they've gone, actually, let's not go towards B where we were primed 2 hits.
Yeah,
and let's go back with no util?
Feels like a pretty big call to be making here.
Enterprise
what are we actually trying to finish here? Because this is going to be you mentioned, we've seen plenty of time, a bloodbath towards B. We're going to drop out, but then they don't hold him. What? It's just a free jump onto the site and a second behind it. Very weird hold from Enterprise. They're just asleep at the wheel.
Okay. I really don't know where the break, because so Bajme was the player that was always supposed to be holding short. That's kind of not his issue, that he's not holding for the player jumping down from apps. But when you've got 2 more on the back of the bomb site, when you've had the rotation from Sobel, because just before that execute hit, firstly Sobel ran into it, but secondly Friend flashes demo into ramp to clear out this space. Enterprise, they fumble on this round. I think one win massively overcomplicates it. I don't think they even knew what was going on, let alone their opposition. But Enterprise, even though with 3 players on B, they are only able to get 1 solitary kill.
Yeah, that was tough, man. That was really tough to see. I don't really know what happens to Enterprise. It just feels like communication completely breaks down. And unfortunately, I've given one win a chance at salvaging this half. There was definitely a point where things were feeling like it could have been even, the likes of like a 10-2 for Enterprise, and now they've at least given that door an avenue for one win to get back in towards this. But like I said, 8-4, it's honestly workable. Still though, 9-3, which is very much a possibility that is to happen. That's so difficult to come back from one win, especially if they lose the pistol.
This is a dangerous one as well. Demo kind of has to get a multi. He can't get away from this position. A resmoke Palace would not be the worst of things, but it would just reveal his position as Hobbit's actually on the other side. And now, utility starting to be pulled. Flashbang fully binds Hobbit. One win. They want to go towards A. They're just waiting. And now, smoke. Coming in deep jungle, but a great time Palace smoke. Demo is going to have a little bit more space to work with. One win, clear him perfectly. Demo has no support. Ryushin, another great entry from him. One win. Where was this at the start of Mirage? And finally building back into their map pick.
Finally, we get to the one win that we know and love. And actually, especially kind of statistically on this map, which is meant to be very, very good for them, but hasn't been. So at least now, we get to showcase just how good they actually can be. I mean, this 5v2 is never going to get off the ground for Enterprise, and Needling going to make sure that is the case. Flies the first, second might follow suit in just a moment. Friend gets caught, and an 8-4. at the half. All right. At the very least, one win, while it was a pretty awful start, they still recovered to enough of a level which I think is potentially workable. Get a pistol, get a force buy, maybe we're on to something.
Yeah, I mean, those 3 rounds in a row were also pretty decisive rounds where it actually felt like they were always in the... Like they just got the entries simply as on the bomb sites, which was the issue they were having early on. But I'm still not really a huge fan of that, like, last round, for instance. Like, I guess the contact play works, so honestly, fair enough. But now on the city side, one win. It's their map pick. Latic, who has been somewhat quiet. He's only got 6 kills, I think. He definitely needs to be stepping up with the AWP on this half. And Enterprise, currently, with the bomb in Palace, and with the 2 players on B rotating around, you can see it's going to try end towards this side of the map.
Alrighty. For now, let's go. All a little quiet. Not a hell of a lot to work with. Let's fight though. Oster. Bit of information, bit of damage. You take that, but you can see them barreling in towards A's. That's all that they need. Nealon not showing his face just yet. Does he get clear? The answer's going to be no. Oh, Sommel doesn't clear that properly, so he falls for free. Might be more of the same. It's messy. Runs out of ammo. Where's all his ammo gone? But then they both do. What the hell am I watching?
Oh, there's no kit, I don't think so, for Ryujin. I think he just smokes the bomb. No, kit has been picked up. 5-second defuse. They need to get him off this. Oh, Demo. Demo! 1 versus 2. Fantastic. And Enterprise back to their winning ways.
Oh, for a second, Liquid, but they make it work. Enterprise take that pistol massively, and now do one win, try and force buy-in towards this, right? You know, losing that is so dire that it could potentially be the end, right? Where you let this one slip, Enterprise get 10. I mean, 10-4 feels like it could already be job done and dusted. We'll see, but the way I'm looking at things now, 9-4, it could already be on its last legs here.
No force buy, you'll be happy to see.
I am.
Yeah, I'm really 50-50 with the force buy. It's like, I don't know if I love them or hate them. You'd think I would have made up my mind by now. So many years deep into this, but I still, like, sometimes I really like them. Depends on the team, I guess. Actually, I think
true.
One win, I'm like, I could see them more getting 1 leagues. Or Enterprise, I guess. That's what they did. But 10-4, double digits. This gun round could be make or break.
Well, Mac 10 money. Yeah, I'll take it. A little bit of cash bonus there. Only one, but only one casualty too. So very minimal kind of reinvestment needed. Cannot complain. 10-4. So Enterprise only 3 rounds away from taking their opponent's map pick, which would massive.
It definitely was not something we anticipated, and I'm very happy to. I'm like very happy to put my hand in the air and go, fair enough, Enterprise. That's some very solid counter-strike, and that's definitely one of probably the better wins you're going to be getting at sort of this level. Now, a monumental gun round for 1 win. Like, this is kind of the end-all for Mirage. They lose this, and we may as well be saying hello to Inferno, and we may as well be saying goodbye to 1 win's map pick with only a handful of rounds to their name, which would be very disappointing, and a slow T-side default.
Yeah, this is really feeling like a potential last hurrah. If this one slips, we're talking about Enterprise all the way up to map point, and by that point, tough. Very, very tough. again, I think you have a lot of credit for me. Enterprise, they have been quite a scary side recently in Tier 2, and we're seeing exactly that now. They deep towards jungle, but nobody was playing over towards murder holes, so real damage dealt. Very slow one here by Enterprise, trying to figure out what the setup's looking like.
Surprised they don't try have anyone go through connector or whatever. They're actually going straight for this. Hobbit jumped upon. He's able to get one quite impressively. And then great overwatch from Latic. Dinked. That's the Galil, unfortunately not being a... Oh no, it wasn't a dink. It was just a spam because he's actually got no head armor. Neelan forced ahead of that Molotov. Great flashbang from short, but exit comes through. I was mentioning maybe a mid-prong and he comes very late. Bomb can be picked up. And Bajmi can maybe hold for the swing from the AWPer. Bomb can be planted. 1 win. Respecting that. And Latic, very low HP from earlier interactions, peaks and leaves Ryujin in a 1 versus 2. But the MP9 actually just fires double digs. What is that from the MP9? How has Ryujin won that? How has he saved the day for 1 win?
Yeah, how is he walking away with that round? It absolutely never should be happening. So lucky to get away with it, but you'll take it every day of the week. And now maybe this could be worth it positively for the 1 win side. Of course, for Enterprise, they've got a bomb plant, so they could be tempted to some sort of investment. It looks like they are. AK going to be brought out, and at least a couple of them. But for 1 win, that is a massive, massive scalp to be taken, and it might just be enough to keep them alive and afloat and in this one, potentially. But still, on the same sort of level, you also need to be careful. Enterprise, these sort of haphazardly buys with the AKs and a pistol comes through could still be a little scary. Don't overthink it.
I'm actually kind of fairly impressive region there. Like those were not easy fights to be taken with MP9, and like sure, I guess he does get them isolated, but still like fair play, man. Big fumble from Enterprise though, especially seeing how they did so well to have like Exist come through middle and you know all that jazz. Okay, the lifeline. Can 1 win do anything with it? They've actually got a worse off buy because they only had 1 player alive. AWP was saved, but Neelam eliminated very early on now. Look at this short player. Sobel holding for him. Oh, your teammate gets in the way, but he still gets the frag. Worth it. You know what? It's worth it.
Fusion trying to make a little bit of a move. Not a hell of a lot on off, if I'm being completely honest. So he's got to try and search some information. He would have heard at least a step, but a little early. I just don't think he really knows where they want to finish. And actually could be tested. The first to be tested in a second. Molotov deep, sure. He's moving up close. I think a pixel might have been spotted there. He'll do it back as he reloads in towards ladder. But this will let him up on towards the A. So I get that actually for free.
Save? Question mark? Got the AWP, an AOS and a FAMAS?
Honestly, maybe.
Yeah. Now you look at Enterprise and you're like, do you venture into the unknown? Do you try and take a rifle out of the next round? It would be massive if they could. They also got to think about their own economy, and I think they might just send Sobel to see if he can go search anywhere.
Demo might have a little hunt at the tail end as well. Don't want to drop over, you know, too much, especially not an AK, considering there is a FAMAS and all the rest. But Enterprise inch ever closer to this map going in their favor, which, if it is to be the case, would definitely blow the series wide open, changes the narrative quite a lot, if I'm being completely honest, because we spoke a lot about this in the pre-show. We had a pretty extensive pre-show, and what we sort of said was that this map felt like a given, right? And the fact that it's now not changes the narrative that we have quite a lot. I mean, Inferno on paper is pretty even, but Enterprise, if they've picked into us, there's got to be a reason as to why. So that in itself can be maybe potentially a little bit damning.
Neelan, though, this time, instead of being picked first, he'll actually secure the opening kill. Someone has to go back and get that bomb eventually from middle, so you're going to have pretty much maximum one player in middle in the later stages of this round. We've seen Exist pick up that that mantle, so I would assume the same thing occurs. Very slow is this Enterprise T side. I think they could do really well for maybe like the next round, for instance, just to really change up the pace. I think that can catch OneWin very much off guard. What's interesting enough though is that OneWin, they have the advantage and they're just allowing for the mid default to come through. They're kind of giving up that space and just holding down the extremities. 3 players towards A, and Hobbit, that's a ropey jewel, but he wins it out. 16 HP, and now 3 players with about 40 seconds left. So you get offered up a free kill there onto Hobbit, who tries to transition towards Samurai. They're going to try to go towards A. Buster, spammed. Ooh, surprised that Bajby doesn't come over that com to his team that, you know, he's been hit in Firebox, and this should be 6 for OneWin. A fairly uninspired T-side round. Just kind of didn't really get offered up much and died. Yeah,
too many isolated jewels, it has to be said, taken over by Enterprise, and OneWin are sort of gladly to accept them. So, I mean, for now, at an 11-6, we start to look at a spot where you have to be a little careful for Enterprise. You know, no buy here, so we're expecting OneWin to find 7 at that point. That's only a couple of gun rounds difference between Enterprise and this really healthy lead, and OneWin's actually been tying this game up, so you can't allow that to happen. Or freebie for last up as he wants a second as well. Might be gifted. He knows he had timing to just dip back over towards that corner on short. So Boston can find one of his own jumping out of apartments too. Simple round here. These pistols quick and not really getting anything.
I did say they probably try to change up the pace, and I guess they do. I just maybe would have preferred towards a direct bomb site instead of being middle with the pistols. There is 1 kill for Exist. Is this going to be able to spiral into anything further? He's in a fairly oppressive position, and it actually does mean that Hobbit is somewhat isolated by himself on A, but Exist rather kind of gives up a lot of that control and makes it very known that he has, and yeah, just goes by. Like, what's going on? What's Exist? Has he got like ADHD in this round? Why is there still a player B apps? Why is the bomb ramp? Like, what was the game plan here? And why might it work?
Yeah, there's a weird world where it does.
Oh my god.
Wrapping him behind. I mean, Bat's going to come all the way over, but he's going to get in towards Kitchen and get a kill. Wanting towards short. It's a fight at range you maybe don't want to take, but keep the attention drawn and keep him at range. I can sort of understand it, but he wants to make sure he doesn't get up close so the bomb can go down. Now there's a market player coming through. They're going to get a bomb plant out, though. That in itself isn't bad.
How much more can they get? No rifles we picked up. You know, they're kind of solemnly having to stay on these tech dives, but that doesn't seem to be a negative thing. Latic, close in market, is in an awful position for him to be in with the AWP by himself. And now Hobbit is all by himself. Friend, with his weapon of choice, is holding the cross with the AWP. Good read by Hobbit, but Friend's AWP connects. What, a 2 versus 4 with the Tech 9s? How does that work for Enterprise?
Yeah, never, ever should be happening. Man, you just got E-code. What is happening to OneWin? What is happening? This is a side that just continue to fall apart for no reason. This OneWin side, that should be around you take every day of the week. Everybody's isolated, and just like that. Map point on your opponent's map pick. Simple and effective, and Enterprise just feel inevitable right now. No matter what you do, you cannot seem to beat them.
Right.
Alright, Neelan. He'll get up close, though, and he'll find Sobble.
Just gets team flashed. Not because that wasn't an issue because his team. That was definitely a Sobble thing. But maybe he hears Neelan close mid and then tries to kind of recalibrate himself, but then realizes the flashbang's also coming through. In a round where you have such low weaponry and no redeemable features to your purchase, that opening kill's a necessity.
Gonna move here. Oh, hang on. I don't think
him?
Yeah, he seems pretty trained on him. I don't think Bajmi was seen.
Yeah, I think he just the read. Ooh. So, from the wee little cinematic there, we can see Enterprise coming back towards this A bomb site. There is one player up close, Neelan, who opened up a middle, now an off angle on ramp. Demo, shoulder to shoulder. Neelan still gets the frag. Good tracking. Bajmi. When does he initiate himself from Palace? Hobbit on default. Hobbit is still yet to take contact. What? Why is no one clearing him? 1 versus 2 now for Bajmi. 15 seconds left. Bomb can be planted for free towards default. There's one con. Bajmi's just taken the jewel. Now, we'll get the plant in. Ryujin's upgraded to the A1S. Bajmi with a full bed of utility. He can use this to isolate his opponents, but instead taking the jewel, and he will do so successfully. 1 versus 1, but Ryujin keeps one win alive.
Okay. Well. Just when it felt like they were about to close it out, Ryujin again steps up in a big way. So credit to him.
Twice, yeah.
He's having his moment, so we'll give him his credit. But there was a moment where things felt a little rough and maybe a little bit janky, and still we find where OneWin still have a little bit of gas left in the tank, but it's still such a big recovery needed from them. 12-6, now made 12-7. I feel like something quite miraculous is needed. We'll see. I mean, at the very least, for Enterprise, they buy back in a near full way, bar Demo as a Tech 9, but we know how scary they are on the Tech 9s.
I just don't really know, like, what Bajmi was doing that round in kind of both the entry and the clutch. Like, I feel like if he just used his util, if he cleared Hobbit, like, I don't know. There's so many things this game on both sides where it's like, this has not been a clean game of Counter-Strike. You have both teams playing this, like, super, mega, passive style of CS, and, well, it's not necessarily working, because there seems to be, like, a breakdown in some of the initiatives being taken by individuals. But ironically enough, Enterprise are the ones winning this out, which is really not something that you'd ever anticipate. 12-7. Enterprise, if they win this series, they go 2-1 in the main Swiss, which would be a massive feat. This catches Neelan off guard. Needs to be careful, because Buster in ladder, spotted, a headshot almost connects. HP so low, the nade. Wait, what? Buster almost kills himself, but then the nade finally will from Exist. Hobbit gets the trade and actually thinks it's a play towards the B bomb site. Now Latic with the AWP, gonna be flashed off the angle. He can't take a shot, but he still will. Completely blind. Enterprise need to get their way up on this bomb site, and in the meantime, they've lost their mid lurk.
Yeah, I think they're actually playing a little slow here, Enterprise, so it's costing them. Spamming towards Ticket, unsuccessful. Deep Molotov as well, but doesn't really force Latic away. He'd already dipped back. Hobbit finds Demo, and this one's done here. I mean, friend have to do something miraculous, and he can't even get the first. OneWin stay afloat and deny a bomb plant this time, so there's no classic sort of lost bonus bomb plant combination here. It is just going to be a bit of a low buy with the Tech 9s once again, and this one should be, hopefully, a given over towards OneWin, but it still needs to be thrown out for the next 4 more rounds, and that's just to take it to overtime. So even then, this feels quite outlandish for the CT side, and to expect that Enterprise won't just stumble across a round, I don't know, it feels difficult to expect.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on in this game. Like, even in that round, like, Exist, like, gets a double. Where's the reaction from the rest of this team? Like, why aren't they speeding up? I don't know. It seems like he was making this really nice lurk, and then the rest of the team were just not in a position to react off it, and that's actually a massive kind of like negative on Enterprise, and a negative asterisk over their name for this map. But 12-9, they still have ample opportunity to close this out before it gets worrying to overtime. I think if it goes to overtime, I favor OneWin massively, especially because it would be 6 rounds on the trot.
Yeah.
And currently, they've got no pesky Tech 9s, you know, they've got the full buy for the AKs, and you can see they're already going towards A-smokes.
Yeah, real simple call out the gates, back in towards their full buy, but I don't know, they've been a little bit of trouble when it comes towards the A side because I think they play things quite tense. They do allow one win to rotate over, set up, and all the rest. One towards ladder, one towards B. It's probably the best opportunity. They've got to try and overwhelm the AWP. Oh, and they do tag it itself. Isn't bad. Hobbit gets one. Needle trade on towards Latix. One player towards under. The Molly will do it. Hobbit drops down. Unfortunately, has nowhere to go, so it's just straight into the flames. Up on towards Ticket. Down goes Nealon, and so does Ryujin. I think it's safe to say now this map is done and dusted. Only one man left, and Buster going to pull off a miraculous 1v4. I don't think he'll get more than maybe 2, and even that might be a big arse. There's the first. Spotted on towards the second. Molotov, in fact, might even force a bit of a fight here, but he just has no idea about exist up close. So they don't even need to fight him.
Yeah, there it is. In the side of the head, Enterprise. So now we go on to Inferno, and everything gets changed up. You can see it nicely. They've labeled balcony for us on the Inferno graphic, just to really, you know, make sure we do know we're going to Inferno. At Enterprise, look, they could be sending one win to a 1-2 scoreline in the main Swiss. Like, what? I'm not gonna lie, what?
Yeah, that would be wild if that is to be the case, right? Because for one win, you know, when you look at all the teams in this tournament, it sort of felt like they're like one of those guaranteed teams to at least go sort of 3-1, right? Maybe pick up some sort of a loss somewhere along the line. For the most part, make it look pretty simple, but it's not been the case. They're struggling here in Enterprise with great first map already. Absolutely little to no complaints at all. I think it's one of the main things we're having here. So a lot of credit has to be given to them. I think we very much underestimated Enterprise, but statistically, it wasn't a great map for them. So the fact that they've taken that and taken it pretty handedly as well does really blow open the series. We have to look towards Inferno map number 2, and while it's statistically quite even, Enterprise have more reps, a little bit of a higher win rate, and on the other side too, where, I don't know, one wins aren't seeming to play all that well, so I'm a little concerned, I think, is the main thing to say. If one win don't really pick it up in this break, I think things could be really awkward.
Yeah, Enterprise, it felt like they always had the lead on Mirage. They won 8 in a row on their CT side, and then just one pistol, and were able to trail out. But with that in mind, we've summed up Mirage, we've pre-faced Inferno. Let's see if Enterprise can close it out in 2, or do we go to a 3rd? We'll see that after the break. and them succeeding on Mirage. And the 13-9 scoreline, I think, makes it look a lot better for the Kazakhstan core than it actually was. Like, you know, it was always kind of Enterprise in the lead, and they led a few rounds at the end of the first half, and then it kind of went back and forth in the second half, but they were ultimately always on top. You had Friend winning out the AWP duels, you had the anchors on the Z side doing much better for Enterprise, but to be fair, Hobbit did really great. He was kind of the A anchor on Z side, and he actually had a lot of quite big rounds, and was also opening up the A bomb site on the T side. So he, I think, had a lot of redeemable features, and then Neelan was lurking around middle quite a lot as well. But overall, it was just kind of Enterprise with a big part of consistency. And now, yeah, we go on to Inferno. You've got just the advantage of a map win in your back pocket, but don't be too disheartened if you're one win, because this is still a really good map for you. They've played it twice with the new team against TSM and Mouse NXT, but both games have been in overtime, so it's not exactly the best of results. But Enterprise also have 2 losses recently, 720 speeds, which, to be fair, aren't the worst opponents to lose to. And then kind of before that is like 8 wins in a row, right?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know, man. For one win, I think coming in towards this, it felt like on an individual basis that they were always just I felt like that's the big thing they've gone, just saying, you know, they have players, you know, like your Hobbit and like your Latix, who can really just make a big difference here. And the thing is, we just didn't really see anything, right? No one really stood up and took a lot of initiative in towards that game. Weren't very proactive when it came towards the T sides. The CT sides are a little bit feeble as well. So for me, I definitely have quite a lot of question marks coming in towards this. Probably quite tempered expectations, because I don't really know what to expect out from this one win. Playing like the side that they should be on paper.
Yeah, and I think especially as we go on to Inferno, like, I think you kind of touched upon it, of just how the City sides and T sides were played are very slow. City side, you like giving up space a lot of the time, and it's gonna be really, and like, you can do that on Inferno, but I would really prefer they didn't. Like, I think that's quite rough when you just kind of relinquish a lot of space. So I really hope we see just a little bit more fighting for that control. And honestly, I could see Enterprise winning this 2-0, and the reaction of that all and the outcome means that one win, if they lose, they go 1-2 in the main Swiss. Like, I'm not gonna lie, man, you shouldn't be going 1-2 in the YaLLa Compass main Swiss if you're one win. Like, you should be an invited team. That is such like a poor result. And then even if they make it through to playoffs, like, you look at a 3-2 result and you're like, it's not great. It's not great from a team that people are like, yeah, this is, you know, it's a tier 1 team.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think the way I look at it too, right, really showcases sort of everything that is potentially wrong with this one win side. Maybe expectations a little bit high for them. They have all these ideas about how they want to play, but I think maybe just coming towards this game just way too maybe overconfident or too comfortable. Maybe not quite awake yet, but this is, it's not a good sign early doors for one win. If they want to be considered a kind of a top tier 2 side, maybe pushing towards that tier 1.5 as sort of previous one win sides have done before. And I always remember the sort of eccentric core who went on to one win and actually were pretty solid with players, you know, like Forrester and Crad and all the rest, right? And they were always a pretty scary side in tier 2. And this one win side, they have been for a little bit, but this is not a good showing. If they go into that 1-2 sort of stage that you mentioned of, that's such a hard fight that they have to now pull off to then get back in towards that next stage. But on the other side too, Enterprise, I think the way they've been playing as well, they're also a side that you would probably expect to be in their next stage too. They've been looking really good recently. You know, results bar maybe the last week or so have actually been pretty solid. You know, losing to teams that maybe you'd expect to, but for the most part, beating teams that maybe even in some instances you would say that they were the underdogs. So climbing the ranks quite steadily, and starting to become maybe a little bit more notorious within the region. So they're a side that I would maybe call a bit the next stage, but some of their performances have been quite good.
But with that in mind, before we get into Inferno, we're going to go to the content so we can, I think, learn more about some of these teams.
maybe something there.
I would study some university and then just become some corporate guy, you know, just chilling in life. I don't know.
In factory, you know, do some, I don't know.
Maybe football. I was pretty good in football, I would say.
What do you think your teammate would have been if he wasn't a CS player?
Fireman, lawyer, electrician, homeless.
He will be a dog trainer. He got like, used to have like 20 dogs at some point at his home, I remember. He should be in the military or something. Working in a restaurant, but like as the owner. Dito, it's safe to say he can even do it now. He can be like a strongman or something.
I think he would be a chef, some male stripper, you know, something like this. Romanians just like to, you know, have fun. He would be the, how to say it, in bakery, you know, making croissants. He would be blacksmith.
Yeah, engineer, something like this. Oh, I feel like he will steal something, you know. He will not work, he will steal things. Yeah, something with IT probably. Yeah, garbage man.
Maybe some fisherman, I would say. Maybe some bodyguard or something. Some IT guy, I would say. Baking guy. I don't know how to say it, but we have a meme with him that is baking guy.
One-win bounce back.
Now, if you weren't in CS, what would you be doing?
I'd be in finance. To be perfectly honest, I was in finance beforehand.
yeah,
I'd just be in
fair.
finance after. Yeah.
That was actually a pretty easy. That was a pretty easy one for you, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I do think maybe like I would have changed to something like I guess like sales. I feel like sales was like, you know, a little bit easier than what I was doing beforehand.
Yeah. You had like a legitimately IRL hard job.
Yeah.
Yeah, like fair enough. And then you were like esports.
Yeah, nice little pivot there.
Yeah. I don't know what I would have done with my history and classics degree if I finished it.
To be fair, I had a history degree as well, so
Yeah, actually true. You probably, yeah, maybe I would have followed my family's path into finance as well. We
Yeah.
Maybe in another life we would have worked together in the old PWCs. But for now, oh, that is so unbelievably rough for Latic. He gets double naded in CT. That must be a counterplay. I honestly, yeah. So like, no way you just randomly nade CT there and like kind of this sort of pissed around. If I'm Latic, I'm not gonna lie. GG, desk
I'm
broke.
pissed. I'm pissed. Yeah, it's definitely that's a read, right, all day. I think as well, it's one of those things where for Enterprise, because they play a few less games, they actually have more time to prep. And I think they also probably understand how important it is making sure this sort of round goes their favor. So, yeah, well done. I think for the Enterprise side, starting well, only having the one casualty as well. A lot to like, man. A real lot to like coming in towards it. Side as well. One win. Need to be careful. You cannot allow Enterprise to spiral early in towards this game. Get all the control. The sort of same way this, like 8-9-1 up at one point on Mirage. You can't allow that sort of game happen again.
Well, ironically, actually, they were 8-1 up on Mirage, and the one round they lost was the pistol round. So you're just kind of like, how did one win let that slip so massively? But okay, Enterprise on their map pick, they win out the pistol round quite cleanly, quite easily, and now they're up against the full buy. Confirmation of that purchase there as well, because Latic gets the tag with the scout, so early damage going in favor of the C side, but I do see a big gap in this defense, and it is Hobbit on B. Wait, he got a kill through the smoke? It was Sobel who got tagged by the scout who's actually been dealt with.
Yeah. All right. Let's go. A little quiet off the back of it. When we make this round work, you know, I'll be pretty annoyed because of it just generally being a force buy, but especially that first fight as that gets found. I mean, credit But Sobel getting caught early is not good. Still, double AK Khalil and a Mac 10. Not the worst sort of buy to have. Demo, a lot of angles he has to be super cautious of being left alone here. Quad stack via A. Just one smoke over towards B. Attention drawn sort of actually away from it. They've still got two towards top B. But I'm wondering now, bomb collected. Where's Friend actually going to take it? Thankfully, he's actually towards B. But another smoke down here. 35 seconds, they're going to have to go through this.
How is there just like an infinite amount of smokes? But Felixu coming in, miscommunication, 2 towards coffins, demo, shirtless gaming. You know, it is hot in summer, and oh, they're going back towards A. There were 4 defenders here, so even though we saw Latic rotate off, he's still coming back. Exists. Very good jiggle to bait out the shot, and Friend gets the bomb down with basically a second to spare, and unfortunately Latic doesn't really get anything else apart from that early tag in the round. And now Hobbit, they knew he was towards B. He's rotating in, Galil in hand, Chatterbox in hand. Let's see if he can walk the talk. Bajmi spotted and dealt with quite cleanly, actually. Still got a fair chunk of his HP. Bomb's not planted for Friend. It's planted for sure, but Hobbit tries to clear out the bomb site. Never anticipates him to be long because of the bomb plant, and Enterprise just about get their second.
Yeah, all right. Enterprise, for a moment, it felt like there were maybe a little bit of risk, but Friend just deep over towards long. Not expected. And that will... So, now on the other side, we get to see them spiraling quite well. A failed force buy, of course, means that they get probably the third here too. 3-0 start. No complaints really at all from us. Enterprise. The biggest, kind of the worst thing that can happen is you have a great map, one where, you know, it's a bit of an unexpected one. Maybe take your opponent's map pick as they did, and it's, you know, definitely wasn't what we predicted. And then now, right, we start to look at another situation where you're coming towards map number 2, and it's just sort of more of the same.
Anti-eco. This one done near flawless and should be flawless. Latic could catch off a potentially demo on the side of the head, but nah, will not be the case. 3-0 on Inferno. We saw them dominate in the first half of Mirage. I'm a little part of me scared it might happen again, but this is the round to really set the standard. Oh, that is some... That's a camera angle. Latic yet to frag, may I add. Same with Neelan and Buster. Latic's really been struggling this series. He kind of needs to get going. He's got the AWP out very early on. Like, we kind of just need to see him get kills here.
No, absolutely. He had a really poor map number 1. No two ways about it. He very much struggled to get going. 10 and 15 he went. 0.69 rating. Really wasn't good for a guy who's meant to be at times a little bit standout. Molotov does a good chunk of damage just to force them away from that fight, but Bajmi takes a hell of a lot more. 3-0 for Enterprise. This is what we would generally consider a bonus round. So these are the ones that you're not actually even expecting them to win, but if they do win, it's actually even more damning.
One win. A triple set up towards short. This nade from Demo and Molotov. Ooh, the nade doesn't even tag. Oh, because sorry, I thought it was a double set up towards balcony, but no, no. So the thing on short, but it was just on top. So the nade doesn't affect him. But a lot of control being taken by Enterprise. However, Latic remains on that angle in boiler. AWP spotted. I wouldn't be surprised now if we see a reaction towards B because of that. However, Hobbit has replenished the smoke in top banana. And a little bit of spam, Enterprise wanting to go towards B.
Yeah. Smoke, blooms towards CT. Buster got a bit of a crossfire technically with Hobbit, who's waiting for his chance. The Enos spam through that smoke. Buster and Hobbit both combine. Kill a piece. Time ticking once again. 10 seconds, fella. We haven't even second Orange's friend either, Deadman Walker. We can't. This is the one issue I've had throughout this series so far of Enterprise. For the most part, they've been great, but they love leaving rounds so late. And I don't really know why, because there's no inherent advantage to it, as we've seen in that sort of situation there. It nearly cost them in that round prior, but it feels like they don't really learn from their lesson. Round before, they had barely a second to get that bomb down and only just get it down. And, you know, they kind of luckily get away with it because that second player rotating in goes for an apartments peak rather than a short peak. That round there, run out of time, have no time to clear the site, so they just lose their fights.
Yeah, I don't know, that felt like a really weird round where you try to go away from the AWP and just get stuck behind UT. However, this AWP is not going to be a worry in this round. Instantly taken out by Bajmi. Great opening kill. Latic not able to... Has to watch from spectator mode now in this round. Ryujin on the boost, similar to last round. They didn't spot it. He goes for it again. And he actually will succeed. The trades, though, are only 1 for 1. And because Enterprise got that opening kill, they'd be more than happy to win those A bomb sites. But Hobbit, really nice overwatch with the AWP. It's down to a 2 versus 2. Headshot cannot be found. And he's down to 30 HP. 1 win. Do they even go for this now at this stage? They've got no kit.
Yeah.
They've got an AWP on low HP. I wouldn't be afraid to just call it quits, and now they're definitely going to have to. Buster has to try and save the AWP and see if he can get away.
Yeah, you know, for now, Buster, he can get the AWP, which is good, and get out of there. He's still going to hold for a bit of an exit fight, and he actually should get guaranteed one, which he'll take. Gets his, picks up the AWP, gets out. That's sort of as best as it gets, but it's still Enterprise, a 4-1 start on the team side of Inferno, no less, looking really good. Demo goes for the hunt. I don't think he'll get there in time. It actually may even cost him his life. No, it's okay. Boss doesn't swing, so it's all right. 4-1. 1 win. Sort of left scratching their heads once again. What's the sort of buy going to look like here? They haven't got Lost Runners fully built up, so it's a little weird in that sense, and for a buy, they get out the FAMAS, they get the M4s across the board. Little bit limited in uses, but for the most part, it's more or less as good as it gets. So it's right. They should be aware of this though now. You know, the rounds that have been taken in quick succession, that will give economy to work with over on that CT side. Of course, with that AWP save too, more often than not, you buy around it.
No contact being taken in brackets for 1 win, so they currently have a big absence of information. This fight though, wins out the round pretty much for either side, and Ryujin, he puts his team in a great position with a double there. He's been pretty solid towards this A bomb site, and now Enterprise actually had a great opportunity to speed up towards B. Now Hobbit's rotated back in. Good entry flash. Buster isolated and dealt with. 3 versus 4. Bomb can be planted. Hobbit spammed. Oh, dearie me. Ryujin, all his efforts could just be nullified.
Maybe. Friend sitting up close. It's not even going to be tested. Nobody's coming via banana. They're all actually going for this CT Coffin's play to try and get back in towards the site. But this site is so difficult to retake. Molotov does force out a fight, and it's one of which they take. As Latic, Google, they've got to know the last player is the banana guy. It's a pretty standard setup. Here's one. Latic, tap on towards the bomb though. Commit, he's not falling for the game. He does. I thought Friend had learned his lesson, but for time it seems. No kit to Latic, save all of that AWP and Enterprise, a sigh of relief.
That is, ooh, yeah. Enterprise, I mean, like, you have 2 different scenarios, like 3 different scenarios in this round where you're like, okay, round's over, right? Ryujin gets a great double. Why aren't they just committing towards the D bomb site? And then you have this 3 versus 3 post plant. 1 win, there's no chance they win it, and then you're like, oh my god, it's a 2 versus 1, they could win this one. Like a 3 versus 3 retake on the B bomb site with no kit and an AWP is just near impossible, and they actually make it look very winnable, but ultimately it's Enterprise extending their lead even further. Latic, It's an attempted run boost, to say the least, but the AWP, it's going to be diverted away. He was top mid, and it's actually Bajmi's double entry with the Mac 10 on B. That solidifies most certainly a 6th. If I'm Latic, save the AWP. Please, just survive.
Yeah, exactly. There is just no point losing this. I mean, maybe you can send the pistols in, see if they can get potentially an upgrade, catch somebody off guard, make it a little bit expensive, this, that, and the other, but the main thing is just keeping that AWP in play. Enterprise going to get a 6-1 start. That ain't bad at all. This AWP might get tested towards the end. Mac 10, or one of them, looking over towards apartments as Demo making a little move here. I don't think he's going to get close enough towards Latic at the end. So should be fine. Neelan just trickle peeking in case they come up via CT to kind of warn that Latic, but they should be okay. I say that. There's one. Maybe a second behind it as well. And yeah, Demo getting some cash on hand. He'll take that. 5-7 swings out, does fall, but Demo doesn't care. He's made his money's worth. That Mac 10 double was huge at the end. Enterprise, 6-1. They are loving life in the server.
That was a round they had to win, and they did so very cleanly. You can see that the SMGs are being passed around. Sobel, the I think new YaLLa Enterprise. I'm not sure if they've replaced him with Toao. He's been playing quite a few games with them since the player break, so I actually think that might be the case. I'm just kind of going off H3 of the not being confirmed. But Bajmi, that was a round. He gets double naded, and then also the flashbang completely misses. So maybe if the flashbang hit, we could have seen a hope for one kill. But Region, he just plays on the boost. He just plays there on what's it called again? The words completely slip my mind. Where Region? The like, what's it called again on short? Not balcony.
I just call it, yeah, I call it apps balcony, I guess, in a way. Like, yeah,
there's a word
apps jump
for it.
up.
And like, I honestly, I can't remember it. But the boost up, either way, it's the fact that he gets multiple frags from that position again. Actually, a pretty weird round from Enterprise, all things considered.
It is. It is. One win. Take it pretty easy. I guess the bomb plant is a small little silver lining. We're buying straight back into off the back of it. Sobel going to have to take a little bit of a hit in terms of what he brings in. And Friend not going to go for the AWP. I think he could have AWP'd half armor, but you don't really want a half armor against CTs. All right. 6-2. All right. Now we can start potentially working with something. I mean, for the least, if one we can get up towards, off the back of what was a slow start, if they can get maybe like 5 on the CT side, I think it's a decent recovery and somewhat workable.
Ooh, this is a bit of a change of play. One win not allowing to kind of have Enterprise hit the fight to them. They're taking the fight to Enterprise. Bajmi flashed in perfectly alongside Friend. Do get the opening kill, but Latic's AWP reveals there are also 3 players towards the B bomb site. Enterprise, you can see they're going to be on a very quick reaction. Surprised that one win haven't maybe forced the rotation a little bit quicker, as Ryujin and Neelan now in a very uncomfortable position. Ryujin, good utility to help himself. He keeps himself alive. They haven't spotted out Neelan. Oh, ineffective entry clears. And how is this A bomb site time and time again just surviving? Friend now 1 versus 3. He got the opening kill towards B with a spam. And now he's in a very uncomfortable position. Makes noise as well. Bomb is down in no man's land. And Neo, I honestly don't understand how Enterprise have got 1 frag going 4 versus 2 on the A-bomb site.
Yeah, it's a bad execute. The issue that we're seeing with Enterprise as well when it comes to some of these executes is something that we saw quite a few times on Mirage, is that the second something goes wrong in any sense, right? Somebody dies or they get stopped by a better util, they pause, fair enough, but then they just completely choke up. Their sort of on-the-fly call seems to completely fall apart. They don't actually really know what to do. And this is the issue that I have with this Enterprise side, if they're just a little bit more confident and committed towards what the call is, they're probably going to be finding a lot more success when they don't. Double going to get out in front of the Molly. Now trying to get up close here. The Demo already down to an aid, and the Molotov behind it as well. Buster trying to slow them down. Hobbit goes up on high for 2. A very simple shutdown, a fadeaway shot, and he will actually get it by me, so we'll give him that. Somehow avoids the Molotov there too, looking for more, but only the one consolation kill. That low buy round put to bed very easily.
Okay, this half's still very much alive. 2 more rounds left. Enterprise, they should be vying for like at least 7, hoping for 8. I think this is a nice resurgence for one win. And honestly, a lot of my gratitude for their success goes towards Ryujin. Like his anchor towards the A bomb site. You know, he's only got 9 kills, doesn't look massive, but I feel like he single-handedly won out like 3 rounds by either just surviving or getting those kills on the execute, or rather when they were executing. And now I like this again. 1 win, finding success, just taking space towards the B bomb site. Only 2 players here, not the 3 that they normally do feign when they take the space. And Hobbit needs to be a little bit careful. There is a world where they just pop onto him. However, a good re-smoke, and this nade from Bajmi is not going to give up anything. 1 win, still with a lot of control towards Banana, but Enterprise, they take control towards top brackets.
It's quiet off the back of it. Not a lot to work with for the moment. Surprise is just trying to figure out what the setup's looking like. Time ticking though once again. This is the thing we said about with Enterprise. They love leaving things super late. We're already 25-second mark and they're only now just retaking a bit of banana control.
But I don't see that as like a negative thing, because look, they've got brackets, they've got top banana now. Oh, they don't have brackets anymore. Okay.
Yeah.
Neelan just walks in. Right. This is looking like a round over. Enterprise, yeah, they simply just could not lose top brackets there. And they're going to fake out B and then go towards A. It's going to drag over rotations. No, they're going towards B because they realize they have no time left on the clock. Bajmi walking out. You've got the rotation of Latit coming in imminently. Buster not cleared. There's also a player playing around the smoke in coffins. 3 seconds. Bomb's not going to be planted. And 1 win a 5th. Getting the kills after time. They shall indeed. Demo has no money for the final round of the half. And once again, a very uninspired T round from Enterprise.
Yeah, and this 10 that half is just uninspired as well, isn't it? I mean, there's really is just so little to work with, if we're being completely honest. It's been a pretty dire showing. I think from Enterprise, they've completely fallen off from a side who we were talking about them being on track to taking, you know, maybe even the likes of 7, 8 rounds on the C side. Now even 6 feels like a luxury that arguably don't deserve with how they've kind of fallen apart. If 1 win just came alive a little earlier, who knows what the score could have been. All right, though. On a 6-5 scoreline, if they can at least get a 7th here, that'll be great, but it just feels so unlikely. Double Tech 9. Demo, like you said, no money for him. 1 AK, 1 Mac 10. I mean, basically, best of luck.
Yeah, imagine being on a Glock and a Molotov for the final round and a half. That's a rough one.
Yeah.
However, I was going to say that they might get some space, but no. It's just this A hold that is honestly really been quite impressive for me. I think it has been a fairly... Yeah, the holds for 1 win have definitely been the main reason for success. The B bomb site open now. What's the... There's no smoke for CT though, but Buster will allow them to cross. Right, surely not.
Maybe a chance here. AK.
Oh, it's a good one.
Tech 9. It is. Spam through that smoke as well. Not going to do anything. The AK in the open, friend. Bold decision there. It has to be said. And a very, very easy retake at the end. 1 win going to make it a 6-all half. And honestly looking like the considerably better side right now as well.
That retake as well is just really nice. Like, they don't really panic. They don't care about the bomb going down. They know they're in a 4 versus 2, and I think that utility set was kind of perfect. It was just best case scenario. And yeah, 6-6. A lot more even. 1 win. Oh, sorry, at Enterprise, we actually were kind of maybe thinking that they were going to be mimicking Mirage, but instead, even Stevens. There is, I would assume, a tech pause, maybe?
Seems like it.
And when we go into the next half, 1 win, still vying to put us an Ancient.
All right. Well, let's see what we've got. I still feel like with how we're playing at the moment, I really feel like 1 win have got what's in the locker. I mean, they are just playing the better Counter-Strike, at least at the tail end of this half. However, pistol rounds start things off for Enterprise. Force off the back of it. Maybe we could talk about a way that they can get kind of reinvigorated a little bit, get a bit of that form going, snowball, and all the rest. Unfortunately, we are just stuck in a tech pause. We don't really know what the reason is. But I'm hearing a little bit of typing, which might be good signs. Normally, it means things are okay. And it is. Tech pause done. We're back underway.
Vamos. Okay. This pistol round is really important. Very, very, very important. Whichever side wins it, I could see them stringing a few rounds together, and that could be the difference maker in a map this close. 1 win. They've got a bit of that momentum. They were really shutting Enterprise down, and I think that was a very rough end to the T side. Ooh, I love this. Just a honest to goodness push down middle. 4 players steaming down, but Latic and Buster annihilate. Wow, what an easy round for 1 win.
Yeah, just when it felt like potentially, Enterprise could have had a little read. They had a read in towards that first pistol round and maybe a chance, but no. Very immediately gets thrown right back in their face, and now things are very, very difficult to see. This is tough. A tough spot. Enterprise look all over the place. At the moment, I'm not seeing anything I really like coming out from this Enterprise side in these last few rounds. They have been really awkward. It feels like a map in which they're not confident on, and this is their map pick.
No, I agree. They looked way, way better on Mirage. 1 win, to be fair to them, have also looked much better on Inferno. Like, I think their CT side was a big upgrade from what we observed on map number 1. And even here, we've got Enterprise. They're force buying into it, and they've already lost the man advantage, plus being forced to use up a bit of their utility.
So, already down, of course. It's a 4. I mean, they've pulled off one of these on Mirage. Hence why they've probably wanted to try and make something work again with a force buy here, but 49 of them is a disadvantage. Got 1 smoke, 1 flash to work with. Best of luck. And they're already testing up towards B, and they're going to realize nobody's there.
B bomb site just being cleared out. Neelan, he's like, guys, come here, and it's going to be Enterprise full saving. Therefore, they're going to be having the full buy, not the full buy, sorry, they're going to maintain these upgraded pistols into the next round, whereas they would just normally eco, then have a little bit more substance, and if 1 win had just gone towards the A site there, Enterprise may have legitimately won it out. So it's a nice gamble stack, but it doesn't work out.
Yeah. It all ends up being fun out. Max and Ryuji as well might have a look around and see what he can find. Why not, right? I mean, they have money to buy into what's next for years to fall, and on the other side, potentially get some cash on hand. Ooh. No. Does get 1, looks for a second as well. Might just get it in all fairness. 5-0 close is pretty deadly. So a couple of kills at that tail end, and 3 staying alive, not the worst thing in the world. But an 8-6 1 win. And now starting to get to the point where we really do open up that door for the conversation on map 3.
Yeah, definitely. If the first gun round goes in favor of one win, I think we're going to be going to quite a lengthy first game.
I'll see. They're all by here, of course, for Enterprise, so it should be 9-6. I mean, at that point already, not giving us a hell of a lot of hope, if we're being completely honest. We'll see, though. Jumping in. I knew that Mac 10 going to try and get up close. Not, again, a hell of a lot to work with, but a couple of good pistols, maybe drop a rifle, pick that up. That's the chances where Enterprise might be able to pounce upon. But if we're being completely honest, this should be a pretty simple round 4-1 win.
I wouldn't mind an Enterprise gamble stack towards one part of the map in the later stages, and they might have to do that, especially now that, well, actually, they might not even get the chance. Neelam just kind of kills them all. Sobel, he's even being cleared. Okay, well, I was mentioning there could be a danger in this next round. Not anymore. Good money injection for Neelam as well. There's an extra, what, $1,800?
Yeah, we'll take it. Money in the bank. Anymore, but doesn't seem to be really where Enterprise got active in this one. They had an opportunity to maybe try and make what was the remnants of that force buy workout, but it doesn't. So a pretty simple one, all in all. Ooh, just like that, with Demo Force as well. 9-6. This next gun round is very, very important, basically, to keep Enterprise afloat in this. If they don't find it and then sort of chain a couple together, one minute taking us towards Ancient.
Yeah, Friend can get AWP armor out if he wants to. He's not going to choose to do that. He's actually just going to elect to buy the A1S and full utility instead. I feel like Friend's AWP, though, could be the real difference maker. As I mentioned, he was overruling Latic with the AWP on map number 1. So, especially on the CT side here, I would like to maybe see him do somewhat of the same. 2 smokes in towards Banana. One from the T side, one from the CT side. Both from spawn. Ooh. Eepers. That's a sticky one. That's a free long smoke, and that's also a lot of utility now being used for Enterprise, and they've actually got no top brackets. Only going to be taking Banana just about now, but again, even further utility being used. We're going to hit like the minute mark, and Enterprise simply will just have nothing to deal with an execute, to be honest.
Hobbit. Towards Boiler. Trying to play up close here as well as already Enterprise. Look a little flustered. Tick holding too. Time ticking. We're under the minute mark now, and in a similar vein that cost Enterprise, it could be a little awkward towards one win as well. But the bomb going back over towards B. They only leave one player here. On a ruse towards that A site. Already, finally going to be under a bit of pressure. He'll drop a smoke. Try and slow them down. Aptly timed in the sense that I think he heard, or I think he saw one very close. So he's just worried about getting overwhelmed. Basically a bit of a panic. So hopefully the rotate comes through. But even still, it's going to be a 2-on-5 fight here. This is going to be really awkward to try and shut down for Enterprise. They've got to go 2 for 1 across the board, and they can't. First fights, both of them are terrible. One win, that's the round. You've got to save.
I mean, like, even though the time was ticking down, you're kind of like, this is what one win does, right? They do tend to leave a little bit late. Enterprise just had to catch one win as they come through the smoke. Like, you have a smoke up, utilize the fact that they're going to have to come through maybe a little bit blind, maybe a little bit shrouded with their vision. Like, utilize your advantage. But instead, you have Bajmi peek first, and then Sobel peek, and it's all a bit of a confusion. So one win, warming up into this series, they should be the victors in, like, that's the way we were phrasing it, and now, even though they're on their opponent's map pick, they're looking to make it a 1-1 series, and Ancient will be called upon. This is kind of the fashion that this game's going through, right?
Yeah, honestly, this is it's not good. Enterprise are completely fallen off it. They look like a completely different side. nothing like what we saw in towards map number 1, or even the first sort of maybe 8 or so rounds of map number 2. Just a different team who are not present here at all, and it's tough. It's tough to watch, to say the very least. Well, let's see if there's anything left in the locker, but Enterprise, they save, which is great, but I don't know if I'm expecting all too much to come forward. It's been a pretty simple showing. Out from OneWin, just walking in towards site, late in towards the round, and winning the Angels. Can't complain.
Ooh, that's not a great kill. Exist tries to get early space towards second mid, but it results in him falling. Glatic was holding very deep in AWP. OneWin played this very passive Counter-Strike, and that's not a surprise. We've been observing that the whole of this morning so far, and Exist gives them exactly what they were looking for, a very early opening kill. And OneWin now just going to fall back on their laurels. If they go towards B, they win out the round. Enterprise, they are gambling towards A.
All right. Well, what have we got? All goes a little quiet. As once again, time starts to become of the essence. Numbers are favourable towards OneWin. Looks like they want to go towards B, and once again, they'll realise nobody's home. Enterprise, a gamble stack. I mean, at this point, this game is done. Like, you know, mentally, Enterprise are just not here. They're completely checked out. It is done. Walking towards B, nobody's there. Probably a little bit puzzled as well. With 4 alive, absolutely nobody playing out towards the B side is a little while. Maybe, you know, in these sort of situations, you normally expect at least one just playing around CT, right? And if they get kind of smoked out or flashed out, they just dip away. But yeah, Enterprise, I don't know. It just feels like they've given up, if I'm being completely honest. They're not playing like a side who are here to win on Inferno. And this map 3 is going to be required.
Yeah, this has been a really weird, like, this has been definitely quite a weird end to Inferno.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have thought that, like, this was Enterprise map pick, and then you almost would say that same thing. Like, you wouldn't think that Mirage was OneWin's map pick. It's been a very bizarre series, and it's gonna. I'd be very surprised now if it doesn't go to a third map. If Enterprise pull this one out of the hat, especially with them maybe not all saving here. Okay, that's a saving grace. They can all survive. They, as in the 3 players that were trying to, so they will have at least a full buy going into potentially this final gun round.
Yeah, it's, I don't know, better than nothing, but yeah, like I said, I just don't really feel like this side are in it. They're just not in this game at all, Enterprise. They have completely fallen off. I mean, a complete collapse on this second half. CT side is next to non-existent. Definitely so many question marks we have to have about what's happened to Enterprise, and this could spill over towards that Ancients, absolutely. At the moment, OneWin look like tenfold the better side.
OneWin just playing this really slow CS, and it just Enterprise, I don't know, like they're just being caught off guard. Like, it's a very brutal style of Counter-Strike, very much battle of attrition. And OneWin, this is a nice change of pace. They're just kind of going straight towards the onside, popping through, but great counter utility from the city side. That's gonna give them the first opening frag. Oh, into the smoke goes Ryujin, but it's Hobbit who just gets a double spray down through the smoke. How has he lined that up so easily? OneWin now probably going to get 12. An AWP, no kit. So, no, 2 kits on the retake. Enterprise, are they really going to go for this?
Yeah, I don't know if we want to, fellas.
Another save, I think you should.
Looks like they're going to look in, exist for the first. Not the second, though. Hobbit will trade. And he doesn't fall off that angle either. He stays up there, so they might potentially, I'm going to say overlook it, but it won't be the case. Friend looking in. The Dark player hasn't made his move. Ryujin with the lineup. Both, and he will. Beautiful stuff. I mean, the AWP, a friend turns around, but thankfully it was the AWP, not a rifle, so there was no panic spray. That'll be another round going the way of OneWin. They're on track to see off a flawless half here.
And this retake, look, you have like Exist takes the first contact. Why is he going in before the rest of the team are ready? Like he gets flashed in, but like, you know, there's a CT smoke still up. So in the 3 versus 3, the AWP's flashing for you, but you're only utilizing one of the 2 riflers. And if Exist did actually have support from CT, he could have been traded, or even the trade wouldn't have been necessary onto the player that was boosted up on Dark. OneWin on this T side, they've been absolutely flawless. 12 rounds now for the CIS side, and Enterprise, they have to double their scoreline and equally go flawless if they want to go to overtime, if they want to close it out in 2, but I don't see that being the case.
I'm with you. Not with an MP9 in play. It asks a lot from Sobel, he's unfortunately done a bit of a slow game, but basically everybody's done a slow game over towards Enterprise. They look tilted. Like I said, checked out of this game, and that's a prime example of it. Latic, his head-to-head has just had the number of Friend, but everybody's had the number over towards OneWin. They are just looking great. Flash over. Bit of a spam, just get information, but no kill. Still, the numbers advantage for OneWin, and as we've seen with every teaser round, they're in no rush. They've got plenty of time. 40 seconds, that's a world of time for them.
Two-player split on either bomb site. Enterprise, no utility, no map control. So many signs are pointing towards a OneWin victory here. The time is the only issue. 15 seconds. Now, coming onto the A bomb site. Demo spots Hobbit off guard. He can now come through the moto smoke. 8 seconds. The trades, though, effective in favor of OneWin. 2 versus 2. Ryujin and Neelan will smoke off long, plant in the bomb site, and set up in their post plants. One towards graveyard, the other towards pit, and a lovely resmoke towards long. That's gonna negate Bajmi. Sobel has to be making this first move, but he's being held for, and he'll be eliminated. 2 kills come in the blink of an eye, and we're going
either. I mean, it has to be said that Enterprise completely fell apart. They were, what, like 5-1 up? Then it ends up 6-4 at the half. That was pretty bad in itself. And then they just get massacred in that second half. Didn't put up a single CT side round. That was woeful from Enterprise. A completely different side. But like I said, they checked out. They gave up. There's no question about it. We could all see it with our eyes. Enterprise, I think after the back of maybe even losing the lead in which they had in that first half, I think they already got tilted and mentally checked out then. And when they lost the first kind of few rounds in towards that C side, they gave up. They knew they were like, this is it. We're not in this game. And you can see all of them just flying in towards fights on their own. They weren't playing there to win. So I think with that level of tilt and how long they were sat in a really tough spot for them where mental just wasn't quite there. I think that's one of those things that can really leak in towards this map number 3, dude. I'm a little bit worried.
That was 12 rounds in a row for OneWin. It was a 6-1 lead for Enterprise, and they get absolutely owned. We go on to Ancient now, and not gonna lie, I think OneWin, the favorites, the team that we dubbed as winning it out in 2 and being a team that should be actually on the upper echelon of, like, you know, getting 3-0 or at a minimum going through into the summer stage of this YaLLa Compass. So not the they go into the YaLLa Compass summer. So that kind of like, it's like the Elisa type schedule where you have the contenders and then the main Swiss. So now we go on to a third map. I think this should be going in favor of OneWin. Enterprise, they had the opportunity to close out on 2 there. They've squandered their chance. Now let's see if they can maybe redeem themselves. They have a 10-minute break. Can they catch up? Can they build up themselves for some revitalization? We'll find out all of that after the break. And we go on to Ancient, and I think a lot of signs are pointing towards a 1-win victory here now.
I'd be very surprised, man. I just feel like 1-win are the only side actually in this game at the moment. What even happened at the end there to Enterprise? We were kind of talking about it, and we had a bit of a discussion. It really just feels like they completely mentally checked out. They just gave up, right? I feel like they lost that lead that they had in the first half, went in towards the second. More of the same started to happen where they weren't under any sort of control, and I think they just called it at the end of the day, and we're like, this is it, right? We're not going to have any sort of look in here. And unfortunately for us, we got to look at that and say, for Enterprise, can they actually overcome this interesting situation that they're in now, where mentally it feels like they're not in a good spot, right? And can they go in towards map number 3, which is a map that 1-win don't mind, right? And come in towards this and do more of the same? I don't know, if I'm being completely honest. Yeah, it's an awkward spot that we're in. It's safe to say, and I'm not looking too good now in terms of Enterprise. I feel like they might have lost their opportunity.
Yeah, I don't know. What happened on that CT side? Like, I just legitimately don't know what was going on. I think on Enterprise's T side, I'm not pinning it down on them. I think Ryujin and Neelan were doing great anchor work towards the A-bomb site, and I feel like they were just shutting down any presence. And like, look, when your pit player is actually performing at that level, I don't entirely blame the other side for not winning out. But then, yeah, on that CT side, like, what the hell is that? 1-win. We now go onto a map where they are also pretty comfortable on. They've played it a lot with their new team. There has been some varying results to be at the beginning, but look, like, in the last couple of days, beating TSM, Nexus, who cares about that? But Sashi, like, that's a pretty good result. Those are some pretty decent teams to be beating. And I'm pretty sure I was watching that Sashi game, and I remember it being like, 1-win just absolutely dumpstering them. So it fills me with a lot of hope.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you. Hopefully we're heading underway in towards this game as soon as and get things started here. But I think it's safe to say I'm not feeling too hopeful for Enterprise. But for 1-win, there's a lot to like. They came back alive, and even actually some of their individuals started to make a little bit more of a show. Doesn't sell you a lot heading in towards this one of Ancient. However, there's one thing to look at, which is on paper, statistically, it's a pretty good map for both of these two sides, so it should be seen as relatively even. So is Inferno. Inferno was meant to be seen as even. It may be even a little bit more favorable over towards Enterprise, and they let that one slip away. So who knows what this map's going to be like. We've kind of learned already that statistics and odds and all the rest aren't really telling the full story here. It's more about the vibes in the server, and so far the vibes have been very off towards Enterprise. So this worries us.
Latic is actually still someone, though, that I don't feel like has stepped up. He's someone that was still fairly absent from the performance that I know from him. And yeah, that's definitely something I'm still searching for. And this Ancient is a perfect, almost an endpoint for some reason. This Ancient is a great chance to show it, and well, there it is. The P250 domes exist, and now the B-bomb site completely free for the taking. Free real estate, and Enterprise are going to have to be retaking 4 players from CT spawn. A flash. That's about it.
Double spamming, but not getting anything with it. It's going to be a double long take, it seems, to try and start things on this retake. They're all coming from one side as well. It's good for the first, but they expect the second. Do they expect the backside player? The answer is no to both of those. Now, they started to figure them out. Swing is still good. Neelan doing great work, and he wants more. And Neelan combining with Buster to close out that site. 1-win, continue their reign of terror.
Hey, Neelan, like, you didn't have to do him that dirty, but I guess it just secures the round, and 1-win. I think this is setting up and foreshadowing what we're going to be observing on Ancient. I honestly think we could just be seeing an absolute steamrolling of a performance, and Enterprise, I think losing these pistols and losing these first gun rounds, like, that could just tip them over the edge, and we could see somewhat similar to to that second half of Inferno.
It's true. I think he's gonna go out and towards mid. That Mach 10 could get a decent amount of cash on hand if he starts to push round. I mean, it looks like they want to have a little testing towards Donuts. Should be a fight there. Should be a chase as well, but in fairness, Demo somehow gets out of there alive. I don't even know how, in all fairness. They both spam at each other, but it also will mean that the A side they're going to figure out soon is completely open.
I love on Ancient. I seem to see a variable of this like Astralis stack everywhere. I saw one for the first time actually. This was a new one for me over on NACS, of course. It was 4 players boosted like this in front of the donut pillar. So like at the entrance of donut. And similarly enough, actually, it didn't get any success.
Yeah.
I think it got 1 kill, but right now that was actually a really well dealt with anti-eco for 1 win.
Alrighty, 2-0 for 1 win. No really real complaints here at all. Now we get to see maybe what's on the other side. Can we potentially get Enterprise back up online? They've had as we know, a pretty bad run of things. Where they've just looked a little bit all over the place, Enterprise, for a long while now. More or less from the halfway point of map number 2. It's not going to start well. Latic for a double things up.
That's round over. Just really good opening kills. Latic in middle. 2 swift frags with the Mach 10, and Enterprise, you definitely got to start thinking that they are not feeling too great with this one. 1 win, first gun round going so easily, and you look at their purchases, and you're like, right, there was 2 Mach 10s, 2 Galils, and we won out that easily. Like,
yeah,
that is not a great showing if you are the Polish side.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So simple, isn't it? For 1 win, you can just see the confidence absolutely flowing through them. And now, we once again have to ask a hell of a lot of conversations about the CT side. You got an M4 and an MP9 saved. I don't really know if we're doing too much buying around. This is the awkward thing. So it might even just be those saved over and then not that much of an addition alongside them. So it's like, it is what it is, I guess. But a tough spot we find ourselves in currently is the main thing we're trying to drive home. I don't know how I'm feeling about this. I already feel like we could be very much on the back foot for Enterprise. It looks like it'll be a little bit of util, slight upgrades in terms of the pistols, but that'll be that. So it should really be a 4-0 start, 4-1 win. Credit to them. This side looks like, you know, boys versus men out there, right? 1 win are just absolutely decimating them.
Boys to men? But
yeah.
Latic is also, I mean, I'd love to know how many kills he has right now. Not going to be finding that one out. I think 3. Or like he got the P251 tap at the start and then a double entry that round. And he got one against the anti-eco, so like 4 maybe. But it's, I think though, like...
Well, he got 2 in that last round, didn't he?
Yeah, so I think 5 or 6.
I think, according to what I'm here, he's got 4. He's 4 and 2.
Okay. I like the point though being is that we're seeing a lot more energy and I guess a reason to be excited watching him in this map already than I think we've seen on the rest of this series. So that's very scary for Enterprise. Like if Latic is starting to heat up this AWP this early on, I'm not gonna be too happy with that if I'm a Polish fan.
I'm with you. Over towards the B site. They need to clear close left of Cobby. There's one there. That MP9 just get very active. Sobble will get his. No ability to upgrade. I don't really want the AWP trying to trade either. Of all the guns to trade, that's not the one I personally look towards because he will struggle. Molotov going to come down. He's looking to continue fighting. Yeah, bomb spill forward. Sobble's tucked himself in. Oh, I don't like when the AWP's fighting against the the MP9 like that, and that's the round. Latic and Hobbit will save. They're the rounds that are super unforgivable. You guys aren't Na'Vi. You can't go for these super late round things consistently and just expect them to work. That was rough.
Yeah, like that round, okay, so I think the plan was for OneWin to throw utility towards B and then like kind of drag the rotations and then go Heaven and then go to Donut. However, the issue is that they actually found all the space on the B bomb site absolutely for free. So you see them start to go, actually, wait, why don't we just go B? But then the issue is their plan did work. Like they dragged rotations. There was 3 players short and long. So the player on B actually eventually gets killed. And then also Soulball, I mean, I guess he's the MVP. He's the man of the hour. He's the player with the MP9 in close K. They never clear him. And when they try redirect themselves back towards the B bomb site, they walk into his lair and he just decimates all of them. OneWin, a fairly unforgivable round, as you said, and honestly, just quite a tragic T-side call.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. And the thing is, OneWin, I don't mind for the most part when they like to play things slow, but you can see they play things slow and then they have just 0 end game and it just falls apart. And that's where it's a little rough. I don't mind it if you're saying, okay, sure, we're going to slow things down. But, this is where we want to finish. We want to, finish over towards the B site, and we're going to go here just under the 30-second mark and try and overwhelm them. Sure, but that wasn't the case. One fights with the MP9. Sure, they fall. Whatever. The AWP doesn't want to trade, which I think is the good decision, because an AWP's normally going to lose that fight anyway. So they wait for a rifle to rotate back over, and then the rifle just falls immediately, and then the AWP's too far away to even be able to attempt to trade. Weird. Doesn't work out well. It's not going to start out well towards this one. Sobble for a double.
Are we really going to see like a OneWin fumble? Like, is this the start of something? Is this the start of something more? Like, this series is one of the most painstaking games of just like slow Counter-Strike, and neither team seemingly like working out their exact game plan. Like that second half of Inferno was cinema. OneWin play it to legit perfection, and they played kind of after the first 7 rounds of Inferno. It was all clinical, but now we're seemingly going back to what we saw on Mirage, of it being like really scrappy, both sides whittling down the clock, but also doing so unsuccessfully. And with 40 seconds left, OneWin, they're just stuck in middle. They're caged in. Bombs going towards Donut. I guess that's going to be the end goal. However, with them splitting up in 20 seconds in a 3 versus 5, like what are they trying to achieve there? I guess they're trying to achieve this. Exactly. Rotations being pulled, but exist. Lovely re-aggression. 15 seconds, round's over.
Yeah, it is. Again, simple thing where they just don't give themselves enough time to work with. They might even fall here at the end too. They're looking still like they were going to fight for a second, but Enterprise could give it another round. A double opener, and OneWin just fall apart. They have no idea where we go from here. It's happened before, and it happens again in this instance. They have this sort of idea, it falls apart, and then the mid to late round just is non-existent. Tough, to say the least. And it will be now only a 1-round game where for OneWin, they have a bye, sure, but long term, not a lot to work with because of these saves that are coming through. So this is definitely be a little bit more awkward.
Okay, OneWin. No messing about. No squabbling in middle. They're gonna go towards A, but quite slowly. They're gonna throw the early utility, and okay, they're making sure they can clear their corners. They get the utility down now. However, friend, there's no flashbangs to deal with him.
All right.
What was the plan there?
Yeah, again, feels a little weird, right? That they have an idea on a spawn. If it doesn't immediately go perfectly, then their reaction off the back of it is sort of awkward. Now going back towards elbow, friend, be careful. Oh, yeah, friend will get caught. There's a bit of support here, however, but it's not going to go well. Exist gets caught himself. swinging in towards Ryujin. Not what you want to see. And Latte just stays here posted with the AWP. Waits for his opportunity, and they come. I mean, in a bit of an open angle. Could have got 2 there, but he can't. It's all down to Sobble. 2, but they're both tagged, so not exactly impossible, but he's now tagged himself and dead to the hands of Latic. 1 win. Bit of a scare, but they will get that 4th over the line.
Man, like, how have they won that round? Like, what was... I'm so confused at why they don't, like... So that... were they faking A to try and have a reaction on the other side of the map? And I guess they then retreat and then go back towards A. Sure. A tactical pause being called, because I think there was definitely a mistake somewhere there. There was definitely a breakdown somewhere in that. And 1 win. They're going to maintain a 2-round advantage. But Enterprise, because of 2 rounds in a row, they're going to have the purchase. So they're going to keep the pressure applied. I really don't think we're going to see a 1 win running away with this. I think we're going to have a back and forth lengthy map 3 now.
Yeah. This really does feel like a super... Well, one of those games that's just not going to make too much sense. For now. And it's back and forth affair. I think 1 win wouldn't mind it too much as long as it is back and forth, because it's still going to keep this lead. So then that's the small positive. That could lead to the likes of... maybe even getting towards potentially like an 8-4. But any sort of lead you take on the T-side of Ancient heading in towards the second half, I think is generally seen as a positive. It can end at the bare minimum 7-5. 1 win, no complaints.
Back to our slow-paced Counter-Strike, waiting out the early utility. One benefit we're going to have in the next game, Mr. Neokai, is that, oh, for sure, it's not going to be a slow game.
That's true.
Oh, for sure. Neofrag versus 1 Flatro. We're going to be 10 seconds into each round fighting duels in middle. Things you kind of love to see. But I think there will be an absence of 1 player. I wonder who.
True. Yeah, we'll touch on that closer to the time, but it's worth sticking around for. Wait. This round, as usual, as expected, slow. Not a huge amount to work with. Needing creeping his way forward. He's waiting for a swing. Smoke coming towards Shaw. He gets popped out as well. Spots 1, drops 1. Good work. You know, another's in towards backside as well, and he will also fall to the same hands. Neelan, good work.
Oh, okay. Buster just fantastic lurking out middle as well. He just catches 2 players off guard. And that's something we saw 1 win utilize a lot over on Mirage on their T side was the lurks. Oh, okay. They just don't clear long. And Friend is a little bit like, what do I do? Like, they've all just run past me and I've got the worst weapon for it. Tries to like get a collat or whatever. But yeah, 1 win, they get 5. And Enterprise, they actually get reset. They have no money now.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it isn't going to be this messy back and forth because 1 win actually pulling ahead now on the T side.
I think for now, right, it should obviously be that 6, which is already good. Like I said, to get 7 or more, I'm pretty happy. No complaints at all. I think for Enterprises, they still just feel, for the most part, checked out in this game, a little bit uncomfortable with what we've seen. A couple of Eagles, maybe, could be potentially something to work with, but if we're being completely honest, it does feel slightly unlikely. Moving forward. Learn. We'll get his on towards Sobble. His friend falls. He's looking for more. Neelan, double entry. Nice work from him. These last 2 rounds. That will be the round itself. However, Latte could actually potentially fall here.
Never mind. Of course he doesn't fall.
Second he might not expect, maybe. Oh, he tags.
Okay. Good awareness. Yeah, he's really starting to get alive a little bit more on this server. and he's been pretty consistent so far in Ancient. A very important gun round for Enterprise. This is one that needs to stem the bleeding. And if not, then yeah, I was definitely wrong about it being a close affair. I think if this is one win, do just run away, and that's kind of was our expectation at the very beginning. It was just close at the beginning after those first few rounds, and it made us believe. However, a change of pace. This is exactly what the Doctor ordered. 3 players towards middle, a bomb site vacant, 1 win. There's no messing around in this round. Instantly onto the bomb site, and there's no one there to greet them.
Molotov will force friend away. A little scrappy there. I've got the sight and the bomb down. Already a positive. Oh, and a leg as well. Flash to come over to slow them down. It does do decent work at just forcing Enterprise to pump the brakes. They're pulling away, but is that a say? Yeah, looks like they should have called it off. Full 5, just
oh my God,
going for that save. That's rough, man. Inside, they've got to be feeling awful right now. We probably need to see another attack pause come through from Enterprise, because they cannot allow really that many more from 1 win. This is really tough.
Just a free round from 1 win. And I think the reason why the save was called was because, we have 1 win, no messing about. Just straight gas towards A. What that means, they also have loads of spare utility. Like, they had 2 extra smokes to replenish both Donut and CT. So, you had, those smokes fading with about 10 seconds left on the for the defuse to come in, right? And 1 win, they also then had another Molotov on Hobbit. The flashbangs were just making it so the CT players weren't able to safely get onto the site. And 1 win, 7-2, just gifted a freebie. Enterprise, they will be back on the full utility and the full rifles because of their 5-man save. And it's going to be another play with 3 players towards middle.
See us going very aggro towards elbow alongside friend, but I spot nobody there. Demo. It should be that solo hold towards A. He's about to be tested, it seems. Big thing of A, of course, is as you push out, your shadows betray you. Right, util won't make a difference. Flash pops up. One behind him as well, Demo. Molotov will spread it towards him, force him in towards a fight, but they actually let him get out. They let him escape, and he drops a Molotov too. Weird one, as they allow him to stay alive, and they easily could have dropped him, falling away. Smoke towards CT. He let it open. A lot of util being used on this XC, but they still haven't actually taken a fight.
Oh, there it is. Enterprise attempt to take the fight 2-1 win, but with no utility. There's no flashbang over the top. It's just trying to push in dry and utilize the buddy system. But 1 win are there, primed to dispatch with them. Sobel catches off 1 player in T-Spawn. However, that's the first frag in the round for Enterprise. 1 win. They're going to find 8 pretty easily, and they're not going to allow for 5 players to save like the previous.
All right. This is pretty awful for Enterprise, the spot that they find themselves in. We're at the moment feeling too hopeful for an Enterprise side who, realistically, from the halfway point of map number 2 onwards, maybe even before that, completely checked out, and they still haven't checked back in. Seems to be the awkward spot. You're saved, right? You get 2 M4s kept alive. It's better than nothing. Ryujin. Oh, he didn't need to peek there, Sobel. Unnecessary. Ryujin gets one gifted over. Well. 8-2. Look at the streaks out from 1 win as well. How Enterprise is still yet to show us anything. In towards this CT side. And on Ancient, which is a map at one point which was the most CT side map in the pool. It's not a good look.
Opening kill for Exist? I was prepping to say Hobbit. But no. Latic, unable to hit the snappy flick shot. So Enterprise, 2-man advantage. Would you look at that? They only save 1 rifle, but with a repurchase in this round, they're looking decent. 1 win.
First time in ages as well, that must be said.
first time since what though? Like round 4.
There's 2 rounds in a row. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that was shockingly easy for Enterprise. They legitimately just play a default and get given opening kills.
Yeah, can't complain, really, can you? This one's done. 1v5. Bust, I have faith in you occasionally, but not this time, fella. I'm sorry. This should be the half ending with, at the very least, Enterprise getting that third, which is maybe a bit of a sigh of relief, but any kills will make it expensive. Final round of the half coming up, and at this 8-3, if Enterprise get a 4th, all right, maybe something to work with, but where we put ourselves now, it still is Enterprise going to be playing catch-up for a hell of a long time before they can even get to a point. I'm feeling pretty confident, pretty comfortable. Let's see, though. 8-3. Final round of this half, and of course, no issues reinvesting in 4-1, and plenty of money they've had off the back of these hot streaks they've had all the way throughout this T-side.
Enterprise have been getting pretty good mid control in some of these last few rounds. They have been using a lot of resources to do so. Friend also over towards the A bomb site with the York. He started B last round, starting A this round. He's actually got the correct read. He just needs to hold his angle, and one win, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they have an absence of utility to get through those first early stages in A main, because the AWP has never really played here and no one's really played close. But actually, it's going to be the opposite. It's going to be quite a lot of utility, but a very nice smoke from Friend will just stop them momentarily. And one win. Surely they don't just go through this, right? No, okay, they won't. And the bomb, it actually never committed. I think the whole plan was there to feign some contact, and then maybe go back towards B, where you have Ryujin. Instead, they're going to find towards middle. Demo in jungle, gets out of dodge, not spotted, but now behind a smoke. Spam. Oh, Buster falls. Sobel just swings out as well. It's a man advantage. Ryujin spotted towards B doors. Bomb now maneuvering its way towards the A bomb site. Ryujin is not going to be in action whatsoever. It's going to be, let's say, a 2 versus 2 on the A side. But Neelan, great Molotov and great hold for that re-aggression. And the bomb being planted, it should be a 9th, and they are going to make it work.
Yeah, lovely. Lovely stuff at the end. Now, in a similar sort of vein, no complaints at all, where potentially we can start to see where things slot itself into place for one win to see off this series. And it has to be deservedly so. It's a side who, for the most part, have been in complete control of this map number 3, and makes you wonder what happened, really, towards Enterprise. We talked about them checking out and all the rest, but the fact that there was never really ever too much of a look back in is actually the real damning thing. And maybe it's more a case of just one win where it's a sleep map number 1, and they finally got to a point of playing the way they should. I'll take.
Look how close they are.
Yeah.
Not anticipated whatsoever. It's an interesting round for one win. Maybe if they just stayed on A, it would have worked out better for them. But with how fast they were in Donut, it completely catches them off guard. Exist now in a 1 versus 3. Bomb is ticking. There is a kit. And with the smoke, not even necessary to be fair, Buster finds the final frag, and yeah, one win. They were just so fast in Donut, it completely catches off the poles. Double digits now found.
Yeah, it's done. It really does feel like it's done here, if we're being completely honest. This is a side, unfortunately, just never really offered up all too much. 10-3 scoreline. I'm really feeling like this one is done and dusted. We are going to see a 4 spy out for Enterprise. We're also going to see attack balls be taken by one win. For them, the conversation, you win this, it does feel like maybe already seeing the beginning of the end of this series. Credit, though, honestly. What a showing from a side who have been absolutely flying all the way throughout this, last 2 maps of this series. The first one was a bit of a hiccup and definitely left us with a lot of question marks. But, man, since then, still looked absolutely great. And for Enterprise have completely fallen off a cliff. This force spike could be for everything, though. Lose this and one we can get all the way up towards the likes of a 12th. I mean, that map series point feels done.
I mean, Hobbit's had such a consistent series. Like, he's actually been someone that's always been there for one win. And the theme definitely remains here on the 3rd map. Fast play in middle, trying to emulate what Latic was able to do with the Mach 10 over in the first gun round on their T side. 1-for-1 trade, not quite the same level of success, but still workable. Demo feigns presence towards Red Room. They know that there's a MP9 in Donut. Reaggression though from one win, 2 players. Pushing through. Caught off guard. No way they come out on top Enterprise. Okay, yeah. They win out those duels. 3 versus 2. Bomb can be picked up and one win now. Kind of sporadic. They've gambled away from the B-bomb site, and that's where Sobol is just walking up now.
That's fine. On towards Neelan. At least all down to 1. Ryujin, unfortunately, I don't really think this one's getting off the ground for him. Just a little bit too much to ask for. And now on the other side too, where maybe, just maybe, Enterprise can start spiraling a little positively. They found a force spy here with 3 kept alive. They can buy in towards the next on the back of the bomb plant where we can't really do... I mean, we should see a force spy for one win, but we won't see too much in terms of rifles brought through for them. So maybe Enterprise can make this T-side start to spiral somewhat positively and get in towards this, but it still will take a lot. I mean, I would need to see Enterprise get towards like 10-8 to maybe even entertain the conversation of tying this game up or maybe even being in for a chance of taking this Ancient. That's how much they're going to need to spiral positively.
A series that keeps on giving. You thought the fun had stopped? No sirree. 10-4. It's a long way. Could be the start of something great for Enterprise. We were thinking that would be the case at the beginning when they won 2 rounds in a row and it looked pretty clean. And since then, it hasn't quite lived up to that manner. But they have a great opportunity because, look, you win the pistol round and then lose the second round inside, you have no money. And this time, exist in middle. Actually, only just won again. What? How does friend die?
Okay.
Hobbit, that is dastardly with the 5-7. Man advantage now for one win. And, badged me, spotted off guard. Neelan could actually just... Wait. Okay, that was a free frag.
Okay. Latic. Oh, he's going to get one of his. Surely not another. But we're still to 1 versus 2. And one win could be on for something. Who knows? Maybe, just maybe. I mean, Demo's got to dig deeper in the 1 versus 2. He has no information to go off. Spotted. Single peak. Tag coming through. Second of asking Hobbit. We'll see it off. And again, a round which we really shouldn't be losing. Tough for Enterprise. Is going to put them right back to square one, where the money is going to be cooked. I mean, if they're going to force by here, they're bringing like Tech 9's half armor, maybe Mach 10 to the table. I don't know if we're going for it.
I mean, that was maybe the best possible round for one win to ever have. The USP not only baits in Neelan for frag, but gets one himself. And in middle, they win out their duels. Enterprise, they go for this fast place early, set up towards middle, and it does not work out in their favor whatsoever. Now, the Poles taking mid control, going back towards A. However, with maybe lack of presence being now identified in middle, Buster has turned his attention towards A main. He's a full belt of utility, but this contact play could just catch him off guard. He's not going to be able to use that util, and he instantly drops. That's a massive opening kill for Demo. Hobbit just has survived, but they are hunting him down. Tries to play with the utility, and that might be his downfall. Man advantage still maintained for Enterprise. Utility blocking off one win, but it doesn't seem to affect Latic. Back to a 3 versus 3. Bomb should be planted. They're going to have to respect that. It's going to be a 3-man retake from CT.
Yeah. This is not easy. Sobble. Holding for an A main flank. It's not going to come. Just waiting for that smoke to fade a little bit. Speaking of a smoke, one will come over towards main itself. Selling part of the ruse. Demo on towards the headshot angle. Taps away for one. Looks for a second, which he'll get. And by me sees off the last. Enterprise stay afloat. Oh my, for a moment it got a little bit worrying. But thankfully, it does start to showcase where Enterprise have these little moments in the back pocket and maybe have a little life left in them still.
I actually really like that angle that Demo played. I feel like it doesn't get played enough, but it's just such a good headshot angle where if they're swinging out Temple or CT, like, you have such a severe advantage. And a really nice post plant being played by Enterprise. Honestly, a really nice round. That was kind of the perfect call. Demo dropped with all the util and exists. This time with the Mac-10 in middle. Doesn't just get one and die. He finally finds that multi-frag he's been yearning for. And it's taken him a while, but there we go.
By me. Moving up. You'll realise soon there's no one here because they're actually rotated off. And actually, the one guy who was here, Needle, is probably about to be caught. Or it's too soon. His 5-7 catches exist. It's a simple round. It will be seen off in a second, but it is one of those where any exit kills would be nice for one win. If they can maybe get an upgrade of a rifle, they'll take that every day of the week. And there is a potential because Friend is sticking around to fight a little bit.
Oh, this is if the shots land, this could be scary, but shots do not land for the CD side. Ryujin baited in. Oh, no way. It's a 2 versus 1. Demo finds the first, knows about Neelan behind the smoke. They play a perfect crossfire, and Neelan just runs through as the tap comes in. 1 win. How have you snatched that away? How have you won out that round? How is 1 win on 12 right now?
Never, ever should that round be taken. Enterprise have gifted it to them. A completely barren B site. And all it was one CT smoke over there that drew the attention. And a Mac-10 will see it off at the end. That is damning to lose for Enterprise. Map and series 0.1 win. A grueling marathon of a series. It looks like it's just about to be taken. 1 win after what has been a very scrappy one, but for the most part, like we said, since the second half of that map number 1, only one team actually in it.
I mean, that 1 round is just the pinnacle of what I guess this series has been after those first few rounds on Inferno. 1 win, a 2 versus 4 they win there, dude. Like, it's just the perfect crossfire from Ryujin and Neelan. Like, they don't expect either, and they just take the opportunity when it arises. Demo, though, I must say, he's been somewhat of the more impressive player for Enterprise, and he's looking to steamroll onto this bomb site. Latic, a multi-frag there could have been the series in the palm of his hand, but instead, it's going to have to be a 2 versus 3 retake. Now just a 1 versus 3. Neelan, he's being backstabbed as well. The espionage about to initiate. The MP9 strikes Enterprise. They stay alive. Yeah.
Sigh of relief, but it just needs to be flawless for so many rounds that it just feels completely impossible, if we're being honest, right? From a side who have not offered us up a lot. Enough to see. Of course, this is only our first best of 3 in the day. We've got another one coming up a little bit just after, more or less.
Straight away,
Actually,
actually,
slightly delayed, yeah, because of how long this series has gone. But it might have to be extended a little bit longer, of course, as OneWin do not have any money here. So unfortunately, it will just be a bit of a freebie over towards Enterprise, especially now they're running towards the B site and nobody's there.
I actually can't believe OneWin won that round. Like, it's...
Yeah.
Yeah. A rough one still. Okay, 7-12. I need to get 5 rounds in a row. That makes it overtime. Wouldn't be surprised if OneWin go for another low buy here. They went for a full eco in the last, and you can see how weird the money is right now. And yeah, they're gonna go for a low buy, but still actually a weird level of investment where if those SMGs don't get kills, they're not gonna have a full buy in the next. It's only 2,400 loss bonus, so OneWin. Like, I like the idea, but the execution of it is actually quite poor.
True.
And yeah, Neelan now does simply not have enough money for a full buy in the next round, and neither will Ryujin. Okay, that's weird.
Spam. Do that smoke, Hobbit will fall. Oh, good work. He's opening first fight, and of course, all that down to 2 now. Ain't that just 1 in just a moment? Bimey will get his. Nice and easy. And that'll be that.
8 rounds for Enterprise. Slowly making their way up, closing the gap.
Yeah, something here.
Little by little, one step at a time. And, not gonna lie, I feel like OneWin have maybe somewhat gifted them this next gun round. Because, what, 2,400? Neelan's gonna have 3.9, same as Ryujin. Hobbit's gonna have 4.1, 4.2. That's not enough for A1S in utility. That's barely enough for A1S in armor. So, it's gonna be a fairly uninspired CT side buy. Full eco would have just been, or like a 5.7 armor for these guys who play SMG would have been a way better purchase if you had the mentality that you're just going to go on a double eco and you're going to really save. You know, you've got the rounds to play with. Don't force the issue. Well, that's a round where they force the issue a little bit too much. However, knowing me and knowing this game, Enterprise is going to lose the next round, even though it's going to be like SMGs and all that jazz.
Yeah, not bad.
Bro, demo's ripped.
At least for now. Now look at this. So Enterprise up. Keeping the conversation alive here. I do wonder, though, for OneWin. Now we're back into a buy. It's a double MP9. How are they going to change things up? Are we going to see them get a little bit more active? I feel like we probably need to. The double MP9's got to really get proactive to make them worthwhile. Or the other side is kind of stack up alongside a rifle and be a bit of a bait and switch. But it's definitely been a good run. Enterprise, no two ways about that. Neelan close in cave here. Cells the Ruse are falling away. However, pressure on towards Ryujin. MP9 4-1. Nearly a second in all fairness. Gets close. But Demo doubles down. That's huge.
Friend picks off the rotation, and honestly, Demo has been like a bat out of hell in some of these past few rounds. Like, he has been running onto the bomb sites, getting very assertive entry frags, and just there's another one right there on the locket for Enterprise. Like, that is Demo just kind of winning it out again. And Enterprise, they go to 9. It's the SMGs not being able to withstand the poppy executes. Enterprise with a really good change of pace in these last few rounds of, well, being capitalizing on OneWin's incompetency to hold these bomb sites. And you just start to beg the question, if Enterprise hadn't lost that low by round, would it be a different story? And what a hunt from Exist.
Yeah. Okay. Really where we're at now, this is such an uncomfortable spot. At a 12-9, game's absolutely on, because I mean the 10th is sort of given here with a little bit of a lesser buy coming through, and then we have to look on the other side and say, now things are getting a little awkward. So maybe a bit of trouble on the horizons for OneWin. This game still feels like it might have a bit of legs left in it. Potentially, honestly, even overtime too, with how these two sides are playing, because OneWin have kind of dropped off quite inherently. Enterprise It's taken them a while, but they're finally alive.
Ooh, overtime. Yeah, we're venturing towards that now. Ooh, Buster might catch off Demo, actually. Demo seems very aware. No, okay, all good. Bomb can be picked up and they know Ryujin's towards B. Not wanting to make it at all scary against these pistols. Double digits been found. There is still life yet in Enterprise, and they've kind of racked up the momentum. There's one more gun round. Sorry, yeah, like Enterprise have just won like, what, 5 rounds in a row? And they've had like one iffy gun round against them. And that's not because of like, CT side economy. That's because of OneWin's just economical management. But right now, we have the Orb Alpha Latic, we have a full purchase. This is where OneWin need to shut this down.
Yeah, it's now or never. I really feel like you lose this, and that's where things are going to become pretty uncomfortable. That's where maybe we actually do look at the overtime. Awkward spot. We're currently in. On the other side too. Enterprise, they're spiraling very, very well. The only issue is, though, it's all well and good getting these consistent rounds in a row and finding all this form, but one mistake, you're done. Demo. Go have a look over towards A, and that's where the bomb's heading to. Still, where we're at the moment. Very tentative in this early part. Enterprise don't want to overplay their cards.
Unfortunately, going to B here could be the worst play. You've got full mid control for Enterprise. This is the part of the map you need to abuse. You need to maybe try and get someone in red room, put a bit of pressure on Donut, like make it uncomfortable for OneWin. And Hobbit, he missed like, there was a weird timing of him and Buster like trading places. So now, yeah, mid, out of control completely for the OneWin side. Now we're going to see reaction. I was about to say, I'm surprised they haven't moved just yet. So we're going to have Ryujin and Latic, but now they've got to be careful because the B-bomb has also been lost. Sopal just spams Neelan. Orps coming head to head. Friend succeeds. Ryujin trades. Exists on the other side. A well-placed microphone hears all of this, and the bomb, it's going towards A. Exist, using himself as a late lurk. Spots Ryujin. But Buster, wait, how has Buster got into red room when Exist is in red room? 25 seconds, they know where both CT players are. Hobbit being pinched on this A-bomb site. Exist goes too early. The players in A main were still mollowed out. Hobbit, the man we know, can perform at this caliber. Clutches it up for his team, allows for Ryujin to rotate in, and it's 13 that has been found for OneWin. They go 2-1 in the Compass main Swiss summer.
Enterprise got back in towards that game briefly, but all that matters is that we see a win taken by OneWin. Enterprise now find themselves 1-2, which is damning. They're on the brink of being eliminated and not making it towards the next stage, which never sort of something I really expected. But OneWin, they should always be in consideration for the next stage. Aside of their caliber, with players of their caliber, it never should really even be a doubt.
Yeah, like I'm looking at kind of the game against Eklot, like that was a kind of one of those big fumbles, right? Where they won map 1 and then just got owned. Yeah, like that's a big issue right there. And it might be interesting to talk to Neelan. I think if we're still talking to him, to be like, hey, like what went wrong against Eklot, and then also like what went wrong today against Enterprise. But I think the interview's actually ready, so we're gonna pretty much jump straight into it, if I'm not mistaken. We're with Neelan. Hey man,
hello.
Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you're doing well. We won't keep you for too long. That was a very long best of 3, so we'll let you go soon. We can ask you a few questions. Firstly, what are your thoughts coming out of that game? Because that might have been a lot closer than you would have wanted.
I think on the first map we didn't walk up at the first half, and that was a little bit shaky because of that, and we lost that. But in Inferno, Our coach said we need to wake up, so we woke up, and we won the second map. Yeah.
Fair enough. Talk to me about the team. Obviously, you know, you guys been making some changes recently, and you're now starting to find that consistent form. What's it like for you as well, who, you know, you've played on quite a few teams over the last kind of couple of years, you know, back with players that you know, right, speaking your native tongue, and of course, grinding out online officials again. What's it like kind of being back in your sort of bread and butter?
I mean, it feels good to talk in native language because it's like we have more communication, you know, like saying all this like small stuff. So it's helping for sure. But of course, we are a new team and we still are working and searching for our game, you know. So I think we are close to that.
Awesome. I just want to talk about Ryujin for a second because he's definitely the one of the more inexperienced players on your roster. What's the development been like for him?
For sure, he's inexperienced and he needs to learn a lot and he needs to work a lot. So he's doing it and he's making the progression slowly, but he's doing it.
Fair enough. Last question, just to ask as well. Of course, heading in towards the next few months for you guys. Close qualifier RMR. How are we feeling? Excited, etc., etc. How are we feeling for that one?
No expectations. We are practicing like 24/7, and we're gonna just try our best. Of course, we want to qualify for the RMR and then for the major, but we also like understanding that we are a new team and we did a roster change and we are like changing game a little bit sometimes. So no expectation. Gonna try our best.
Fair enough, Juan. Well, best of luck. Well, like we said, we wouldn't keep you too long. Thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Love to see it. Always good to speak to them as well, especially off the back of what was a bit of a grueling best of three. But that being said, we are done here with our first game, and now getting ready to head in towards our second. It's a bit of a banger as well. You don't kind of want to miss this one. We've got Daniel Eklot taken on into the breach. While that one was a bit of a long game, this is all the makings of being a very quick game. It could be quite puggy, very aggressive, very random. So let's take a look and see. We're going to head to a break. We'll see you soon.
On to this next game, and it's the battle of stand-ins, because also I'm noticing that something that I don't think we'd so YaLLa will also be using Era as a substitute instead of Detour, so we've got another substitute coming in for already Nearthraga seemed to permanently replace Blips now, maybe.
Yeah, this team is sort of all over the place, right? In all fairness, Era's actually a very talented guy, right? It's always something that I've kind of enjoyed watching. I feel like I've been watching him since, maybe even back in like the old Gamer Legion days. It's probably one of the first times I saw him. But yeah, generally, a talented dude. I like watching him in the server. Very, very good at kind of finding space. And also kind of be one of those players who can sort of pop off and make a real difference. So I'm interested to see what he can do in...
It's a weird one, though.
Yeah, what is like a really loose system. That's the issue, right? It's like when he's probably just going to be designated an area or a position, and they're just going to say, kind of best of luck. Teamwork and synergy is going to be very kind of...
That's a weird one, is he's an AWPer.
Yes, exactly.
You've got currently 2 AWPers on the server. And honestly, I think that's what's going to be. This is going to be a bigger. This is going to be some game. Man, this is going to be chaos. This game, there's no two ways about it. Also, Nearfrag, since when was he a 0.96 rated player? He's obviously been through the mill of things, and there's definitely a conjunction between him and the rest of these players, because they played together on the Czech Republic team that qualified for ISF, and now he's come on to YaLLa, and he hasn't been playing that well. He's actually been playing, if anything, quite poorly. People are gonna have to study the drop off of this man, I swear.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's, I don't know. It's a weird spot that we're in. I think both of these sides have definitely had a hell of a lot of problems, right? I think we're painting what seems like quite a bleak picture, but at the same time, what we are painting... Yeah, it is a bleak picture. Both of them are in roster turmoil. It's not a good time to be in roster turmoil as well. Obviously, teams can't really make changes at the moment, just because obviously you've got the RMRs around the corner, so you can't get the premium players. It's an awkward spot that we currently find ourselves in. Let's run through the Vita, though. As we get this one underway. Nuke going to be banned out. That was sort of expected. I'm assuming this map one's going to be that Mirage coming through. I feel like that's a map which ITV have been enjoying at the moment. For them, feels like a pretty good pick. The map off the back of it for YaLLa, one that definitely can ban. It's kind of really to punish Isla Anubis. It's not a great map over towards ITB. It's definitely one they've struggled on. And then heading in towards the final few, there's a few different ways you could lean. The only way I would normally say, potentially, if you wanted to make an even map, would be Inferno. So that might leave Dust 2, potentially, as that third.
That's a weird one for Into the Breach. They've only played Dust 2 twice, once against Infinite, which they won, and like, who cares? And then they lost to Zero Tenacity, which is probably the more like notable result to have. This is a weird veto that I'm really not sure favors Into the Breach whatsoever. Their Anubis is such a bizarre one, because like, you know, their first 3 games on Anubis, a win against TSM, overtime loss against Monty, who are great on Anubis, and then a win on against One Win. You're looking at that and you're like, okay, Anubis is going to be one of their best maps. And then they proceed to lose to Zero Tenacity, Johnny Speeds, Metasport, like quite drastically some of those losses. So Anubis has turned out to be quite of a fickle mistress for the ITB side. And then Mirage, I guess, is like the map that we expect them to do well on. So I wouldn't be surprised if this goes to a third map with ITB winning map 1 and then YaLLa actually winning the next 2. But you know, like on that first game, our predictions flew out the window. I don't think we could ever have predicted what happened there. So I actually think this game's going to be probably even more crazy.
Yeah, I think the difference, though, thankfully, in a weird way, is, you know, if we're being completely frank, from a viewing perspective, that previous game was pretty boring, right?
Yeah.
Let's not lie here. We're all honest. We love our Counter-Strike, and we like good Counter-Strike. It wasn't good Counter-Strike. It was very chaotic. It was hectic. It was poorly played. A lot of mistakes came through, and ended up being actually just a really grueling best 3, not only for us to watch, but also, I guess, for the players to play. It's such long rounds, sort of for no reason. The difference is, getting in towards this game, you're sort of expecting the exact opposite. Into the Breach, you're going to play this super chaotic style of play, right? You know, I tweeted about this when the ITB side came together. Like, I don't think the side's actually going to win a lot, but you can't really deny that it's not going to be entertaining, right? Like, this is the expectation for Into the Breach. And they've, you know, honestly, they've openly admitted that is sort of the vibe they're going for, right? They're not going to win a lot because the team, they can't. They actually can't compete in terms of maybe the strategic side of things. They've got some of these individuals, but what we will see is entertainment. That's a guarantee with Into the Breach. And now that Dano and YaLLa are down to what is 3 core players and 2 stand-ins, they're also probably in a similar spot where it's like, well, what have we got to lose here?
Gonna be quick, man. This is gonna be such a long game. It's gonna be exciting. I'm actually so gassed for this game. This is gonna be so much fun to watch. We've got 3 stand-ins. I don't know if you can count here for regular standings. I'm pretty sure they actually do want to play with him. There's just the ramifications of, you know, the RMR close qualifier. I don't know exactly how it works, but there's a world that they might not be able to play with him. But Mbik on the back of the bomb site alongside Era, and ooh, not a great start for the Swedish stand-in. He instantly gets gooshed, but Mbik, good double. Forzy can't get anything good with the rotation, and it looks like Into the Breach, they're going to be taking a man advantage in this post plant. Korea has a neo frag. Bro, what is it with shirtless gaming today?
Yeah. It's hot, man. It's still hot in England. It's actually, it says to me here, I'm in London, it says 25, but it's just so muggy. So it might be the same there, where it's just like that.
Korea's is like North Sweden.
Yeah, maybe they're getting better heat up there. Who knows? But Smooya, we'll get his Korea seen off. ITB start well. First one on the board for them. Couple stay alive at the end. And at the very least, now something to work with for them. I don't really expect to see too much of a force by coming through, but you never really know what to expect from Dano and YaLLa. ITB, bomb plant, round 1. This should be a bit of a given of a 2-0 start.
By the way, so I think Detour has internet issues. So there is a world we actually see him come back for, say, like map 2 or 3.
Okay.
Just kind of throwing that one out there real quick. You know, do with that what you will. Because we have seen, like, that's obviously just, you know, logical thinking dictates that could be the case.
Yeah.
Also, you know how they've been having this like Q&A of like, what would you be if you weren't a CS player? Bro, Curiaz would be a cook. That man can chef up a mean meal. And he spent some time in China as well, so he's got that cuisine as well in him.
Yeah, sure. There's a big flank coming through. Maybe these pistols might get a little bit of something at the end. And we're going to join up with them through under. Nobody here, so exit frags could be the play, but at the same time, this could get a little scrappy. Could be a bit of a bloodbath here. There's a lot of players ready to fight. ITV, unfortunately, then they're exiting out the wrong way. Mr. Lark, Era, he naded, holding in below. Kriaz and Era finding kills. AK's picked up one flat stroke. Going to try for some of his own, but he's now going to be kept here too. He could be falling in the same vein. Right. Everybody dies towards ITB in a round that they win on a full buy against an eco. This sums up how this game's going to go.
Okay, Kriaz. That's a nice little 3k. That's a lot of damage. He can drop over. Did he just drop the AWP to Forzy?
I think
so. Yeah, he got a boatload there. Does come at the cost of some of his util. It's going to be interesting to see Era on a rifle. Like, he's someone who spent a bit of time in the UK scene. He's obviously won a UK LAN. Hilarious. But he's someone like... I was talking to Mythics, who's the kind of like... he's the analyst of Project G, and like he speaks very highly of Era, really, really highly. And when I watched them, I've watched them once, and Era was like clinical with the AWP, right? So unfortunately, he's not going to be here today. Kriaz didn't get spotted, but now he falls because his teammate mollows him. Ooh, that's not great. I think that was from Era as well, so Swedish synergy, not quite there. Forzy though, rotating in towards B. Nice clinical headshot there, and also Enbik is able to frag from short. 2 versus 4. Smuya and the stand-in very far apart from each other.
This is a weird round already. Left down to 2, but because it's so isolated, I'm too short. The core's looking like nice find from Aaron. Only gets 1 though. He'll be caught. Putting Smuya in a 1v3. Best of luck as he's creeping his way forward. Surely he couldn't have been spotted there, so that was just a pop shot. Smuya gets up and he gets caught by the AWP. Forzy sees him off. That'll be down YaLLa finding there first. Alright, now we get to see potentially where down YaLLa can cook a little bit. It's a weird game we're in. I don't even know what to expect. I'm kind of tentatively expecting something wild to happen, but at least for ITB, we know now that their money's going to be broken. Double eco, they just got a force buy.
They need to make like an ITB tank top for Juan Flatro.
Yeah, that's merch right there.
Like, yeah, that's definitely a sign that they would do as well. Samir would probably wear it. Can't imagine. I mean, it's it's like the kind of Cloud9 vibes, just
the old school,
the old yoink and switch yoink and twist tactic, just run with it. But I remember he used to roll up his sleeves, Johan Flatro, in dealing when he was playing. It's his style. But right now, Era, it's a lumbered spray, but it's a frag nonetheless. At a brazen swing onto Kios, the Tech-9 will actually be able to catch him off guard. Era just kind of had to play his life, and now because he falls, so does Middle.
Aaron. Holding in towards ladder. With an M4, so maybe still something to work with here. Maybe, just maybe. All goes eerily quiet. 35 seconds. M4 gets a little active. The one flash are going to get tagged as well. They've cleared out in towards window at the very least, so that's good information. Now they're looking over towards B as a place to finish. There's a player in apartments, and one flasher gets caught in the back lines. MBQ, good work for him. Looks for the last. Not even given the plant as well. Going to be caught off guard by Korea, so quite calm at the end there. You didn't need to peek. All tied square, 2-all. Nice and simple.
Actually quite impressive for Dynamite Echolot to not lose a single player after losing Era there. you know, like that is a round that potentially could have got a wee bit dangerous. Oh no, obviously Kuros isn't in North Serbia, he's in Slovakia or something like that, or Czech Republic. So yeah, it'd be a lot warmer there. Kind of clock that. But yeah, that's a good round for Denmark a lot, and keeping it clean into the breach. 5 players underpass. I respect it. Try and overwhelm someone, maybe close middle if someone peeks into them. As Kriaz does just jump over. Ooh, walking into Mbik now, I think.
This is a pretty solid angle. Normally good for at least one here. ITB though, slowing things down once again. Not a lot being offered up. So I'm going to try and pop flash around this, but they can get in towards the side and get a bomb plant, that'd be nice. Right, just barrel out, overwhelm, but Forza here, ready and waiting. AWP as well, adding to it, nice and simple. Pistol pulled out, and actually will fall to the hands of Smuya. His PT50 gets double. The AWP should still be collected here, and it will. Not the end of the world. And that'll be that. 3-2, Dynamo YaLLa take a lead.
Also, something we didn't really touch upon as much potentially is the fact that Dynamo YaLLa have pretty much been flawless regionally. Like, there's so many lands that get run, and that's the reason why they have got the close qualifier spot in the RMR, and so do like Unity and Sinners and them lot, and Sampi, I think as well, is because they do have so many local tournaments, and Dynamo YaLLa have been fairly one-dimensionally the victors. I think they've come second in like one of them, but apart from that, they've been really all over. However, it's not quite the same squad as we know that won them all. Fawzi though, great opening kill. No AWP out for Smuya, and he can't even try and fight that. Fawzi making a lot of noise, making his presence known that he's rotated away from ladder. Into the breach's reaction is going to be to boost someone into a window. When this smoke fades in connector, it's going to be a bloodbath. All hell will be let loose. Fawzi caught off guard, stays alive somehow. Kriaz not reacting off it just yet. Fawzi eliminated from the Palace lurk. Kriaz spam through the smoke, can't quite get the second player. Remember, Smuya all this time has been in Sniper's Nest. No way Kriaz anticipates this. Yeah, caught off guard. And now this 3 versus 3 can wrap onto the A-bomb side. Nbik trying to cause some pandemonium from short, but the focus has to be on these two side players. Era being baited in. How is that a headshot? That looked like it was going to be a whiff, but that one kill, is it going to be enough?
One goes down. Very least that's something to work with here. 2v2. HP favors out of the CT side. Both got kits as well. Nice shot from Smuya. We'll catch Neo frag. And maybe now a world to work with something. Yeah, it is Smuya. Great work from him. 2 at the tail end. In the post plant, making it work beautifully. And it will be them tying this game back up. So off the back up, a little bit of a streak on the Dynamo YaLLa roster. They put them right back on their heels. Back to square one. They can buy, which is good, but long term, the finances are a little bit feeble in a couple of the hands. And that's where maybe if ITV can go 2 for 2 here, get that run there, get this one, right? The economy, that's where they can start building up a lead on this Mirage.
Faster play now, really accelerating in middle. 10 seconds off the clock and they already have so much space, demanding that respect. But Dynamo YaLLa, they're very happy to give it and play the extremities. Era allowed to keep control of ramp after Neofrag went with him, and now these riflers and AWP on Fawzi are going to reposition themselves into the breach. They've got mid control. What do they do with it now? It seems like go up short.
Yeah, why not?
Ooh.
Well, first one isn't exactly so good for MBQ as he'll force Smuya. Doubles down again.
It's round over.
Brilliant work from him, and I think like you said, we've got to save it, if I'm being completely honest. Fawzi will get one, but I don't think we're giving this round too much of a look in, if I'm being completely honest. Fawzi might even still struggle to stay alive too, because Top Con Lurk is sticking around. Neo Frag, he'll make noise. I don't know, hear this. And around and gets traded, but honestly, he's doing good work to make things expensive. That's the round done, though. Nothing really gained off the end of it. A couple of hunts coming through, but I don't think IT want to lose any more than they already have. A couple of players lost there at the end is more than enough for them off the back of a round that they win. All in all, pretty good. 4-3, and yeah, that economy starts to get a little fragile. They might potentially still buy back into it. Just because Neofrag has a little bit of money, potentially then Error or Forzi drop over the likes of MP9s, and maybe we try and squeeze out something. But if they do force buy, it's going to be an awkward one.
Yeah, I honestly wouldn't have hated the rotation and moving one more player towards the B bomb site there, especially considering that Era had full ramp control. But they're going to hold true towards A, even though they cleared Palace and ramp very early on. And Smooth just pretty easy. Like, it shouldn't be that easy for him just to walk up and get 2 kills with the AWP. So Dynamo Echolot, they've chosen to play the extremities. That didn't work. In this next gun round, maybe we see them going for more of aggressive middle fight. That could be, like, the most important factor could be Forzi saving this AWP. Wait a second. Oh, Kriaz, that was almost the one duel. Era's already got 1 kill in this round. A lot of low HP players. Why are these USPs getting so much kills? And Big gets 2. And now Smooth is in a 1 versus 3. Hardly we've just seen a Felico win with 2 saved weapons. That didn't even do anything. It was the USPs.
Surely, fellas, getting ecoed is not what we want to be seeing. Suya, now with his AWP, and 45 seconds to try and keep this alive. Also, the other side as well for Daniel Echo, probably don't need to be hunting too much, but that is tough. Really, really tough to see. A 4-3 scoreline. Now we made 4-all. ITV just going to be left scratching their heads. How have they let a round like that slip away? Those are the sort of rounds that should be seen as unlosable. And Daniel Eckler probably laughing all the way to the bank as they put it their 4th on the board. Smooya, you will be given the luxury of keeping that AWP alive as a small silver lining, but damn, that is a terrible one to let slip. And credit to them. And now look what they come into this next round with. Double AK. And an AWP saved over. No complaints at all.
Things you love to see. Full eco wins. This is exactly what this game I thought was going to offer up to us. And so far, it's rewarding us. ITB, now their economy kind of in the mud. You've got Aaron and Keels on pistols. 1 smoke between the Kosovo duo. This round's going to be smoother, I think, with the AWP. He's looking to maybe get aggressive out on A, and he could catch off Neofrag. In the meantime, though, the other AWPer, aggressive in middle, missed his jump and made some noise. I think Synopsy heard that and just acutely holds for him. Opening kill fall into the breach. And I did mention Dino Ecolot maybe struggling with what to do in middle, and that wasn't the answer.
Synopsy moves forward. There's a boost towards window. Where do we want to go here? You know, Interbreach, they get mid control quite consistently. It's just about the reaction off the back of it. Where next? Still there's a spot we kind of find ourselves in. And Flatcher holding towards ladder. It was like he's got the right idea. And again, if he moves out and towards short, his gun barrel might actually get in the way. Yeah, luckily, he's sort of dodging the 2 shot, spotted, but yeah, he misses the opportunity.
It's kind of fun, though. Like, speaking about right ideas, Dino Echolot, do not. Neofrag's the only player towards the A bomb site. It's a gamble stack towards B. And now... Oh, wait, what? Did you not spot the player jumping into a window? Huh? Okay, that was a really awkward timing where one Flatcher literally jumped in as Neofrag looked away. Do love a bit of Aaron double AWPing. Sure. Picks it off. He picks it off Forzie's dead body because he had a deagle come into the round, so anything's an upgrade to that. And now into the breach. They're gonna not dwell on their past. They're gonna be instantly getting rounds back on the board.
All right, my flash throw. We'll have a little look in towards that tail end. See if anybody comes out via short, but they're safe to save here in towards mid, and it will be ITB once again taking back a lead. A little bit of back and forth here in this map. Of course, it is ITB's pick, but if they can make this T side have, you know, a bit of strength behind it, you'll be pretty happy. If you get 6 rounds or more T side, generally, no matter what team you are, no matter who you're against, I think you're doing okay. And ITB are one away from doing exactly that. And for the most part, it actually has felt like a game that's in their favor. There hasn't been too much of a conversation from the other side where, I just don't know, for Dan or YaLLa, some of the rounds they found have been quite gimmicky, and it's been pretty awkward in general. ITB still look like they're in complete control for the most part.
Ooh, Krios, this is a change. Going aggressive once more, but with the rifle. Wait, Forcey just got a no-scope through the smoke in middle? Pardon me? Synopsy, though, stems the bleeding. Actually makes this somewhat attainable for the ITB side with 2 kills. Onto the Swedish duo. And now Smooya going searching with the AWP. On short, going to come head-to-head with Forzey, who's rotated from window. And I don't think Smooya's going to anticipate him to be there. Will not. Forzey strikes for 2. And now Synopsy, who did really well in middle, has the bomb in B apartments, has a minute on the clock to try and figure out what the hell to do.
Yeah. Definitely feels a little tough now. Where to? Under a minute to work with. So creeping our way forward. You know, frag. We'll find it. And Synopsy just gets caught. He was looking for a little bit of gap to work with. And maybe, if timing had been a little bit better, he could have pushed forward on towards the A side, but in the end, not to be. All tied square once again. Just when it feels like there's, you know, potentially something to work with over towards ITB, and immediately gets thrown back in their face. That's the all good thing we're seeing here.
Very back and forth game. Neither side being able to string together. Neither side having any sort of consistency. And Neofrag, though, looking to find 2 in a row for Dino YaLLa. Great opening kill on Aaron on A. So into the breach, kind of blindsided. You could tell that maybe with that A lurk and Kios coming underpass from B that they'd want to try wrap towards A. So they've lost one of their kind of key prongs in this offensive. Kriaz spots Synopsy's head just as that smoke blooms, holds the spam, and connects onto a headshot. Numbers dwindling for into the breach, and they're going to dwindle even further.
All right, yeah, this one's done really, isn't it? 2 left alive. Kios. Kriaz, as he falls, makes that maybe something to work with. One Flacker will offer the port. Simply put, A-Land is looking good from Dano YaLLa, and the money is looking woeful from Mr. Police. This could be the CT side just stealing away a lead right at the end. Oh, this is now where it felt like things were going so well for ICB. Now dwindling quite badly.
Feels like in that last round there was no plan B for into the breach. Like Aaron dies.
Yeah.
I don't think you should still be committing towards the A site in that round. Missed. Wait, no, not even a window smoke. He just kind of gets thrown at, like, kind of connector.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the AWP would have been in a best position to stay. Oh, never mind. Good thing he got out. There was a lot of grenades thrown at his position. Kios tried to catch a timing connector. Unsuccessful. Kriaz, yet again, farming up these frags from connector. And now Era fighting from short. A regressive position, potentially, though. You know, 2 versus 4. Even though they do get that 1 kill on short, it should be pretty much round over. 4Z. Gotta be careful. Kriaz has it all under control. The IGL with a 4K gives Dino YaLLa 7.
All right. Good work from Dino YaLLa at the tail end of that CT side. And now we get to see maybe where I think we came in towards this with maybe a little bit more of a higher expectation over on the side of ITB, but Dynamite end up taking Mirage. Just throw a spanner in the works. Anubis being that map number 2 is a very decent punish pick. It's not a great map for ITB. They've had a lot of inherent issues there, and it probably doesn't help having a stand-in come through. And despite obviously Dynamite having a stand-ins of their own, still just feels like that's a prime opportunity of where they can find some success. So yeah, what I've seen so far, I'm worried about what's happening with this ITB roster. Game, didn't it? So we'll see next map. We'll keep an eye on it. Maybe we haven't been told.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I think there's been actually a break every half, and we've just sat there and gone, "Oh, technical issues."
Yeah, maybe, classic.
Maybe it's us that's the joke's on.
Yeah, just no one informed us. Like,
Yeah.
by the way, this isn't a tech issue. This is just
Blood.
a mandated halftime
What's
pause.
Blood talking about?
Yeah.
But okay, Dino Ecolop now with the lead. Korea's really stepped up at the end there. 2 KD because of his heroics and kind of those last few rounds on the city side. Can he continue it now on the T side? Synopsy, these dual grinders up close. They pluck Neofrag out of the sky and do the same to Forzy. Aaron, unfortunately, can't get that same work done. One flat choke. Sitting in the stairs smoke. Is he just going to jump when the bomb gets planted? Yeah. And Kriaz has been left alone because they were trying to take control towards CT. It's pandemonium for the T side, but now they know where Kioz is. Last player over towards CT. Kriaz going to get the bomb down. Reverse triple. Enbic holds for him and successfully gives 8 for Dynamo Ecolot.
Yeah, nicely done. Dynamo Ecolot. The right start that you'd want heading in towards this, and now potentially, maybe, we start to see where ITB fall a little bit flat, and this does, like you said, throw a bit of a spanner in the works for the series. Maybe 2 ways about it. Okay, 8-5, probably should be made 9-5 too. Small investment, but not a forced investment coming through from ITB, so unless some things go terribly wrong, we're not really expecting this one to go the way of the CT side. But they're going to gamble and see what they can get away with. Basically, everybody's turning over towards B, with the bomb tempted to head towards A.
This is looking like a 2-0 for me.
I'm with you, man.
I'm saying it. I think that first half was so weird, man. And I think Dynamo Ecolot, yeah, like remember when they won an eco round?
Yeah.
I love how that wasn't even the reason for why they got 7. Like they got 7 because Insta Breach were just religiously defaulting middle and like had no plan B. And sure, I guess you've got a stand-in, but like still got 4 players from the team. It's not like you're Dynamo Ecolot with now Era, who seemingly got pulled in at the last moment. Actually, also playing middle. Like you've also got him playing towards short as a rifler when he's an AWP IGL. And yeah, I don't know. Also, Kriaz, this is one for the HLTV stats. He really has been playing like genuinely quite great.
Yeah, lights out. Where we've seen ourselves at the moment, I'm so concerned now. Dynamo Ecolot, they're playing great. They really are, and even without as well, kind of some of the big name players. And Neofrag is normally somebody you look towards that constantly put up serious numbers. Damage dealt there early is good, and a second damage as well done, but no kill for either. Still, has softened up a few. Synopsy and Smooth are both tagged down low. Smoke towards top con. Hot flash behind it as well. What's the play here by Dan Reckler, who now are down to 4?
Okay. It's actually a good play if Eklot just gone B. But this double pump fake they're trying to do so far is working. It's like they just go. Because like they don't realize there's one player there. Keels has just been I think Insta Breach think there's only one player in apps as well. Korea's maybe they're waiting for him to find some contact on someone overextending in middle or whatnot. Has he been spotted? No, one flat draw doesn't see him in connector. Clearing out ramp, Insta Breach now. They know exactly what's going on. What is going on for Dynamo Echelon? Okay, we're going underpass. We're going towards A. Need to make sure they deal with the short player. 20 seconds. They don't really have any time for mistakes. One flat throw is going to let them pass. Now, slinks in as they get to top of connector. They think they're in the safe. Look at player ramp. Bomb can't be planted. And that is a tragic T round.
Yeah, it is. It really is. What happens? We're just going to save a Mac 10.
Great. 10
Small
out of 10.
congrats. Yeah, it's like, what even happens there? It really just fell apart so rapidly, and we have to look now and question Daniel Eklot. You know, the mid to late round falls apart, sure, but they just completely run out of ideas. And the other side too, I mean, credit to Into the Breach. They probably as perplexed as we were watching that. Still adapt and overcome. We'll make this now a 3-round game. Of course, there's going to be a bit of a buyback in, though, for Dan Reckler. So at the very least, it's not complete doom and gloom. It's still not exactly fantastic. So it feels a little awkward. This next round is pretty important. Dan Reckler take it. Get 10 double digits. Obviously, very good to have, but that 4-round buffer, that's again back in their favor. Into the Breach get it. They're going to chip this deficit away quite massively. Also break the economy, too, of Dan Reckler.
That was just one of those rounds where, like, that could break your mental, just being like, what was that, lads? But hopefully they can brush it off. Kriaz drops an AK over and still holds the Mac 10. Okay, we're going back towards the B-bomb sites. This time, hopefully a little bit faster. Synopsy, good spam. There was a Molotov behind boxes, so Kriaz couldn't actually get to safety. He gets spammed through the smoke, and this B execute, well, they're not even going to get out of apartments into the breach. They're the landlords. Rent is due, boys. You're being evicted.
Yeah, that's it. Forzy, the last man who kept alive, and even that might not be the case here. Might be seen on the tail end. He's looking to try and stay alive, but he's got a minute 10 to hunt him down. So much time in the world. Yeah, this guy ain't getting out of this one, I don't think. And even when he does, it's only a Galil, so it's sort of a whatever situation. Nicely done from ITB once again. Great work from them, and we still got to continue asking questions. I don't know, these last couple of rounds have been very alarming. They won't buy into what's next either. So if a Galil's all they save, that's all they're going to have to work with. It's tough. 2 rounds of difference between these sides, and like we mentioned, Dan Eklot, no real buy for them at the end in towards this. So we don't really have the funds to work with. We should be made into a 1-round game here. ITV starting to breathe down the necks of Dan Eklot. They need to be careful.
I've got a weird sneaky feeling that Dino Ecolot have just thrown away their opportunity on Mirage a little bit. Like, I don't know what's kind of been going on in those last 2 rounds. Very uninspired T-side Counter-Strike. They've got an eco. I'd actually really like for them just to talk things over a little bit now. And have that moment to console each other, well, they just get absolutely destroyed in TV, may I add. So the eco, not going to reward anything, but you've got the gun round. It's a 1-round game into the breach. Are they really going to make their way back onto Mirage?
Feels like maybe, right? You know, now where we're at, we got a 1-round game in this. Spy going to come back through. Downright a lot of pressure on the shoulders too. Wild spot that they find themselves in. Tac pause going to be called before we get into it. So we're not rushing things here.
However,
now,
I will kind of say like that really shows that there is an issue, that we've taken 2 tactical pauses in very close proximity to each other. We've had the ego to talk about things like Dino Eclot really have something to talk about.
Yeah, it's true. This is, yeah, Dino Eclot, they're definitely struggling to get these T-side rounds on the board, and obviously it's very evident by watching, and now we've got to worry and start to see maybe whether potentially things are going to just continue on this sort of favor. I mean, ITB have looked like the better side in these last few. They look a little bit more confident. We know ITB are very much a confidence side too, right? That's basically what they rely on. Momentum and snowballing and all the rest. Unfortunately, this seems to be the thing that Dan Record have got to try and overcome. It's not easy.
A fast boost into B apartments. Negated. Near frag rips off Synopsys' head. There was a double play towards ramp, but both Smooya and Aaron, after losing that B player, actually have to fall away and probably focus elsewhere on the map now because of it. In middle, one flat throw actually has a fair bit of space. Near frag, that Molotov's going to tick him, so it confirms that there is a player down there. Kriaz now searching in middle. It's going to look like an A split for Dino Echolot through 2 connector. And Kriaz...
Alright.
Right.
Yeah, just it.
Yeah, not the best.
Flat throw.
Yeah, I think one flat throw gets the kill because of it. Right.
Yeah.
That's a round losing play.
Potentially.
Okay. Dino Echolot's still going to get onto A, and near frag, he's going to be late. But they're not clearing CT?
All right.
What is going on?
Kios gets gifted it too. Looks for another one. Flasho will jump in. That's the bomb down. That's the round done as well.
Bro, you're trolling.
Weird round again. And ITB just get gifted one on the board. Dino Eclot, they are in a woeful spot at the moment. And things, if they don't change immediately, we're talking about ITB just walking, bolting and seeing off this map. And of course, it is their map pick, so you would expect them to take it. But what has happened to Dino Eclot? They have completely fallen off a cliff here.
I actually just don't know what happened there. Like, Kriaz went to smoke window and then just panicked and smoked himself. Nearfrag just dips from middle, and then on the A execute, they just, I don't even know what they do. That's, yeah, insta briefs, they've won Mirage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Dynamo Echolot on their T side, they won pistol, they won the anti-eco, they have lost 3 gun rounds, and now they're going to be losing their force by. Ira does not look too impressed. Oh, never mind, he's smiling. I take it back, but an A pump. Smoke CT. Default smokes as well for stairs and jungle. Smooya's going to get ahead of the smoke and CT. There are no flashbangs. Smooya, it's going to be free real estate. Aaron's in a very exposed position, but a great supportive flashbang from the AWPer. Aaron just staying alive.
Yeah. Bit cool. Yeah, one would have fall. Doesn't really make all too big of a difference. 10-9 into the breach. A complete turnaround from them. That's now 5 rounds in a row. Not bad work at all. And on track to seeing off this map. And then heading in towards Anubis. And maybe giving themselves a chance. We know it's on paper, statistically, not a great map. They might just have something to work with. If they get confidence off the back of Mirage, use that to spiral in towards Anubis, just play a kind of a puggy T side, who knows? Might be something on the cards. Attack balls though, and off the back of it, that record, not too many chances. Maybe, 2 full buys, things continue at this sort of vein. Left in this, before things drift away. Gotta be very careful. At least they do have that full buy out. Or, quad AK, you can't complain. To be plenty of econ left over for them as well. So then under no financial pressure, basically for the rest of the regulation.
Yeah, I mean, also, do you remember that round where Kriaz smokes himself mid and they just die on 8? It was opening frag.
Yeah.
Neo Frag gets the opening kill within like 10 seconds of that round, and they still lose it. A burst into middle, into the breach. The coordination actually gonna get denied. Dino Eklot finally. Some retribution on this T side. They've taken their third tactical pause in the B bomb site. It's open for the taking. Embic doesn't quite spot one Fletcher, I don't think so, towards door. But now he's a little bit isolated. Near frag, good reposition. Smooya, what a shot with the AWP actually. But unfortunately, it's just a consolation frag as Dino Eklot, they finally get a gun round. And they even scores up 10-10.
And it's good that they get one, right? You know, at the very least, where we can see now a gun round's taken. There's something to work off if Dino Eklot. They have 3 staying alive, maybe actually. In all fairness, they could have a little bit of fight at the tail end there. I do see Smooya wrapping around. He might be tempted just to play at range with the AWP, have a little look in. And of course, Aaron on the other side, they've got plenty of money too. So if he can get anybody at the end, that'll be nice. Tags on towards the legs. Smooya and Aaron both get kills.
Big damage.
Honestly, not bad. Smooya's still here. Flash, actually, who cares about the flash? Error gets his kill, but he'll go down to the bomb. So, yeah, you get your round at that right club, but everybody falls. So it's actually going to make this buy pretty awkward because, you know, you got half the team who got less than 4K.
It's hard to find the success out of that round now. Like, you're like, yeah, guys, like, what was it, 5? You use 1 player, I think, on set execute, if that. And then everyone falls. It's not great, but Dino Eklot, they were looking near flawless going on some, like, it was looking really good in the second half. They were 9, what was it, 5? 9-5 up, and it really felt like if the theme continued from that first half, ITB were just going to fall away, and I didn't really see a way in, but just really poor gun rounds from Dino Eklot have made it so we're in this double-digit 10-10 scoreline, and it's given Insta Breach a way in. I don't even necessarily think it's because Insta Breach have played so well, it's just the mistakes of Dino Eklot, and once again, brother, they've double smoked top mids, like massive miscommunication there, and it's going to be the A execute. We've seen this before with the pistols. It did not work. Smooya didn't get flashed off the angle, and he won't again. Sees one, clips the second, and this is going to be a scrappy round, I can already tell.
I'm with you.
Wait, what?
Spam
Aaron's in
the
Palace?
Yeah, a little weird. He's going to get a kill for it as well. He spams that smoke, and Bicor fall. Error gets 1, but Smooya answers back, so keeps it a 2 versus 4, and immediately the brakes are pumped it by the T-side. Lost control of the bomb. They're not playing together either for Dino Eklot, so I don't even know if this is even possible to recover the bomb. Flash out. Aaron. He's looking around. They know Murder Hole isn't broken open either. It's a small positive. Nade goes deep. Too much damage. Second nade by Smooya. Again, won't, but Forzy should get caught, will get caught. Synopsy sees him off at range. Last man in towards top con. He might get his kill on towards Synopsy, but Kios will trade 11-10. ITB take the advantage once again.
Like, that round again was just so poor. So, the reason why I exclaimed Aaron's in Palace is because Embic started Palace. I think Aaron might have got mollowed and then just gone through the smoke. It was a very awkward interaction, but he comes out on top. And once again, sure, the round against on the pistols, Smooya doesn't get flashed off the angle, whatever, you're on pistols, fair enough. You can maybe make the mistakes of not having that one bit of utility. But there, like, what is your excuse? You've got a full purchase, and Smooya's just able to kind of stand in CT and pluck them away. And now in middle, flashes, they're a little bit too early. Smooya regains vision as they're properly crossing middle, and he gets another opening kill. This orb is overpowering Dino Eklot, and Aaron's A anchoring gives them the 5 versus 3.
Yeah, cooking. Yeah, and rooting in towards windows. Synopsy gets his. Trying to stay alive. Good luck, actually. Actually, he will.
Yeah.
He gets bailed out by one Flatro.
Oh.
Down he falls in the end, but still, this one's never getting off the ground. A 1v3, and Smooya makes sure to close the door on that one. Sees it off 12-10. ITB find map point on their map pick.
Okay, into the breach. They are looking to close out Mirage, and I'm gonna sit here and say it's not because of them, it's because of Dino Echolot. I think Dino Echolot have really played some quite poor CS on the C side, and it's just the same thing over and over again. Like, they fail towards middle, we're gonna have the A smokes. This time though, it's actually more of a pop play. You see that Forzzy's got a flashbang, but Aaron gets all this information out of this player's close ramp. You're going to see the rotation of one Flatcher coming over. He's going to move on. Great Molo. Synopsy not allowing them any room to breathe, but potentially overextending after that first fight. He will fall. Aaron, playing on balcony, tries to fight Envik once more in Palace, this time unsuccessful. Man advantage for Dynamite. They're still alive on Mirage. One Flatro though, his rotation. Oh, it's so good! One Flatro even puts Envik down to 11 HP. The hero that ITB needed in this round. He just claims 3 scalps by himself, and that is the danger that ITB pose when you play against them.
Yeah, absolutely. And Big left with it all to do. Oh, tough, man. So tough. Open an AK. Smoothie and Kios respectively to try and lock this one out. And they're just hoping that fights are given towards him, but it's not going to happen. He's so low. 11 points of HP. Good luck. This one is not getting off the ground. There's no real pressure here for ITB. Big flank coming through. Making noise as well, but Smoothie will see him off. Great map in the end.
Is that, look, that Mirage ended up being like really quite tragic towards the end, so it puts now loads of emphasis onto Anubis being like, sure, it's not a great map for Into the Breach in like the very, very recent time, but if Echolot play like that, well then, well, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's true. Real credit has to be given over towards just how they dig deep at the end there. You know, we kind of mentioned Smoothie in particular, but I think everybody had their few moments there for Into the Breach, and now heading in towards map number 2. Anubis, it's on paper not a great map for the ITV side statistically, but if their form finds like that, maybe might have something to work with. Either way though, we're going to throw this one to a break. Ladies and gents, sit tight. See you soon.
Even though Kriaz on both the city side towards connector and also like on T side kind of working a lot of that map control was doing quite well, it was just no match. And with the stand-ins on both sides into the breach, they went out their map pick. However, it was a little bit difficult, and I don't think it was because of them playing well. I think it was, obviously there's an element of it, but also I think mostly the critique has to go towards YaLLa and how badly they played that Mirage.
Yeah, I just feel like they fell apart, right, for YaLLa. They had at one point what felt like a real conversation being had, and then sadly it just sort of drifted apart, and they gave too many opportunities to come through. And that's the thing of ITB. They're one of those sides that you can't really afford to give them opportunities because they will punish you. They did, right? And now we're heading towards Anubis, and the conversation has changed a little bit. This is on paper a very good map for YaLLa, one in which they play a lot, they win a lot. There's always been a really strong part of their pool. It's basically the best map in the pool by quite some distance over every other one. However, with the standing situation, what was a bit of a collapse towards the tail end, there's maybe that door opening a little bit towards a conversation about ITV maybe pulling something out from this, right? This is a map which they've only won 2 out of the last 6 times they've played it. Not great on paper. However, just in terms of raw individuals, they did actually look like the better side in the server, bar obviously just that Kriaz, who on an individual basis looked good. So as a team, they looked like the better side, had good control. The system seems to have not been too much affected by the introduction of Aaron. So I don't know, man. I think there's maybe a world in which you could potentially discuss about that 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, on the CT side, it was interesting to have Era was playing short, and like that wasn't the issue. The issue was the T side, and it's Aaron was playing A anchor on the C side for ITB, and like played quite fine. Like on the executes, he was actually getting the kills and was actually pretty much doing his job. He was just staying alive. Smooya was always seemingly in rotation towards Ticket, and there was just an absence of flashbangs, just never blinded whatsoever. So he was able to kind of farm up there. And yeah, like Anubis is just a really weird one because like, sure, Insta Breach, they've had some pretty rough maps on it. They started off really well with some really good results, really good wins against some very good opponents. And then now recently have seemingly struggled a little bit. And that actually could be in correlation of some of their roster issues. So potentially adding Aaron in, sure, you lose your kind of strat book depth potentially that you've been garnering up over the last month. But you also maybe fix a lot of issues by not having Boros on the server, which as critical as it might sound, that could be the case.
Yeah, obviously, talented guy, but it seems like the team dynamic wasn't quite there with Boris in the server. So it seems like now with Aaron coming in, who I think he's one of those players who obviously does play quite a lot of FBL, to a pretty decent success rate. Doesn't seem to have too many complaints as well. I feel like he's probably just one of those quite easy players to play alongside. And I think having him in the team is why he does a lot of standing stints, because he does his job, plays his roles, doesn't complain, just gets on with it. And I think having a player like that is pretty important, especially at the moment where ITB are going through their changes and all the rest. So, when we head in towards this second map, we're going to look at maybe what YaLLa can do. He's going to try and break down the side. Because right now, it wasn't too good of a showing. We sung the praises of Smooya, who played quite well off the back of that. But when Flatcher, he had a really good couple of moments, especially that little spray down towards the tail end was beautiful work. Synopsy, I think, called quite well too. And if everybody finds their form, it's okay. The only real damning thing was Kios, 5 and 14. Despite winning pretty comfortably in towards map.
But it's like, does he have enough impact to warrant 26 ADR? That's kind of then the question you start to beg.
It's true.
Especially when obviously Synopsy, the IGL, is doing fine.
Considerably better.
Considerably, but it's not hard, is it? And now speaking of Synopsy, unfortunately, actually, instantly, Anna owned Enbic. Very nice opening kill. Into the breach have been spotted towards a side of the map, and interesting enough, we don't have that rotation from middle. There was 3 players there. They're only going to start moving now after Enbic got very aggressive, and I'm not a huge fan of him getting aggressive after that first kill. I feel like now it's sent YaLLa into a moment of disarray. It's going to be that sound cue. into the breach. They're in the known. But the issue is, Dino Echolot can't really do too much about this. There are 3 players coming from CT. Bomb can be planted, I would assume. I feel like there's going to be a post-plant, but Detour, who's back on the server. Sorry, just clocked that. He's back.
Yeah.
So that changes a lot as well. You know, you don't have that extra stand-in for Dino Echolot, but one Flytro never actually went and joined his teammates going towards Connector. He went and took A, but Forzie's still in middle to drop the bomb.
Yeah. This one feels done, doesn't it? If we're being completely honest. It is 2 remaining. 1 Fletcher and Aaron. Honestly, if they played that, just sometimes you kind of want players to switch their brains off a little bit, because when Fletcher gets that kill on towards Imbic, the trade, right? If they just barreled in towards the A site, they get it. They get a plant, the post plant, and they're probably doing okay, but they just play so slow, and it's giving them, well, it's made it much harder. In 10 seconds, where are we actually going? Bottom collective, they can't even get towards the site, but surely we want to die here, is my thought process, or we should just stay alive with the pistols. So yeah, they stay alive with a USPS and a Glock.
Sick.
Like, what is actually the thought? Like, I can't lie. That's actually inexcusable. Like, I can talk about leave like mid and late rounds and whatever. Like, that is actually just stupid. Like, there's no 2 ways about it. Like, staying alive off the back of a pistol in a 2 versus 2. Like, what are we actually doing? Like, what are we doing now? Are we gonna then force buy in with, you know, a Glock and a USB saved and basically no money around it? And yeah, and just force buying around because they don't really get a choice. So ITB basically just throw away 1 round and then kind of half throw away the next. I don't know. It's those sort of rounds, right? They happen a couple of times with map number 1, which make you question that is Boros actually the problem here?
I don't know. Well, ironically enough, now they've got the opening kill on B. Detour also falls. Bomb gets planted. They've got the man advantage. Kriaz, what are you doing, man? He just got his nade out in the open. Somehow, he doesn't even take like any damage, and it's a 3 versus 3. Lads, just hold your guns out, please. Stop throwing util in these positions when you're exposed so drastically. And now a 3-man retake with no kit as well from CT. They're getting the kills, and 1 Flatcher gets traded out. There's no time. They can't defuse the bomb. Man, what is going on?
Can we give a loss to both teams?
Alright, can we just... neither team deserves to win. Bro,
like,
some of those rounds on Mirage were actually tragic.
Yeah, I feel like my MM teammates have better comms. I don't know. It's really, really chaotic. It's definitely going to be an interesting thing when whoever we end up interviewing at the end, just talking about them and say what is actually going on? Because you can't they can't sit there and say to us this is good Counter-Strike being played. Especially for players like Smooya, for example, or even basically the majority of the Dino Echo side. I'd say Neofrag in particular, but these guys who all play a lot of FBL. When you watch FBL games, it looks like there's better synergy than there is for both sides right now.
Man, these guys are RMR. These are the major finalists.
Yeah. The synergy, the vibes are all over the place. Oh my god.
Synops just swings out with util as well. Why are you just giving up the frags? Kriaz doesn't wait for Forzies to take contact again. 1 Flatro, luckily on the low HP, still can succeed. Enbic, though, great from a main and into the breach. Again, what was the plan there? You come through camera and just swinging with util?
Yeah. And he swings out to an angle which is open to 2 because it could have been a Heaven player holding. So not only could he die to Heaven, he dies into a site. I mean, we're once again left perplexed. I mean, for any of us who joined us in Mirage, we were in this mental state quite a bit because no real rounds made sense. But it was just, I think, more that ITV just locked in towards the individuals and played just like a pug rather than with Dano Echo, they just fell apart. Aaron has been spotted. They don't need to fight him either. In no time is on their side. The bombs drop to shift walking past, but Crossfire's there, and we see enough by and back at the end 2-1. Dano Echo lose a bad round, but then win a bad round back in their favor. This is one of the scrappiest starts to a map I've seen in a while.
Realistically, though, this is exactly what we were talking about going into this match. We were literally saying, we were like, this is going to be one of those crazy games of Counter-Strike. And I mean, like, this goes beyond that level. But don't worry, guys. All the analysts in Twitch chat, like, actually, this is a top-tier Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
It should be, but currently... I mean, that's a nice play. You know, that's actually really good from Kios. You know, there's a great supportive flashbang. Like, Dino Eclop, kind of bad, and you can critique, but great from ITB. Detour, even though he does nade himself at 50 HP, he still gets the frag, and really good reaction now from ITB, because they've identified the fact that Dino Eclop rotated off the B-bomb to fight mid. However, they don't realize Detour could be so close in rotation. USP's out, they've allowed him to pull the sidearm. The quick switch, though, unsuccessful. Both players below 25 HP, and Mbic now, the A anchor, who has done superb in this game so far, has to clutch up coming through from CT.
I gotta say that this actually played better though, because at least for now, they stick as a pack, and actually they're playing both of them in a massive off angle. If MBQ was to stick it, he could have got away with something, but that's much better played from ITB. Even just on the small thing like the execute, they play it together as a pack, as a unit, and they just know that they can overwhelm. That's how we should be going about it. And then in the post-bomb, same vibes once again. So better, all that you can really ask from them. And then we look towards the other side too, where maybe, just maybe, we can start to see things finally solidify a little bit for ITB. Money can be broken over towards that direct clock. That's a round that you can work with for ITB. They're going to have a conversation though before we head into it, but that's better.
Still, not completely sure what Dino Eclot were doing in middle there, dying to Tech 9s up close. I don't think they threw utility, they kind of just swung. But again, you know, like it was actually quite a nice round from ITP. Good reactions, good flashes, good utility. Tick, 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 tick. Well, 2v1 played as well, taking space. It's going to be the reinvestment for Dynamo Eclot, though. This back and forth forced by wars. We continue once more. We go into the battlefield. And Anubis, God, this is going to be an exciting game.
Yeah, looking forward to it. We're in this back and forth. This is a really big one. Where potentially we can maybe see on the other side where lose this, Dynamo Eclot get themselves in a lot of trouble, win it, and they put the pressure right back on. So, closed. Yeah, it doesn't get cleared. Aaron didn't expect a second, but the trade is there, thankfully.
I think he had no bullets. The A bomb site's open. They've actually just gambled B, and I don't even hate it that much for Dynamo Eclot. Like, you'd kind of... So, there's the thought process that... Oh no. So, wait. They are going A.
Yeah.
Okay, they were just lining up smokes. Okay, yeah. So the thought process that Dynamo Eclot were trying to work with there was, oh, we can send 2 players out B, they die or do whatever they do, and then into the breach, you're like, well, the B bomb site's clear, let's react off it. However, ITB play the mentality of, well, they know that the B bomb site is low, let's say, in reinforcement, so we're gonna assume that they've over-rotated and A is gonna be clear. And they weren't wrong with the outcome of their logical thinking, but it wasn't quite maybe the reason why.
Yeah, exactly. Well, in the end, bomb will go off, and I don't see too much of an exit at the end here. I think it should be absolutely fine. Maybe One Flash could be in a little bit of trouble if he just overlooks his CT angle, but I don't think it's going to be the case. Does find him, clears a fall. That's all you can care about. So a third, one on the board by ITB. All that saved, 1 AK, 1 MP9. It's not enough to buy around, I think is the main thing. So it should be ITB getting a third now into as a fourth as well. Not bad for T-side, but generally with this map as a whole for Anubis, you should be taking a lead. It's the only map which is considered as T-sided in the pool. Statistically, it is T-sided. So we need to see where we find a bit of consistency out from ITB. Of course, with only 2 rifles saved, though, this is a very good chance of doing so.
Putting a lot of pressure towards towards B rather. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't even finish it. I think we've seen Into the Breach feign presence where it looks like they're going to go there with the bomb even towards that side of the map, then they reposition. And that redirection is going to come from one Flatro dropping 1 kill in middle. And is it? Okay. Ooh. Aggression. Sorry, Mbit gets the long-range kill on Synopsy. Bomb is down. Hold your horses. That A1S needs a reload. It's got no bullets. There it goes in. One Flatro is close. He's 45 HP. Detour playing around this pillar. They might not expect him. Kriaz takes contact with one on B. Ooh, Detour gets spotted. I think the gun barrel actually got spotted. So there was definitely a scare factor there. But if it Into the Breach, calm can be resumed.
Yeah, there's a moment, but it's not to be. They will take that 2-round lead, which is all you can really ask of Into the Breach. And now, once again, moving forward, we get to see what Dynamo Echo are like on the response. All part in play too. For Forzy, we do have our reservations. This gun round falls flat for Dynamo Echo. They could be in a lot of trouble. That could be ITB getting up towards potentially even 6 rounds too, which for the T-side start isn't terrible and might even be the start of quite a few more to come off the back of it. So yeah, tough spot. I think Dynamo Echo put themselves in. This is meant to be what is on paper a punish pick, but it doesn't really feel that case at the moment.
Okay. A good break to talk things over. Into the Breach, the one thing I will say is that I took a quick glance at their statistics on Anubis, and like, obviously it's a T-side map, but like, wow, they really favor the T-side, right? They have a lot of really troublesome moments when it comes to the CT side. And even when I watched them against TSM, like, you know, if they hadn't got that 11-1 half on the T-side, it would have been a little bit difficult. But I think we should see ITB just kind of open up their arms and just start fragging out, because that's what we know best from them.
It's true. Sometimes simple is the most effective, right? And that's the
exactly
the
right.
issue. Play things a little puggy, and you're gonna find a lot more form. On Flatro. Looks like it'll be first contact. I don't know what we're trying to overcome, though. Not always the easiest. Gets one. Then he lines up a second, in fact, but it's Kios who does it for him. Molotov will come down. Synopsy's holding for the flank, too. Pretty genius his position that he holds. I think we're just calling for a full save here.
And now, with this save, it's just, can we keep all these 3 riflers alive? Into the Breach, they do not want that to be the case. Encroaching on now, Synopsy can't find the first frag. One Flatro speeds up. They're holding for him. That 1 kill in itself is fine. Like, they go kind of 1 for 2, right? But that in itself works for ITB. Now, searching for more. I think Aaron should be able to catch off Nbic, and he does. Near frag, running for the hills, running for the mountains. 1 rifle staying alive is a massive success for ITB in this round.
Yeah, that's true. Near frag. He'll stay alive. That's it. But 5-2. We are starting to see now this dominance come forward, and honestly, quite a lot to like, in all fairness. ITB, we came in towards this saying this is not a great map on paper. We were a little bit worried and concerned and all the rest, and now I'm feeling pretty hopeful where things are getting quite damning. Echo, again, the real buy around what is said. So unfortunately, a hell of a lot to work with. Eos, I see a frag. That's a nice start. That's a rifle already down.
Well, they picked up another one. No, they haven't. Okay, yeah. Easy as. Mbic gonna try save this AK now that he's picked off the near frag dead body. And he should be allowed this one. 6-2 ITB. This next gun round, really important for Dynamite Echelon. Like, any rounds for them on C side is going to be really important because of how futile ITB's CT side can be. So for Insta Breach, they're just like, we got to be trying to win as many as possible. Like, a 9-3 half for them, I think, is kind of where they would place themselves to be 100% comfortable. I think an 8-4 is definitely retrievable for Dynamite Echelon for pistol rounds 1, for instance.
That's true. The 5-2 now turned 6. Once again, Dynamo Echelon, what is happening to the side? They're just drifting. And they're coasting along. It's not a good thing when you're already a map down and struggling and all the rest. Coasting at this point is not where we want to be. I'm going to be seen up. I mean, already 6 on T side, though. I don't know. ITB, no real complaints. I know this, I'm still holding them to it. Their start of this map was dreadful from ITB. Some real questionable decisions. The pistol was awful. Yeah. The force lines were terrible. However, I'll give them their credit. They took a big tack pause at a really important time, and everything since then has actually looked really good. So I as much as I was harsh to critique them, since then they've actually fixed a lot of the issues. And I think it was most definitely some of the voices in the team, i.e. people like Tenopsy and people like Smooya saying, guys, what the hell are we actually doing? Like, real
Aaron.
Yeah, maybe as well. A bit of a kick up the arse and saying, fellas, this is ridiculous.
Cop on type thing.
Yeah, let's wake up now. Like, we've already got a map here. Let's not take this to 3. Let's not risk this. We can actually make Anubis work for us. And ITV are, so good on them. Good work, to say the least.
I can imagine, like, I know Aaron is quite, like, a good teammate, and I can imagine he's here for vibes and, like, that type of, like, moment. Also, Kios is already doing better than he did, like, by quite a country mile on Mirage. The 26 ADR performance of all... one of the performances of all time. And, I mean, that one entry frag actually is just the round over. It's a save. Insta breach now. Let's get hunting.
Yeah, I think the hunt's the right call. Know that your opposition don't have the greatest of money. And also, I think be aware about the AWP as well. Forzy holding over towards CT. Kriya's in for support as well to catch anybody for rotating in. I don't know. I mean, it's looking pretty timid in terms of the hunt call. Maybe ITB just don't really care if they have guns or not. I mean, it doesn't really seem to make a difference, does it? Straight down over towards Dark, and flank is slightly coming through. It's timing players. Neofrag just is periodically checking. Get caught here. Will get caught. Down he falls. His teammate's leg spotted, but not enough. That is now 6 in a row for ITB. 7 for me on T side is that's what I think, not a bare minimum, but is what you should be getting. I think 6 is a bare minimum on T side. 7 is good. Any more is absolutely great.
I mean, Dynamo Echelon, these saves is like, you have the narrative of like good economical management, all that jazz, but you gotta start getting the rounds on the board. Kios, forced ahead of the Molotov, very ambitious. He wasn't really quite in a position to actually abuse that Molo. He was like kind of almost behind it and just ran straight through it. So one of the easier frags for Neofrag. Going quick switch, one flat trope. Honestly, fair play to getting that one kill, but I'm not too sure. Like, in that instance, well done, you get one. However, you look at the macro of this round, and I'm not sure going for that 1-for-1 was valuable. However, Smooya, well, it's AWP, which hasn't been as alive as Mirage, will be opening up B, and they know that Neofrag's here. Smooya hunting for him, spots him out, eliminates Smooya. He's doing it all. Trades on A will be effective. Aaron now just kind of waiting for Smooya. No idea where Mbik is, but he's just going to choose to get the bomb down and pray to the gods.
Aaron's just got to stay alive. That's the only thing he's got to do here. It's all about staying alive, and he will. Actually, this is really well played from Aaron. Bomb goes down, real open plant. All he does is now just try and buy some time. Does get caught. Mbik just hit that bomb. Oh, hang on. Smooya's might be too far away. Aaron, he had to stay alive a little longer. That is unfortunate. I thought for a moment it was good, but Aaron actually just wasn't quite close enough to Smooya. So when he swings at the smoke plumes, It's tough. But on the other side for Aaron, I don't really blame him for swinging because a smoke gets thrown in towards main and he wants to try and get a fight before it plumes and he just can't. It's good little retake. I think it's the main thing we're saying for Imbic. And on the other side for ITB, let one slip into the world though. They can buy back in, so they're not under too much pressure just yet.
That was a pretty weird round. I think Smooth could have made more of an effort to get over towards A bit quicker. Aaron also could have made a bit more of an effort to stay alive. And Smooth trying to entry onto this B bomb site once again. AWP in hand. He had 2 opportunities and he misses 2. But ITB, they're actually going to try and commit fully now. There's no messing about. Pumping the gas through B main, smoke on the left side, and well, that could just get them the bomb site. Yeah, everyone's behind these smokes into the breach. If they just go now, they win out this round. Aaron, great lurk onto NBig. Not sure if he spotted Forzy on pillar. That would have been a weird, like, maybe it came up on the mini map potentially. But ITB, even though they had the opportunity just to win the round out on B, they're now going to reset themselves with that kill in middle.
Yeah. There's advantage for ITB now. You can see as well how Dan Eckler are kind of being spread a little thin. Still over towards back black. One Fletcher looking for an entry, and he might be given a chance here, but Neofrag will catch Kios. And there's no one close off the trade, or they were, but they just don't react in time. It's going to hurt a little bit. Frag looking for more. He does get caught by Aaron, who actually was just tapping away, hoping somebody walks into it. Same thing happens with Kriaz and Detours. They get kills apiece. 20 seconds. Are you running towards A here? Surely not. Yeah, they've got it. They've got to go B. They still have the time. Smooth and Aaron, again in the clutch. Last time didn't go well. That was a 1v2 they lost. Now, they're in a 2v3 into the 1v1. Nade comes over. 4 seconds. Wait, no time to plant. What? No time to plant. Aaron had the bomb, I think. And he died. So it dropped. And Smooth couldn't pick it up. Another round 1 off the back of brilliance, I guess you could say, from Dano Eklund in these clutch situations. But ITB just leaving things too late once again.
That's a round where it's like, we were narrating it as it was going on of like the B bomb site. You go, they're smoked off. Dino and Eckler are probably really counting their lucky stars that didn't happen. Like, I could imagine the mental of the B players like, well, here comes another save. But yeah, like, you should have utilized Aaron as a mid lurk, not as a linchpin of the round. Smooya, that's a bold play. Especially considering that Neofrag's been fighting Connector. Not a huge fan of just jumping down from middle. Maybe just posting on it would have been a better option. But now with a man advantage, Dino Ecolot, for the first time, are actually in a very good position in this CT side and in the CT half. 5 rounds would be like the creme de la creme of Anubis for Dino Ecolot, considering how difficult it was looking.
Synopsy. Phase that smoke. Nothing really on offer behind it. Smoke to give him a bit of a lurk here. The number's not in their favour. It's not actually a bad way about playing it. Trying to bait in an engagement. Speaking of baiting in a fight, hello. Yeah, Neofrag. He actually had the right idea, and then he turns back towards mid. If he just continue looking forward towards carpets, he probably gets a kill there, or at least gets a fight. Now the numbers are level once again. 40 seconds though. ITB, we know what it's like when they leave things late.
Ooh, Detour's in a prime position. But Synopsy now closes them in. Detour, all of a sudden, terrified. Embic does save him. This Molotov not gonna land. Detour lines them up. Bombs being dropped. Synopsy, he's done all the work in this round, all the heavy lifting, and he's still going to do more. 10 seconds remaining. But Embic and Detour, they combine for a 5th for Dino Ecolot.
That's a really good recovery at the end there. ITB probably should have been looking at maybe even the likes of 8 at a bare minimum, potentially even 9, the way they were playing at one point. And they just give a couple of rounds over towards the CT side to maybe keep them afloat. And potentially now things have to be changed in terms of the conversation. You got Dan Echo going on towards generally seen as the more favourable T side. This is big spot that we find ourselves in. A 7-5 scoreline. If ITB loses pistol, game on, and not in a good way for ITB either.
I'm scared for ITB. This pistol round, I think it's a big one for them. They have to win it out. Kios plucked Embic out of the sky. One flat throw forced away. All down top of each other. There's just two players standing, and this is chaos. It's pandemonium, but it's City's side actually coming out on top. Smooya, even though that he got blocked pretty much by his teammates, still is able to get one. Kriaz now, he was insane on Mirage. I was calling his praises time and time again. He had 2 kills entering this half. He's doubled them already in this pistol round. He might not anticipate Synopsys being so fast in this rotation. He does, but the duel very lumbered. He needs to get this kill, and he needs to get it quick, because Aaron, in quick pursuit, he's got a minute left on the clock with that, Kriaz. He can reset himself, but he looks to want to take this fight still towards a Aaron now there. I wonder if Kriaz realizes that, well, they both are towards A, and I think he has the good inclination of that, and he's going to go back to B.
Yeah. It's running all the way. It's foot races back and forth. Bomb tapped, not committed in all fairness, but there's no time. However, the tapping is allowing Synopsys to creep up and see it off. It's a chaotic pistol round, but it has to be said, ITB taking it. That is a huge sigh of relief. They were really not looking great at one point, looking all over the shop, and thankfully they made that one work. And now in doing so, pressure immediately right back on the shoulders of Daniel Eklund. Pause going to be called by ITB, but without a bomb plant, I don't really see the T-side buying here.
They're gonna buy. I can see the anger brewing.
Well, this one, it's just like you've not got a bomb plant, so you lose this buy, which is probably pretty likely unless you've got something wild planned for it. You know, we've got quad tech 9, now 5 tech 9s. I saw that the Eagle, right? But you lose this, ITB get 9, and then 10 because your money's broken, and then it puts all the pressure on that gun round. You lose that gun round, ITB have got match point.
Okay. I've seen, to be fair, in CS2, I think, a lot more of kind of like the T-side buy up, even though they've got no bomb plant when they're in this sort of position, just not wanting to run away from themselves. And Kriaz, he didn't clutch up on the pistol round, but he gets the opener here for Dino Ekolot in round 14. 2 smokes towards Temple, miscommunication there slightly, and Smooya, ooh, what a boost. He's looking over the top. Ooh, he gets one. And Kios also able to get one as well towards A. 3 players rotating in from camera. Look how quick they are. There's no utility to displace them, and they are just running straight in. Bomb will be planted. And can Dynamo Eklot get any more success? The answer is no, but Forzy, the Tech 9, it gets 2, but then Aaron resumes this all to normality. And Dynamo Eklot, the forced buy, unsuccessful. Or successful, depends how you want to look at it.
Yeah, do you know what, honestly, 4 kills and a bomb plant, I think you can actually say that is actually not too bad. However, on the other side, do we actually want to buy in towards the next round? I know we've just made it so close of a lesser buy, but you actually are bringing primarily Galil's here against what you know is going to be a full buy. Because you've made things expensive, you know ITB are going to have a full buy in towards this. And yeah, I don't know, same situation that we've kind of had, just prolonged +1, where it's you lose this and you give yourself more or less one true gun round. We've got double AK, triple Galil. Not great utility. That makes executes and post plants very difficult for Daniel Eklot. So keep an eye on that. But 9-5. If ITB find 10 here, they could basically go and springboard all the way up to match point.
Ooh, into the breach. They could be caught off guard here. 2 players on A. No rotations. Kios, though. Great opening kill. Synopsu have won. And Kios, this anchor, he's really making up for his misfortunes on Mirage. Even gets a reload. One more would be amazing. How about one more as well? 4K on the cards. Kios, what an anchor. The king of the A-bomb site. Let's forget about Mirage because he has soared into the breach to 10.
Yeah, what a hold from him. Beautiful work, and Dano YaLLa. That is not a good one to go about. Rough spots that we put ourselves in now with Dano YaLLa, because they, like I said, are basically got one gun round. The difference between losing this match and staying afloat in it. We're going to have a bit of a half buy here. Tempered expectations and whatnot. Mac 10 and a few upgraded pistols, but I'm being completely honest, it should be fine for ITB. Lock things down, and that means we're buying in towards the next. If ITB on 11, win that, match points. Dano YaLLa's money is all off the back of their loss bonus. I mean, even then, the buy is going to be pretty haphazardly.
That miss Molotov's not great. However, reaction towards B flashes. Oh my sweet Jesus Christ. Okay, luckily they're against pistols. Thank the Lord that Dano YaLLa don't actually capitalize on whatever the hell that just was from Into the Breach. Missed Molo in connector, which would have... So the reason why they probably threw that Molo is so they could block off that part of the map, and then they could focus on B main. And then, like, I don't know where the flash came from, but there was a lot of people blind from the C side. But It's the Breach, they stay flawless.
Gotta be said, ITB looking like a great side now. You know, we already mentioned they had their issues, without a doubt, early in this game, but they look really solid now. Here it is. Like I mentioned, you got that one full buy as a difference. You lose this, ITB find match point, and also on the other side too. Dano YaLLa, yeah, they got loss bonus, but it still will be a bit of an awkward buy in the next. We're talking maybe Galil's in some cases that they want the full head armor. No, best of luck. Playing towards Darkest when Flatro, who's we know is more than happy to fight. Flash will come round, but then he'll drop bit of U to himself. And Molly to slow them down. Nade and the smoke behind it. He's going to try and continue to pepper him a little bit. Rias trying to draw attention and not doing a terrible job at it either.
I mean, he's actually playing connector quite well right now. He's just causing a lot of commotion, and like realistically, you don't look at him right now and be like, why isn't he got a kill? Like, he's done his job well. He's forced out a lot of utility, and look, there's only 2 molos and a flash left and a nade on the whole of the CT side. Well, there goes the grenade. But Into the Breach, they've actually gambled over towards mid and B. If Enbic is able to maybe slink out of A, he could call for the rotations. This is such a decisive round for ITB. They've got so much map control, and now it's going to allow them to go back towards A. However, Neofrag catches off one Flatcho. That could not happen, but Synopsy then catches them rotating back towards A. Embic has lost his timing twice now to walk out of A, and Synopsy is just also holding for Neofrag. He's not going to get spotted, but Kios, here's now the sound cues. Molotov to impede them momentarily. Neofrag, massive frag into the 3 versus 3. Rotations will be coming in, and Into the Breach, they had so much map control and they didn't seem to do much with it, and they've got a disadvantage. Aaron, both players so tantalizingly low. They know where he is. He knows where they are. And Forzy's AWP. It's brazen, but on 17 HP, finally posts around on the T side for Dano YaLLa.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. It has to be said. 11-6. Dano YaLLa keep afloat. We said that was potentially the last gun round, one that had to be converted, and it was. So maybe, just maybe, this side isn't dead just yet. There's something to work with. Well, I think only, but there's 5 rounds in it, but it's workable. 3 maybe gun rounds in that. And this one here, and they'll break the econ of ITB.
Oh, good nade.
Yeah,
bad nade.
Yeah, good nade. Yeah, good idea, but the execution, unfortunately, not. Smoother one. Flatro, though, combined well.
Like, where have those 2 kills just sprung upon ITB? Right, Synopsy, that's trolling. Did you really have to push middle in a 5 versus 3? Now you've given space over to Dano YaLLa, and you've also caused this mass dispersion from Into the Breach. You've kind of caused them to rotate all around the map now with a big lack of information, a very unnecessary aggression from the IGL, and he should definitely know better.
Yeah, there's no need, really, was there? A tough spot. already getting a look as Neo Frag finds 2, and this round now flips. Bomb still wants to go towards B. Aaron rotating over that smoke is going to entice him to think that it's a mid to A play. He's wrong. Left the side open. Nobody home here, and that'll be that, right? So Dino Echo going to find yet another round, and I think potentially we could be discussing the save here. I don't know if you want to retake ITB, especially not retaking with an AWP.
And that round is because of Synopsy.
Yeah, I don't know why he pushed there. Doesn't need to.
Like, it's so, yeah. Maybe you're winning 11-6 and you're like, yeah, they're over towards B, I can catch them off guard. But like, look, that's 2 rounds, Neo, where Into the Breach have had advantages, where they've had like map control, and I don't even know how Dino Echolot have won either of them, to be honest. Like, they shouldn't have. Aaron is lackadaisically still playing very close. Yeah. Not worth it whatsoever. Saving the A1S was way more imperative. And Dino Echolot, like, no way have they been given an in now onto Anubis because of those 2 poor rounds in a row.
Maybe a chance where Dino Echolot can start to chip away at this. They're getting pretty close now. Or at least getting to the point where we've got to entice that conversation. I think from what we see, with how good Dino Echolot played these last couple of rounds, but also maybe how badly ITB have and the opportunities they're given over, they might be on for maybe a little bit more life left in this game, or at least more than I thought. 11-7. Be something to work with here. Just an AWP. Might be a bit of a kind of protect the president type vibe, but I'm saying that it looks like for the most part not. They are isolated or split up here amongst the 8 on the B side.
This is all the grenades. Oh my god, they've not done any damage. Oh, okay. Bit too late.
It's fine.
It's fine. Like, there was a world there where the grenades get like a double kill if they were maybe thrown at the right time. Instead, 3 nades did 50 damage, and Smooya, though, the most important person, saves the AWP.
Yes,
that is
exactly.
very vital.
That's the only thing that we're really looking at in that kind of round. Anything else is nice, right? You know, they get a kill, or if they do something, that's the only thing where it's sort of a priority. However, let's not stick around to fight. Takes a pop shot, doesn't hit it. Thankfully, doesn't get dropped or anything. Well, Flacho might get a chance on an exit kill here, potentially. No, he doesn't. Sweet will, though. He'll take his. Gets a kill. He's got to make sure to save. Looks like they're not going to be close enough to fight here, so I think he should be all right. And that's that. A Recklop. 3-round game. We're on for something here. Into the breach, though, thankfully. Funds are back in at least somewhat of a flourishing state. They can reinvest back in. A little bit concerning. It does have to be said, though, where we have to start asking a couple of questions. If ITB lose this round, we could really be looking at Data Echo potentially even tying this game up. And that changes the narrative a little bit.
Yeah. And it changes the... What's even more damning is that this should actually be over. Like, ITB had 2 really good opportunities and squandered both of them because of incompetence, which is the lightest way to put it. And I don't even think it's anything to do with Aaron being a stand-in or whatnot. I don't think he's been doing that bad. He's been doing very well. Now, straight B execute. 1 Flatro, first to fall, Neo Frag. This is some vintage Neo Frag right here. Just a good old-fashioned entry fragger. He only gets 1 kill, but it's the space he makes for the rest of his team.
Yeah.
And well, we're starting to worry.
I think so. I definitely think so. ITB, I wouldn't mind them taking a pause here. Either this round or into the next full gun round. Take a breather and say, fellas, like, what's going on now? I think, if I'm right, they've already used 2. They got 1 more. But this is a... Yeah, it's a tough spot. Let me kind of put in. You've got an M4 and an AWP saving. And I think they should be given that luxury of saving too. I say that though, Detour. He's getting pretty close to the action. There's a bit of time left on that bomb as well. So he might have a little look in. See if he can catch the Heaven player. That in particular being that AWP too. corner. Kios is here. He's open to the fight, but it's one that which Kios will win. 11-9. 2 rounds in this. This game is getting a little interesting now. Like I said, I wouldn't mind seeing just a bit of a breather out from Into the Breach, maybe in towards the next gun round, but I don't know what sort of buy we're really going to go with here. I would maybe just assume a little bit of a half investment. They are going to use that attack pause, though. The worrying thing is, because of where their money is, they could be tempted to full buying. Something I wouldn't be a fan of.
You have the rounds to play with still. Don't squander. Full max loss bonus. You're chilling for the last. I think this is a good tactical timeout time for Dynamo Eclot. Like, you're very close to pushing yourself to a third. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if... Well, the thing is, like, ITB have played this east side better, winning these early...
Yeah.
And it's just like... I wouldn't say... You can't use the word fundamentally because, they lost 2 rounds because of their macro and their fundamentals. But, like, it really should have been... Like, ITB definitely should have closed this out. And I think they're going to be kicking themselves if they don't. Ooh, this is a change, though. Dynamo Eclot maneuver themselves early towards a Enbic. Catches off Kios. This full investment. You said you weren't a fan of it. Well, here it is. The result is a man disadvantage.
Looking like Kios wants to drop it here, but yeah, like I said, opening kill. Already good. I want to get a bit proactive here. One Flatcher looks around the corner. Doesn't actually spot anything. It's just good information to get. Shot. Missed. Swear sort of needed that as well, just to level the playing field. He doesn't get it. I'm backing over the rotation. This is wrong. Oh my god, one Flatcher's going to spot so many, but then a team kill comes through in a 3 versus 3. Neofrag just sort of mows down Detour. Maybe we are on for something. In a weird way, he technically goes 2 for 1 there, one Flatro.
I guess. Oh, it's actually quite funny. Synopsy, I don't think they clear him. Yep, they don't. Kriaz, there's no trigger discipline. He's heard the scope, I think. Or not. I would go on the assumption he... Oh, sorry, Flaws got an A1S. What am I... No, yeah, he's switched now. Yeah, he's made noise. He had an AWP. So he's dropped away. He's making a rake load of noise, but it's coming back towards middle. Rail read by Smooya, but doesn't get the second read. Neofrag with 10 seconds will get the bomb down. Ooh. That tap made me a little bit scared. However, still, we'll have the time. This smoke a little bit too late. This nade shall not connect. The flashbang does. Both players playing around Broken Wall. Neofrag can't get either of them. The buddy system in full effect in ITB. They finally rise to the occasion and they finally get themselves a map and series points.
It's taken a long time to get here, right? But all that matters is that they have. And now, like you said, map and series point coming through for the ITB roster, and we have to look now at what Dan Riot have got left in the locker. Can they keep afloat? Thankfully, in terms of the buy, they can. That's the main thing, but oh, this is a tough predicament. Dan Riot now, no more mistakes can be made. What have we got on? Well, I guess to work with here from what has been a weird back and forth. We are going to see a attack pause be used by Dano Eclot, so at least they've got a bit of a moment to discuss, and potentially they can go back to back, because they've actually got 2 left to use. ITB. A weird round, and a strange move by Juan Flatcher that actually ends up working in their favor.
So guys, if you're ever in doubt, push a smoke. Do it. Throw around. Well, not even throw. Win the round, troll a bit of tomfoolery, and yeah, Dynamo Eclot are probably quite annoyed because, well, there's a pretty good advantage for them, and they're probably just like annoyed at how kind of idiotic it was that that worked. Okay, 3 rounds. Do we go to overtime? God, that interview with Smooya is going to be fun if we do get it.
Yeah, definitely a couple of questions to be asked. Probably also just like, what is going on with ITB? Yeah, what's the future this side?
And he'd probably just tell us.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably
So,
just
you
be
know,
like, well, anyway, guys.
entertainment value, right? You
Yeah.
get that at the very least.
Okay.
You're going to get caught. Now you're going to go behind it too. Doesn't do as much damage. They dip away as Samir doesn't want to stick around. Understandably so. Good opening kill if Dano Eclat not dead just yet.
That's, I think, the second or third round Keels has actually been the opened fragger. He had some great rounds towards A, but maybe a little bit over eager, a little bit over aggressive to try and close this one out with their aggressive plays towards A main right off the bat. We have no utility to support it either. ITB, 4 versus 5. Smear in the right position. Good support with that Molotov from Synopsy. Even though he's rotating away, he needs to get a move on. He needs to come back because they're speeding up onto A. Smuya completely alone. Smokes off camera, but Detour's going to walk straight through this. They're reading for it. Smuya's found a second. He's actually given his team the advantage. The A-bomb site, still the committed place of contact. Smuya, he's looking for more. He's looking to end this off. He's looking to be the hero for Into the Breach. 3 kills for him. And Dino Echolot left wounded, left limping. Kriaz last alive. But they know exactly where he is. Smuya tags and the US.
This side, and we're currently them standing in that 1-1 record. They now go 2-1, so they're getting ever closer to the next stage here in the YaLLa Summer 2025. Now, say so. Yeah, pretty sick stuff all in all for ITB. You know, we already said it. We definitely have our reservations about the side, and you know, definitely don't really know what the future's looking like for ITB because it's definitely not top A, maybe major just yet, but you can sort of see the groundwork being laid. I think we have the interview ready as well. I think we're joined by Smuya for this one to discuss off the back of that hectic series. Smuya, brother, thank you very much for joining us. Let's start with how the series went for you guys. Bit of a scrappy one, but all in all, a 2-0. How you guys feeling?
Feeling good. I mean, it's doesn't really mean too much, right? They also have a stand-in randomly in map 1. We have stand-in. It's typical tier fucking 5 CS, so it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, I guess, well, not looking much at the game then if it was playing a stand-in. You guys have been very vocal about some of the roster changes and stuff. Firstly, you said you have higher expectations for what this roster should achieve. What are those expectations?
I think when you look at expectations, there's two factors you have to take into it. One, the money that's being paid for the players. What you have to expect for the money that's being paid, because there's some rosters in the world that are not paid anything, and they come. It's not always about the money, but it's a good benchmark to bench it from. And also previous results of players. We have 2 players that made multiple majors very easy. We have a major finalist. We have myself, who maybe not has the best recent results because I played with like some mixed teams, but when I was in Fnatic, I was top 10, big, top 6. Every team I join always gets better. So you always have like these kind of expectations. Again, for myself, it's bad because I put the expectations on players based on the effort I would put in myself. So, and I try to remove that now because it's not a good way to live. So the expectations for this roster, once we get the 5th, which should be announced, I'm not sure when. I think he's already signed his contract. Once we get him, we should like catapult to top 50. I imagine we would probably get one of the CCT wins, something like this, to boost our ranking. And then from there, we have to just see. If the players are willing to do the hard work, we will be top 30 in no time. But if we keep being a little bit lazy, then we will be stuck around top 15. And that's the reality of it. We have to see what happens. Yeah. I can't do the work for other people. This isn't a solo sport. If this was a solo sport, I would probably have way more results in my career to speak for it. But yeah, we just have to see what happens, and hopefully we'll all get on the same page. We have the same goals. Everyone has the same expectations of each other. and then we can actually start competing. Because right now it's been completely pathetic. The results were pathetic. Work ethic was pathetic. So yeah.
Fair enough. Nice and honest. I respect that. I want to touch on just yourself as well. Obviously, it's been a hot minute since you've been playing Team Counter-Strike. What's it like for you going back in towards the grind, right? Because obviously, before that, FPL and stream, there's a different type of mental grind. Obviously, it can be quite tiresome those days, but playing CS, especially in the tier 2, is pretty rough, right? Sometimes you're playing 2-3 best threes a day, starting at 9 a.m., all the rest. So what's it like for you getting back into playing online Counter-Strike, grinding out, pracs, official scrims, all the rest?
It's been fun. It's something that I want to do, which is a nice luxury to have as a player, whereas before I needed to do it. It was the only way I would make money. It's how I pay my bills, stuff like that. Whereas I feel like I have a lot of unfinished business with Counter-Strike. I have a lot of talent. Everyone already knows that, but I have nothing to show for it. So for me, this is kind of like the last, hurrah, I guess. And that's why I'm doing everything properly. I'm trying to develop as a person, a teammate, and stuff like that before my individual skill. Because I know I can flick a switch and get 30 kills. It's not really a problem. But having the stuff that makes my teammates better is something that I've lacked a lot in my career. If I vibe with a player and I see that they work hard, then they will enjoy playing with me. But when I have a lazy player who maybe late to practice, garbage like this, then they will know that I don't like them. I make it very fucking evident that I don't like you. I can't fake feelings. I can't fake wanting to be next to you on a bomb site. I can't fake it, and I won't fake it. I don't need to. Because the initial problem shouldn't be there. You should be professional at all times, and then the mistakes in the server are easy to fix. But when the mistakes that come in before the server, it's hard to fix the mistakes on the server. Because, yeah. We don't need to get into too much detail, but I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it a lot. I'm just waiting for the next player to come in so we can start competing properly. Because the best way to learn is by playing. And right now we haven't practiced for, I don't even know. It's like embarrassing to say because we had so many officials back to back. We didn't want to practice because it's too tiring to practice and play an official. Okay, we'll just play with no strats then and just fucking lose every game, like whatever. So yeah, it should be exciting. We should be dropping out of like most of our events. Like once we finish the ones we have, get the player, and then actually fucking have a map pool. Because right now, we ain't got a fucking map pool. It's fucking depressing. So yeah, we'll figure that out.
Okay, so apart from time, what's going to change now? Because you've kind of touched upon some of the issues. Why does replacing Boros change things?
Hey, we're not saying who's getting replaced, yeah? We don't want to put words in anyone's mouths. Could be me. Yeah? Boris is a great player. Why does it change things? I feel like one, roles is a big thing. We literally had 2 of the exact same player. If I told a joke and one of them found it funny, they would both laugh. If they both don't find it funny, like they both wouldn't laugh, yeah? Like they eat the same food, they live the same way, like it's completely crazy. They're the same person. So you can't have that. Imagine 2 of me on one team. It would be fucking nuclear as well, yeah? Like you can't really do that. I believe just overall expectations will change. I feel like it brings a new life to the team because it makes sense. We can actually play fucking Counter-Strike instead of just, I don't know what we've been doing. I just wasted like a month of my life. But with there's light at the end of the tunnel. So that's all I can look forward to. Just, yeah, it's been tough. It's been fucking tough, I'll be honest. It's really tough.
Fair enough, dude. All right, man. Well, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much for joining us. Pleasure to have you on. And, of course, congratulations on the win as well. Hopefully, we'll see you guys soon, maybe in the next stage as well. And best of luck, I guess, with the new addition to the team as well.
Yeah.
I'm really excited, guys.
Thanks, man.
See you next time.
Man.
See ya.
Hey, entertainment guaranteed.
No, actually just gas.
Yeah, entertainment guaranteed. Also, a pretty good series out from Smooya as well. At the tail end, 39 kills and 20 deaths for him. 89 ADR, not too bad. Pretty safe to call him the MVP off the back of that one. One Flatcho and Aaron not too far behind. Credit to him. Aaron, both times he stood in for ITB in this tournament, both times he's looked pretty damn sick. So credit to him. A very versatile player. And I think obviously kind of bailed them out of a dicey situation where they couldn't get their original choice. Understanding what I'm assuming was pretty last notice sort of vibes. But yeah, funny interview. Always good to have kind of Smooya on as well. He's honest, right? You can't fault him on that front.
But it's like would hate to be his teammate and realize that he's just talking about me. Because, like, to be fair, from what it sounds like, and you know, a lot of people might be here to, you know, crap on Smooya a little bit, but it's like, look, like the dude seemed pretty honest, and like the way he was kind of articulating it is like, it was, you know, like I don't blame him. Maybe he has got a point, and I'd hate to be his teammate and sit there and be like, crap, he's talking about me. But yeah, I guess like sometimes you need that honest, brutal, like kind of like the honest kind of just, it's brutal, but it's honesty.
Yes, no, exactly that. But what we can also honestly tell you is that the day's done here. Both best of threes concluded a 2-0 as well to see off the day. Pretty clean stuff coming out from ITB at the tail end there. Down at Eklot, they've got their standings. They had like, in the end, like 6 different players playing across the 2 maps. It was a rough time. I think they got their changes and their worries as well. But from myself and Mirage, we're going to call it for today. Thank you very much for joining us. It's been a pleasure. See you soon.
As I had mentioned earlier, I think Tizian's just standing in, at least for today, for this roster, so might get some less pressure, some looser Counter-Strike out of them. Already out of the gates there, charging forward. The execution looking good, but the molly doesn't quite land perfectly, so that allows for an excellent defense in the under balcony. Navarra sharp with the USP as well. Already taking down 2 quick kills. Lixie looking to charge forward. They've got to take some more map control, looking to take that CT spawn, but oh boy, MBK's already flying through on a flank. Gonna make this post plant incredibly difficult. Are they gonna be prepared for this? The move's being made pretty quickly, and MBK catches a back turn. It's not clean on the kill, but it'll do the job. And wipe your hands off as Navarra again finishes with very little HP. 3 kills in the round, and comfortable retake there for Revenant.
I hope we see that second kill again from Navarra, because that was juicy. That was an absolute zinger. Out of CT. There's a lot of work. It was definitely a window there. I mean, they had it planted default and they were chasing down CT. If Navarra dies, suddenly they actually have a post plant. I guess it's even more unlikely that the player that planted would have been exposed to ramp, because he might try and join his teammates. So there are worlds. There are worlds they could have won it, but not to be. Navarra, of course, the hero. And in response, bomb was down, so a little bit of cash in the bank. And then Raw Youngblood say, we're not saving, we're buying. Couple Galils, some nades, and 4 outside of B. No awards for guessing where this round is going.
They get so many fakes here in the Palace side of things, but I mean, really just not too much interest. Maybe trying to put a sound cue down, keep some attention, which maybe mission accomplished. MBK still very close by though, so not fully selling this retake. Making noise on this rotate is going to be a lot of information, going to identify where this play is coming from, and a quick trade will go a long way. That flash still kind of disrupts the execute though, as it drops down to the ground. MBK gets to feast off of it. A 3K from MBK, locking down that B bomb site, recovering the round. I think just a little bit of misfortune. That first kill immediately dropping a flashbang catches 2 of his teammates. It creates that separation. They'll be spotted as well. Gonna have a tough time trying to save this one with that Tech 9. Maybe starts it off with a case for a second as well. Oh boy. And now there's a chance to get a bomb plant. Both players are flanking here.
He doesn't know it, but clearly we can see that planting the bomb and getting it after plan would be the way forward. It's a very open plan.
Wow.
Very open plan for apartments.
The timing's
He's
good.
taking space. You know it's doable here. If he can get a good fight, I mean, he'll obviously see the markets clear soon. He's giving himself a chance.
Himself in a perfect position right now. Oh, that smoke's gonna make this play. Hell though, great position from Rico to close. Quick reposition on that one. That is exactly how you want to play it. Flush out. They'll be in the 2v1 with that smoke grenade. Not a lot of options from that point forward. Nice try though, making the best out of a pretty difficult situation. An MBK multi-kill. That's that flash I was talking about. I think it just allows MBK to better set himself up. A bit of, you know, tough luck.
Third kill is just outrageous.
Yeah, that was tough. The USP 3K to finish it.
Nobody deserves a lot of credit though, doesn't he? I mean, you mentioned it. 2 kills in a 1v4 and a bomb plant. And he's actually allowed his teammates to invest again. This buy is better. Bit more loss bonus. You've got an AK out as well. Util is sparing, but there's no AWP on this CT side, so they can play very contact heavy for control. That seems to be the memo at the moment anyway. They go in for some space. This is a dangerous round for the CTs. No mistakes.
Interesting boost you put to catch some space towards connector, but they're really fighting for this mid control. I mean, 4 players, all 5 in fact, were looking to duel, and they'll just keep on swinging. Strength in numbers for the CT side, but the trade's effective for the young bloods. But now they settle into the 2v2, unsure of where, again, you know, the position of Tizian is. They reroute. Be careful of Revenant and potential further aggression in this 2v2. I don't think it's a bad idea, but It all comes down to where the end goal is. Revenant are on the move. It looks like they are consistently taking space on the map, which I think is a good idea, but I mean, now I think they've committed. I think they've made their decision to plant their feet on this B bomb site, hope that it'll head this way and try for a retake in the 2v2 later down the line. And I just don't know if the bomb's going to head that way. I think it's going to
no way
certainly be a B-side play, but no, they've just boosted one in.
Does anybody even consider this for the CT side? There's not a lot of time here. They need to go.
Tizian's toast. Gonna get spotted, but there's a player in bench still that they'll have no idea about. Oh, okay, this round's over. And Vera's just gonna deny the bomb plant. Surely he's gonna deny the bomb plant. He gets off of it and he finds the last 2 kills. They walk right into the Revenant trap.
What a roller coaster of a round. With more time, they could have been more clinical with the clear, obviously. That wasn't afforded to them. I mean, they had no information. You could be critical and say, well, why didn't they end A? They had someone to hold the rotates, but they didn't know at all where the CTs were. I don't think I mind it trying to split B. Maybe just a little bit more prompt with the moves. That could have helped.
Yeah. I mean, I think... again, when you look at the clock there, maybe there's some decisions that were like kind of overthinking things, but that's going to happen. Again, these are some young players. They're trying to do the best moves, and sometimes it's just, you know, getting read in on. Like the Revenant making kind of a gambly call of leaving the entirety of an A bomb site, and that was the right 50-50 in that case. But yeah, I'm with you. I love the idea. Love the vision. Nice little window boost. I'm always a fan of a window boost.
Revenant aren't out of jeopardy yet. They're winning rounds, but they're losing so many bodies. Look at the money. It's a disaster. This round is a must-win. First kill might go the way of Nivera, but now mid is wide open. M4 scooped, and do they have any idea? Teammate facing a little bit from connector. Lau is gone. Problems now for the defense as Tizian gets aggressive. This round is wild, and the A-bomb site is seeded.
Blue-White's playing in a position where you'd be worried about a CT, but they still aren't yet punching in the digits. Nivera's faded away from CT, and it's routed towards jungle. Interestingly enough, it might make this post plan a little more challenging. And they've got themselves into good positions. At least they were trying to. As Gurks gets cut off in the meantime, and now doubling up in A main. This isn't known, but that's going to do a lot of damage. That HE sets the tone for how this retake's going to go. Some shots need to finally connect. Blue-White able to land them, but bomb fully being stuck. 10 seconds for Tizian to trust in his teammate, and MBK makes good on the promise.
They have time if Tizian dies.
It would have been very close.
It would have been very close.
Maybe if there was... I think there would have still had to be a distraction, right? You would have had to stay alive in A main, I feel like.
He almost killed Tizian on the bomb.
Yes.
Almost. Oh,
This is just barely
really
past
wild.
half.
A Raw Youngblood should have committed to something. They planted the bomb. They had, I think it was 2 by triple and then 1 towards ramp. And their decision of how to play their up bomb was way too late. I mean, the smokes have faded. 5-10 seconds earlier, they needed to just decide, we're going to fight CT, we're going to give this up. And they got caught in no man's land.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, that's maybe more just small, like, decision-making mishaps in the post plant. And eventually you would think at some point Aurora Youngblood in this are going to finally be able to break the dry spell and close out on one of these clutches in one of these late rounds. As you said, they've been managing to do so much damage with so little in the past. But there's a tough fight. Tizian with an MP9 just blasts a quick kill and a missed op shot from Gurks as well. It gets taken even further. finally some success, some ground, but this is looking like it could be potentially one of the cleaner rounds here for Revenant.
They needed one.
I think
this changes the complexion of the first
AWP.
half a lot. Then keep this one clean.
Yeah.
And look at the read. They haven't actually confirmed the whereabouts of the bomb, yet still Revenant are playing 4A.
This is going to be a Palace save.
Starting to feel a little bit flat. The start to Mirage for your Youngblood. Needless to say, if they lose this map, this series, the way we visualize it, changes dramatically. They're definitely favourites. We presume Tizian is a stand-in here. We have no other... no information to think otherwise. And Vertigo is not a fun home of Aurora Youngblood. They will not enjoy themselves if they have to put in a position where they have to win that map.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a big challenge to find yourself on some uncomfortable territory. A little break in the confidence. Just boost. Oh my god.
Does he know something I don't?
Just walked him right through it. Kirks has to recover, and he one-ups him. Oh my god, what is going on? The wildness continues. That is a crazy save of a man advantage that Novera has watched vanish from his perch.
I'm so confused
Wow.
on many levels. How did Nivera know to shoot? How does Grix not get traded by man number 2? I don't know.
All questions we're asking.
No answers just yet.
Nevers actually looked like incredibly good with the AWP. I don't know if it was all that Valorant that's been warming him up, but it's been impressive to watch. Every time I see Revenant, that's more of the redemption story that we were talking about coming back into CS2. He has looked, motivated, I would say, more than anything. Oh my god, Blixie. I mean, that's a B site opened up. They're going to walk into the trap once again. They're going to walk into the stack again. Navera, another kill. But he's the only one putting in the numbers. And Rico is in the back lines, waiting to strike. Is there coverage for the bomb plant? There might be. It could be a quick trade from this Apex position. Gurks finally steps out quick enough to secure the round, but it's a little bit dicey considering the position. Aurora Youngblood again walking into the stack, but this time they've got the numbers enough to get the job done.
It's just ridiculous. Oh my.
Oh, man.
Oh, we love it all the same.
Wow.
God, it was a ragtag buy as well for Aurora Youngblood. Finally, they get one of these over the line. As you said, they seem to be magnetized towards wherever the most CTs are at any one time. It's been the story of this map so far. But they've done the hard task. The money is on the brink. I mean, look at it for the CT side. Everything's going to be invested into this. So there's opportunities here to make very good on this T side. Plenty of ecos to follow. His money is snapped for Revenants. A bit of time to ponder. Quick pause. Quick discussion. How do we open this round? Where are we going? Smoke for window. Make it 2. 1 for top mid. Pretty standard default to me.
It's second to window as well. They don't want to get plucked out by a shot through smoke from Navera again. Understandable. Whatever tools you can use to keep him at bay, but already a quick exchange there towards Catwalk. When you talk about the time that is left in the round and the map control currently maintained, this is a move that had to be made by MBK. You've got to be able to recover some ground. You've lost ladder control at 1:30 in the clock, so something has to turn, and MBK makes the move. And he wins it with a 5-7. He's sticking around. That's a little bit risky, but more information gathered. And he is not giving up this position, man. Smokes deep. Forces them to wait it out. They'll be playing close now in it as well. And he's not alone, MBK. He has his teammate close by. X joining forces with them. We'll see how much more MBK can do with this little HP. That is a brilliant HE. Oh my goodness.
Insult to injury. Speaking this round for MBK. Molly will flush him wide. 15 HP to his name. It's blue-white commits. MBK is gone. Grix collects the rotation. Just allowed to clear out. For a player from short, they indeed do. So the bomb gets planted. So many teammates are falling by the wayside. McHughes finds another. Leaves us in a one-on-one. And what a pivotal one-on-one this is. Win this is the tease. Money's in the bin for the defense. Tizian, MP9 goes wide. Head found. Money will not be broken this time. That's been the story of this half, honestly, for the CD side. Is they're just finding ways to win in rounds where maybe they shouldn't.
They really are just surviving in the crucial swing moments of this half. And that's another clutch that goes in the way of Revenant. I think making all the right decisions as MBK in this round. I mean, dealt a tough deck of cards at the start, down low, but continues to hold apartments control, continues to inflict damage. That clutch is so much easier for Tizian because he's got an MP9, but MBK chunked him down to half with an HE. So that MP9 is going to be all the more effective even at range. Shout out to MBK making some right moves when they lost control. Rivera, again with the AWP, has been so proactive, willing to go on the aggro. But every time he's been able to, it feels like there's a call and response in between these oppers.
I'm going to sound like a broken record, but it's the same story again. If Aurora Youngblood can convert around, it's looking good. Big frags, A prized open. Grix, inspired by what he's seeing out of Nivera, says, I can one-up you, brother. It's just the Belgian left. And quickly, this has gone from seemingly a good position to a must-save. He cannot. Money is a disaster for the defense. This half is back on, man. This half is back on. Look at the money. They have nothing.
They've finally done it, man. Aurora Youngblood finally sealing in a round that is going to shatter Revenant in this half. I mean, I feel like they're going to even force buy here. Yeah, double eco territory, right? So going for an investment. And if they win this one, I think it is going to be the case that Aurora Youngblood just, it wasn't meant to be, it wasn't destined to have any control over this half. Obviously a tough task. They've got 5-7s, they've got MP9s, but we'll see if they can challenge their fate. I mean, they are really targeting Connector in this in their winning ways.
I'm nervous.
Another case of
I'm nervous. Look how many are on 8. There's so many in defense.
Oh, does he win that?
Okay,
There's
trades are good.
Trades
are good. Nobody panic. Nobody panic just yet. Molly surely flushes out Nivera. He's got 20 HP left. Finish the job.
Too far.
Indeed it does.
The second one got him.
It's just Tizian to clear out, guys. One more to find. Vilby's very low. Oh, they don't make it easy for themselves.
So magnetized towards the stack, man. They just can't get enough of walking into them. Gotta win these through elimination. MBK encouraged to stick around. I think maybe the call out that Vilby's low, saying that, hey, I'm gonna give this one a go. Sort of just calling the immediate save. That was so close. Landing the spam, but as the smoke fades, the curtain drops, and MBK collects another. The Molotov on the bomb could seal it. This could be the winning play from Vilby. I think it already is over. He doesn't stick it. He would have had to. Molly heads on top of the bomb. And at least they do a lot of damage, but MBK having a ducktail. Aurora Youngblood finally stringing rounds together enough to maybe go up against the USP for the second time in the half.
At some point, I'm going to have seen enough of these rounds, so I need to give whoever's calling these CT sides for Revenant some credit. Because they are getting these predictions right on so many occasions. Okay. Well, it should in inverted commas, be an easier round for the offense. Of course, bit of a save from MBK, but otherwise, it's not much. No armor on anybody else. I wonder if they're taking the pause just to like, guys, we need to calm down. We can't keep losing so many bodies.
We just gotta make it easier for ourselves, man. Can we please avoid the stack this time? I think, at least in the last couple of rounds, they've really identified a opening and connector that they've been looking to abuse quite a bit. See if that remains true. Snavera taken down incredibly low. That HE should seal it, if not the wall bang from Gurks. And whenever you catch a player getting in towards that corner of window, it's likely they've boosted one up as well. I like the idea. They don't even smoke window, so that makes that play so much more difficult to make. A lot of teams on anti-ecos really love to make their approach up catwalk as well, so that's another added benefit. Being able to more comfortably flush out that ladder position that is very common.
I guess also because CS2, you can break that smoke with a HE. Pretty common play, just to break that smoke, swing on some flashes.
Yeah.
You don't allow it. You can work up close first, you can molly it. You can clear mid, then smoke it, and by that point, it's so much more unlikely they're going to have a set play to counter. So finally, we could be on track for a clean one. Group together. As long as they've got good spacing, I see it's terribly unlikely that Revenant are going to find many more kills in this round, if any.
Oh my god. Like they want you to just eat your words as soon as possible. They avoid it just at the buzzer, just enough health to tank through that one. Next recovers an A1S, and I'm sure he'll want to save, if that is a possibility. And blue white, he's gonna get surprised. Okay, to be recovered.
Please stop.
Just about
stop
gets
peeking.
it. Oh my god. Rico is a nuisance right now. He's aware of the possibility of this flank. He's gonna try and figure out a way to route out of this one. And going through the murder hole is not it. Going through underpass certainly is, though. That is the move. He snuck his way out of this one. They're trying to chase, but it might just be a little too late. You might just have to shrug your shoulders and say, you can keep it. I don't want to mess with you any longer. And even one extra with the bomb. I don't know if it matters too much economically wise. Got plenty of money for the remainder of the half, but really know how to make a round difficult. There's Revenant.
Certainly now to give me anxiety. That was a tricky one to watch. They need to know when to hit the brakes sometimes. They just keep going. Right. Okay. Well, the recovery mission continues. We're not far away from what we describe as a good half. Rory Youngblood can find anything more. Yet again, default in towards mid, as you said. They love a good duel in towards connector. Rico, that's up close this time, just swings out. They're continuing to fight. The player in underpass that can punish, surely, yes indeed. Blixie comes out. Rico is gone. And with that information of Rory Youngblood, might reallocate the forces. No need to keep forcing fights here. Both teams intent on just dueling for mid. And right now, that's not going well for the defense.
Quite. I mean, I like the identification of where Aurora Youngblood have been kind of abusing the map. Sending Raiko there to aggress forward. He even gets the opening duel, but maybe overstaying their welcome for a little too long. Quick to punish his Blixie. Now, this position in Palace is so powerful. Dizzy taking the aggro and saying, hey, we've got to spread our resources out elsewhere. It does come down to, as this A side is becoming clear, where exactly is this A player playing. We'll see if MBK can sell enough of a distraction to bring some comfort into this one. Plant is lining up, and MBK so quick with these kills, immediately sours the mood. Man advantage again vanishing right before their eyes, and Tizian finally surfaces out of Palace saying, what's going on here? A late lurk coming through from Lau and X spots out one, but there's still another inside connector not known. They've got to figure out a way to defuse this. Given the position of the bomb, it's going to be incredibly difficult. MBK trying to make it work, though. This sort of Alpha, though, can make it difficult. It's going to force Vilby to peek, but a lineup is there. Vilby strikes just in time. Didn't expect him in the top of connector, and Aurora Youngblood finally getting these clutches towards the tail end of the half.
That's karma for you. Earlier on in this half, they were losing every scenario like this. That has flipped on its head. I don't blame the Revenant player for thinking it wouldn't be another player connector, because the gap between the peaks is quite long. Yeah, long enough where you're thinking the other player's got to be somewhere else. It was the incorrect decision. A lot of pauses burn in this first half as Revenant takes another. It's a moment to breathe. They have struggled a lot in these latter stages of this first half. And I tell you what, rounds of late have not brought an AWP to Nivera. He was such a huge weapon earlier in this half, but he's been neutered. Neutered as of late. I don't think he's had a kill for ages as well. I'm sure he was on about 9-3 or something at one point.
9-3, yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
He hasn't been a factor on the rifles.
But a big time. Dude, that's just all it took for Aurora Youngblood. Again, just all time to find some comfort in this half, and longer that constant success. Position looks to be a big priority there for Lau and X. Get wide on the angle. So a sort of extra vision that grants him. Pitch that deep valley position. I imagine bench is a much easier fight. Yeah, there you go. Lau and X. Complete surprise to the one that clutched up in the last round. Now the first to go in the final of the half. Blue-White making a move inside the Molotov. That is a surprise for Rico, thinking that was safe. Had to figure out a way to trade things back, and certainly manages it. I think Blixie some sort of vision on MBK, but not gonna matter. Not in the end.
I think they got away with that. I mean, Lau almost died. Yeah. There would have been some less than savory remarks between teammates, I think. Had he been felled. It is a man advantage now. That CT side, Lau leans mid for a moment. Tizian can catch this lurk, and he does. It's a huge prong of his offense gone. And this smoke is so awkward to work around. Easy for NBK. Mops up. Cleanest frags of his life. And Revenant, in the dying stages, do claim another. Slim lead now, as they flip sides.
BK just a super consistent factor on that B site. It felt like it wasn't oftentimes an option with how much impact he had. I mean, this is a big multi-kill, but it's not the only multi-kill we've seen from him in that position. It's not the only time we've seen him make all the right moves on this B side, so for Aurora Youngblood, it almost felt like that wasn't really an option in the half. I mean, maybe make your moves over towards the A side over and over again, because B, he was not it. You didn't want to mess with MBK in that one. It's 14-7. Playing on the B anchor. That's a lot of impact out of the man. Again, it is zero utility for another pistol on Revenant. Full guns and a B rush. Maybe it's going to be Tizian to sell a distraction on the opposite side of the map. We'll see how much work he can do, because they are kind of walking into this B side lean.
What a bizarre round. They've actually let MBK poke first. They're thinking,
yeah.
We're thinking we just don't know where these CTs are at the moment. This is a very risky game he's playing. If he finds a kill or information, it's great. But if he goes down for nothing, he has no help.
He's clearing so much, though. Oh, but that's the dangerous part. he goes
I
down.
think they should have just gone. I mean, I know that we know it's a stack, but when he was that far out, just got to commit. Now Tizian falls. I think the gig might be up. Good frags, though. Where have these come from? That was the stack site.
Well, I mean, Tizian runs out, and they get the transition of the players. They're starting to rotate in towards market because Tizian's making noise. It was such a simple distraction. MBK goes in first looking to sell the fake. Then Tizian goes in on A to sell the fake towards the A side, and they get those rotates rolling. It's a blue white in an impossible situation. That is a wild round, but just the master of manipulation right there for MBK. Or Youngblood. I mean, again, if we can see these kills that were finally found on the entry, this is what Tizian does as soon as MBK goes down. So now you're calling in these rotates, and look where they are. This is the player that was boosted up on the box there, who's now in the back of sight, playing that awkward angle. And I mean, it's a good spot to be in, but run down by the Glocks because you're probably back turned.
Those meddling kids. What can you do? Oh, that should have been the moment where this game teetered back towards Aurora Youngblood. Now it's just a full eco. Revenant are really starting to groove into a good position here on Mirage. As we mentioned, Vertigo, even with a stand-in, that's their best chance by a long shot to have a clean map win here. For Revenant. I think win Mirage. I'm not sure we're making it to Anubis.
I don't think we should. I mean, unless there's some big slip-ups. But right now, what I'm seeing from Revenant's calling and individual work alongside it, it's looking a little too strong at the moment for them to handle. I mean, MBK dropping these sort of numbers, but even on that pistol, just kind of messing with Aurora Youngblood's heads around like that.
I mean, if I'm sat here thinking that, you know, he's way ahead of his teammates and it doesn't look right, Aurora Youngblood are going to think the same. That's why they get angsty to move. Because they're like, this doesn't feel right.
Just one, it's MBK. He's just sold a fake. They sold a fake with zero utility alongside it. That's what's, you know, that much more impressive about it, is that no one had a single bit of utility. I just feel like it's never possible to sell a fake without really having that utility belt, having something to, you know, emphasize it. But again, sometimes it can just be the players that do the job. He did enough.
I certainly think that round needs like a do not try this at home warning. Because it will be a disaster.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're doing.
Don't try it in matchmaking because you're just not going to get the rotates that you hope for. Maybe you will. Maybe it's actually just the perfect.
We're also assuming the other team makes logical decisions, which
yeah, exactly.
Which might not be the case, guys.
Reacting to stimuli is not oftentimes the case for your matchmaking teammates.
Right, well, important rounds to follow. Needless to say, Aurora Youngblood, they need to hit the ground running, don't they, with these gun rounds? A rough map to lose both pistols. And the subsequent ecos. Look at the call. How bold is this? 4A? It's not like there's been any rounds to set a precedent. They're taking this risk, then heaved an entry out of it too. And now, yes, look at this. Reallocate the forces, less risk. Spread the defense. Force your opponents to make some difficult decisions next.
Not a bad opening duel there for blue-white. I don't know how he's able to even have any vision. Probably just saw a blimp on the radar. Probably just saw some movement on the screen and tracks a kill. Wow, and next. Max turn on the cat re-aggro, and Vilby instantly traded, but there's more. He wasn't alone on the move-up catwalk. Now Rico left to save the day. He's catching players jumping around. A little lackadaisical, but out towards B now. Tizian left to the clutch. It'd be the super stand-in that's required. He looks like it, instantly dismissing blue-white's next move and forcing a bit of an awkward position for McHughes. He's going to make his move into market. A tough fight ahead, but Tizian blasts him, pins him to the wall. Revenant sweeping on their T side and looking to mop this map up.
That was heroic. Wow. How does Tizian win this? Bomb is wide on short. He doesn't have any util. He can't smoke on the bomb. He can't, whatever. His flashes or mollies or even a nade smoke could have been handy. And somehow he managed to win both duels. The second kill is ruinous. Look how close he's put his team now to winning this. The buy is a disaster for the CD side. It's just a half buy. They're looking towards rifles in the following. Side, of course, of Blixie. This is panic stations now for the defense. They are running out of time. So that's just like a composed call as well, just to call a really passive default. They know that Aurora Youngblood, they're feisty players.
Yeah.
They're gonna get aggressive. Let's
just
sit
grasping
back.
at straws now. It makes so much sense, anything to figure out what's gonna work here. And at this point, it looks like Revenant are just in the heads. At first, it was clutches that led them to a lot of their success. Some good stacks, some good reads, 2v2s. Now it's becoming consistency and the calling that is sifting their way through this. And it's going to look like another good read here. It's an open bomb site to walk into. A sacrifice of Tizian is something they've been willing to do on the pistol to sell the fake, and Tizian has accomplished that goal alongside MBK. That's a tough duel right there. They'll be blasted. The AK doing too much damage. The trades are instant as well. The post plant positioning, it looks pristine. Q's looking to make some moves towards the van. Be able to put some disruption on him, but nothing too crazy. It's handled once again by Revenant. We're really running away with things.
They're looking classy. I love the call as well. And the man advantage. It's absolutely around where they make their own luck. They fake A, and they see the stack, and he just says, it's all the more confirmation that the bulk of the players can go B without issue. It's a little bit exciting, as if Rory Youngberg sworn the site, but no harm, no foul. Round for Revenant, 11 now, 2 to go. Ivera's got the AWP as well. Intrigued to see what he can do on the T side. And meanwhile on the defense, at what point do we look at one of these individuals and say, somebody needs to be a playmaker, because sitting back and playing standard is not working.
It's a tough decision to make after, again, like you said, the passive defaults just immediately find the opening duel. But I'm with you. Everything right now being one-upped by Revenant. We'll see. The next call is if Revenant can maintain that flawless nature. A lot of utility being dispensed towards middle to help out this position. Allow an X. And, well, smokes are not walls. She just gets it dealt with immediately. Mid lurking a little bit of relief here for Aurora Youngblood. One instant spam through the smoke and another man advantage that they look to capitalize on. But this is such a crazy call. A crawl out of Palace. Blue-white. He is caught a little distracted, and he's going to still hold the line. 2 quick kills. Traded out by MBK and Rico, but so much damage already inflicted. The AWP needs to find even more. MBK flying on top of the stairs. It might just do the trick, and another 1v2. Navera finding the first shot. It's going to be Vilby out in the open, and he's tracked by Navera. They just can't win around this second half. It's ripped away from them once again.
That's my boy. Look at that. Finally has the AWP back. And he works his magic. What a phenomenal clutch. I mean, a lot of credit as well to MBK to realize that we need to just fight. We can't cross site without fighting jungle and connector. That second kill is brutal.
Wow.
Walls are
looking
painted
good,
red with the blood of Aurora Youngblood. This map has just been pain and suffering. And they need to win 7 in a row. Prevent themselves going a map down.
Oh my god, the trade's looking good. How did he get that timing? Tizian is in your face. McHughes, maybe let him slip by a little too early. Gurk's looking to get his revenge, this time with the A1S, though. Not quite the op to counter Navera. And another massively advantageous situation where at this point, Revenant have let the dust settle. In the 3v2, hoping to catch this Aurora Youngblood squad in a mistake. Blixie, I mean, look at the crosshair placement of Navera right now. And tell me he's not on the money. He's in your head. They've spotted out where Gurks is as well. Information, location, all confirmed. Gurk's gonna try and rotate in. He's repositioned pretty well, but oh my god, Navera's gonna do it again. He almost caught the last kill, but I think he wasn't quite on the line. And MBK now in a clutch to seal it in the easiest possible fashion. A 1v1 versus an in-form Gurks. Do they finally get the right read, or will it even matter? It looks like he's in the position to succeed. But MBK's been too powerful, just the same. Smoke goes down. He's going to just straight up plant the bomb. He's going to be able to get away in time, not quite. Gurks to close out a clutch, a 1v3 to finally get Aurora Youngblood on the board. What a relief it is that they finally clutch up. But is it a little too late?
Could be. Could well be. All comeback start somewhere. Carrigan's on the phone.
Oh god.
The map is over. Rest in peace, NA fans. Can you call Liquid NA? I'm not sure anymore. Who knows? Up for debate. But in the here and now, gotta make good on that round. They've got to make good on the recovery. And Blue White surely gets chased down. MBK has been a stalwart. Again, cleaves open the site himself. 3 kills. Rifles dispensed for his teammates as well to pick up as well. He's just an absolute monster at the moment.
I'm furious that he didn't win that last clutch. And says, hey, I'm not going to put myself in that position again. Cracks it open. But maybe leaving his teammates in that same position now. A 2v2. A bit more tricky to sift your way through. Last man goes on top of the bomb. They still have multiple smokes to toss down range. Vilby still tucked in towards Tetris. And knocks another head off. Is it going to be a clutch to close things off? It'd be so fitting the end here for Revenant. They get the job done in a 2v1. Lau and X now joins the feed in the clutch department. And Revenant dominate on Aurora Youngblood's map pick.
That second half was great. I do think the first half, that was rounds. But this second half has been utter dominance. They've been brilliant. What is it, 1 round loss during the entire half? And that one easily could have been converted as well. So, a stellar terrorist side from Revenant. They're playing with a stand as well, and they look like they're more composed, they're more well-oiled team. I haven't watched that much of this team play, but this is some of the better Counter-Strike I've seen from them.
I mean, it's quite impressive. A marketable improvement from the last time I watched them, which maybe is a credit to how hard this roster's been working. They haven't been together for very long, as you say. When you build these new projects and you introduce so many redemption stories, a lot of times it's just not how you want it to go. It doesn't go your way all that often. I mean, this has the potential. I think in BK a good leader for the squad. We've clearly saw it in the calls, right? If they can continue to improve at this rate, it shows a really promising sign that this is a roster that can do some damage in the future if they continue to build.
Give me more of that Nivea as well. That was great.
Yes.
It's almost a shame we didn't AWP more because their money was so bad, because that clutch in the second half, if he doesn't win that, we could be going on for rounds and rounds here. That last kill, mid-air headshot, that deserves that deserves a highlight reel. That was beautiful.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to see that sort of format of Navera, because again, as I had mentioned, coming back into the scene, I'm sure it's not an easy task. Leaving the heights of Valorant. I mean, played in some pretty big teams, and then now has to maybe swallow his pride and come into CS2, a game that I'm sure he's looking forward to and it just looks like, again, he's more motivated than ever to succeed with this squad. So, credit where it's due. That's a great look from this Revenant squad, Navera individually.
He's looked great. There you go then. Mirage snapped up by their opponent's pick. Aurora Youngblood need to win on their least favorite map of the 6 they play in Vertigo. Up next, can they save themselves in this series? We'll find out soon. Don't go anywhere. Vertigo, at least off what we know, is not home turf for them.
No, not quite, right? And again, that's going to be, making this job a lot more difficult to get your head back in the series to start talking about a reverse sweep. And the one thing I will give them credit for, this roster is super resilient. It feels like they never give up on series. Watched them hang in there last time I watched them versus Illuminar. I think they were, down a map and down like 3 to 9.5 and managed to reverse sweep it from that point. But again, it comes down to comfortable territory here, and this just isn't quite it. I think the one maybe saving grace is that they left Anubis for a decider and didn't pick into Revenant's certain strength. They instead leaned in on a punish pick, which I think is just a smart vetoing decision. And maybe that creates some disruption in Revenant, that they're playing more so to the weakness of their opponent, but that still feels like it's grasping at straws. And Aurora Youngblood maybe expecting this sort of decision from Revenant and preparing for Vertigo, but it's going to be an incredibly challenging task to say, hey, like we're going to step up to the plate here on this map.
I mean, you're right. It's a no-brainer that Vertigo was going to be in this series. So maybe Aurora Youngblood have prepared. If they did for Mirage, we didn't really see the fruits of that labor, though. So who knows? They're a map to the lesser. They certainly have the players to make this compelling. But going into Vertigo,
long way in the world of MR12. A pistol can certainly benefit you. Getting one of those downrange.
will Revenant buy anything but armor? My favorite game.
I hope not. I like their style. It's not what we see. It's like MBK rolling back the years to like 2017, 2016. Before, people started buying a lot of utility on pistols, which I feel like is more so like a recent thing. Like the executions I've seen on pistols, the amount of utility, it's been a lot more frequent. But 5 bits of armor, trusting in your individuals and aim versus a team like Aurora Youngblood, I feel like is always a little bit of a risk. But it's been a risk that's panned out for them multiple times now.
Certainly possible that maybe MBK feels he can't call his regular pistols. Given,
I mean, Tizian was largely responsible for selling the fake on that A. He had to play it perfectly to kind of time with MBK, so maybe, but like they did put a lot of responsibility on Tizian's shoulders on the last T pistol, right? And they're gonna keep it up. They're gonna continue to buy 5 armor. We'll see if that works out. Dual Beretta's close by, instantly dismissed by Lauenex. That is lovely to take care of the 2 guns instantly and take care of the 2 players on B quickly. Now looking to get the numbers punched in. They're actually fighting instead of punching in the digits. They've got a mid-lurk activating. They need to buy time. They need to stay alive for this Rico flank. He tries to get aggressive on it. He's timing his repositions to when they're shooting so that he can aggress a little bit more faster. 3 backs turned as the job was complete by Revenant. They will remain flawless on the pistol.
This one worked, but I'm not sure it should have. They lose so many players at ramp early. Jeez. Not like the B players in Aurora moved. It's just the player close wood could just get nothing done, and he didn't. Well, maybe his teammate was checking mid at the time. I'm not quite sure, but man, of all the pistol rounds, I feel like that's the one they should have lost.
Yeah, I mean, that would definitely would have made sense. I feel like Vertigo is just not a map you can get away with having no utility on either, but they just managed to figure out a way. Not a silent dismount on that boost, so you're preparing themselves for aggression. I see one bit of heavy weaponry taken down and recovered, but not too much damage done in return. It's going to be another comfortable start to a half for Revenant. They have had that luxury throughout this series.
They also keep their anti-ecos much cleaner than their adversaries so far. Which comes in very handy down the line. Okay. So, first gun round. It's 4 Galils for Revenant. Carried through, of course, from the anti-eco. And actually, there's only two head armors for the defense, so they're AKs for now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. It's always scary with making those sort of sacrifices. At least there's no Mac 10s in play. That's where the lack of head Kevlar really becomes a problem. Revenant have prepared themselves nicely for this full third gun round, I should say. By getting into the constant rifling. That'd be good news. Flashbang to queue up the aggression for Tizian. A little poke and a prod. Not super committed to that though. Committed to the idea. Instead, it's going to be the ramp take that springs off the back of it. Again, there's no moves being made in full commitment from Revenant so far.
Yeah, it's all well and good trying to sit back and avoid the util or the aggression, but at some point, you need some map control. And now seems to be the time for Revenant. Players creeping up A, and actually they have found a window where the defense is much more passive. Re-smoke on Ivy. With 20 seconds to go, they need to go. Smokes are lined up, and there is no pump in the brakes now. This has to be a good side take. 15 seconds, and there's a player in Ivy. The bomb plant could be very treacherous from here. Lau goes for a pretty good plant, actually. It's fairly shielded from Ivy. Good spray from Blue-White. This retake starts to get enveloped. So many frags, so many jewels being taken, as is allotted since the changes here on Vertigo. Somehow Lau finds one despite being tucked in the corner. And an awkward spray from Tizian. No awards for that, but it's not going to matter if he can clutch this round. Not to be, though. I think we've got this.
Oh, God. Oh, yeah, I was pretty close, actually, but I think he does have it. It is going to be close. Should be good on the defuse. Yes, okay. Sigh of relief, but that, I mean, it feels like a continuation of how chaotic things can really get on this A side. I mean, that is just non-stop pandemonium on the A bomb site, man. I can't believe that there was an actual, for a split second, a 5v5 post plant in this round. Like, nobody got a kill given the positions, given all of the pressure that was applied. I mean, there's, in theory, should have been no way Revenant managed to make a 5v5.
Oh my.
Yeah.
It's such a bonkers site now, because if you don't have Ivy as the tease, that leaves Ivy, the two routes in and out of the elevators, the connector area, Heaven, and the new walkway. There's literally 5 areas. Yeah. There's an area for each player of the defense to try and retake from. And they all seem to come at once.
So many duels that they had to win to make that round happen. A great trade. Navarro willing to sacrifice his life, though, to give them space on this A side. And again, there's just not a lot of utility. That spot from Rico is crazy. I think he spotted him, but it looks like he's not registering that position. Maybe trusting in his teammates to cover his bases, and he should be right in doing so because they're finding the headshots. Rico still needing to fight forward, and somehow the CTs again use those numbers to their advantage. Both players incredibly low, though. HP not in their favor in this 1v2. Tizian, well, he might have just made the move to win this one. Slipped past Gurks initially, looking for a kill before he maybe sprints it on into a post. Now what's the idea? He's got that flank rolling through, waiting patiently, but they're going to go and clear the B side. Tizian, I mean, again, playing this one near perfection, avoiding these two players. He's still looking to clear out
can't
angles,
believe that they haven't left anybody on the site.
He's got to just sacrifice and say no one's side hole, though. I think I doesn't have time to go and clear it, and that's one way to deal with that problem.
This feels like advantage Tizian.
Yeah,
so scared that a player could be around this smoke. Oh, he just needs a better afterplant. He's gonna get aggressive. He moves forward. Macuse is gone. Through the smoke now. Grix left to be felled. Headshot for Tizian. Super sub at the moment, isn't he? Had a few big rounds on map 1. And he's here to play on Vertigo.
I tell you what, didn't matter if they were full health or 20 with those headshots, but yeah, he certainly is standing in and stepping up in a big way. This is, I mean, if you bring in someone to fill in and he's performing like this, it's exactly what you want. Just seems like a
You start wondering why he's not on the team and the rate he's going.
Yeah. I mean, MBK's using him as well, like, fully using him, and it feels like Tizian's making, like, right decisions. Putting responsibility on his shoulders, and he's passing the test.
He's a good sub as well because he would have played a lot of different positions in his career. It's not like just bringing in, you know, a green kid who might have skills, but when you're just doing stuff on the fly, there's a big advantage to going with someone with more experience. And right now he looks pretty good. Bit of a shock there, I think, for NBK. Oh, is this bomb gonna get caught?
Oh yeah, certainly. Pressure now, 12 HP, coverage from Rico. They both run away. Smart decision to get out of dodge, but they haven't actually made it up the stairs. Barrett instead going to be pouncing on those sweet ecos.
Why don't you just stay up the top?
Oh man. All good though. I guess it sold enough of a distraction. AK recovered and a Mac 10. They're actually giving this a go instead of straight up saving it. We'll see what they can make happen. That's a lot of damage done. Make it down low. Gurk's gonna give it a go. But can't quite seal it, and so takes away the possibility of an AK save. I kind of respect going for it though, because I don't really know if they're in a position where they can concede rounds super comfortably. It's so close to doing damage, so close. Look at all these low HP bars, but so close to spiraling that round out of control, but they just missed that that cutoff.
Key going round to follow. CTs need to get a bit of traction here. See if they change the emphasis. First go around was a 4A start. Nobody came out. Second go around more standard. They got enveloped by the aggression. This A control, yet again, getting space as well as openers. NBK individually in this series has looked great. He's looked really sharp.
Had 107 ADR last map. Playing again on that B anchoring. Oh my god.
What's happening?
He just tracked the headshot, man. Oh, he's a beast. He's a beast. He goes for another. He finally falls. They finally dealt with the problem, but Philby goes down to 20 HP. MPK is stuck around for a little too long, and it's not the end of the world for Aurora Youngblood. This is looking like a B-side execute. Oh, that's some vision. Blue-white spotted. Tapping at the toes. And this execute still looking strong. Full belts of utility on out. They're getting flushed out of position. The mollies are enveloping them. And in doing so,
yeah, they're giving it.
Like Revenant super eager to commit.
It was a lot of times, so they always had the option, and they've just met so much resistance. And it's like, why take our chances? So it will be coming in a little bit fine on the time. But this is clearly the right decision, as we can see. Aurora Youngblood, with this HP, are surely going to commit to just a B-side save at the moment. Any heavy presence is shown on A. Smoke's over for the T side, and yep, just a dry run this take. No resistance. Right against NBK. He's the round winner here.
2 kills, so all that they needed. 2 kills and a maybe a call in the coaching slot to say, hey guys, slow it down. You know, there's no need to make those eager decisions. Like you said, I mean, rerouting towards that A side with 40 seconds left is just calm, cool, and collected in that sort of position. Once you throw your full execute, I think a lot of teams get very eager to play off of the utility. But that counter smoke maybe would have made that look like a big mistake.
It's also just by recognizing the position. If it's a 5-on-5 and you've sunk all your nades, you might have to go. Because if you reroute, you're taking a site with one smoke and a little time. But it was a 5-on-3, and I'm pretty sure they knew it was at least 2 on B. So,
right,
you know, it's a pretty. It should be quite an easy decision. Obviously, in the moment, it can get pretty heated, but some experience in this team clearly. NBK can chime in and say, guys, this is too much. Let's get out of dodge. And we're not far off this game slipping out of control, are we? It's getting nervous now for the defense.
No, because it's going to be another state of which they have to dig themselves out of. It's a tough task. Excellent HE is finally connecting. Don't get caught again. Not through the smoke. Haven't they had enough? Oh, but this flushing out of utility so effective. Q's still able to hold the line though. Trade denied. Oh, next Izian. It's been in that mid attempt. There's a good position for Vilby. Things looking like they could have spiraled out of control, but maybe some stabilization here. Brought to you by the new pickup from Aurora Youngblood, the big 2K in middle. Not over yet, though. We'll see how much damage can be done. It's been a bit of a theme of this squad, even in losing efforts. They managed to punch forward. There's a start. Navarre sets the tone for how this could go.
They're going to have a tough task getting past this orb line. A lot of that util already sank. So telegraphed.
Oh
Defense are here. It's another kill for Novera, but I still feel with this many players in attendance, take some tremendous mistakes to see this round, given the posturing as well. It looks like just a save. I can't blame these remaining Revenant players. There's so much money in the can. Can definitely buy again. So, 2 for Aurora Youngblood. And just when they needed it.
Yeah, it's just a good read. I mean, Navarre getting 2 extra kills on the tail and actually removing one of those A1Ss. Blue White couldn't recover in time. In a 5v2, I guess the best way to lose it, get a couple kills and then save onto your weaponry. Not bad. Hughes, brilliant on the mid-hold. And finally, a start of the round goes well for them.
I think Lau and Tizian might be asking each other questions of why were we so far from each other? That's a 100% trade.
Yeah, I'm with you. A little bit clunky.
It's allowed though. I mean, if Tizian's standing, it's going to happen.
Yeah, 100%.
These are just the mistakes that are part and parcel of playing like this.
Protocol not nailed down to a T. They'll be though. I mean, in hot water with that position. Gurk's trying to work off of it. There is no relief. It's amazing that they've been willing to sit behind these smokes. Because if I was Aurora Youngblood, I would want nothing to do with these sort of positions. I'd be terrified, but they're still holding their ground. Committed to the idea that they can hold on to this ramp control, and maybe they're right in doing so. Gurks with a beautiful couple op shots. Besting Navarre. One of those individuals that has to step up. But now it's Blue White in hot water, and he gets caught in a massive misposition. Lau and X looking to cut off rotations already into the bomb site. One has gone in. Again, it's up to this duo to space themselves correctly. Bomb has finally been recovered. Shadow seen. That's a big advantage for Gurks. He pushes down with the AWP. And now it's on Lau and X's shoulders without the bomb. I don't know if I like his odds. Gonna find the first, but 25 seconds to go and recover that. He's got a serious mission. It's gonna require speed. And he's so concerned.
Gonna require teleportation at this rate.
Right.
Not possible. They had B with 2 players though. They didn't have the bomb. One player runs back and yeah. I mean, I'm not sure you can blame Revenant guys that much. They obviously didn't plan on losing all of their free ramp players in quick succession.
I'm assuming that Navarre had the bomb or that it was dropped outside of A main, right?
Yeah, it was by the walkway.
Yeah. That makes sense. Oftentimes, I swear. Teams will throw it on the default. Comes down to a great early defense. And again, it looked like there was going to be options that open up to them. But not in this case. He's not going to save them without the bomb.
Felt like that round, Rory Youngblood were much more intent on fighting as a trio for ramp. How many rounds have we seen in this half where one player peeks Ivy, gets filled, one player stuck sandbags, gets trapped? It was risky, it was bold, it was aggressive, but at least they were doing it together, and last round it did work.
Running through the flames, though, and Gertz has to get his gun out, ready to chamber in more shots. He does. He's so quick on the trigger, stepping up in a big way. He gets chased down. Gertz with another kill. They were so eager to flush him out of this position in an elevator, but he holds the line. Tizian has already shown his hand as well. Making noise to further confirm his position. This is a crossfire you'll never get past, and Gertz is leveling up with the AWP. Maybe the only option he has to pull Aurora Youngblood through this half. It's just lean on the individualism.
They need it on a map like Vertigo. They don't have the depth. And that young Orpra is doing some serious work. Still, though, does his heroics, shield the fact that they lost a lot of frags there up against a half-life? That was one missed AWP shot from being around when Revenant. So it's not all bells and whistles, I think, for the defense. They certainly don't have a lot of economic depths here to fall back on, do they?
Again, it's going to be more mid-space, and Gertz is just dealt with at the beginning stages. Not going to be a factor in the late round if you get him first. Finally, McHughes, though, another double and a triple. He's held down the line from the mid-prong single-handedly. A flash comes through. He's looking for the ace. He'll not quite find it. Lixie will take that one away from him, but still a hero's effort from the back of the site. It's going to do the trick again.
That would have been an ace if Lixie didn't shoot first. No doubt that the crosshair was on the head for the last player. This is ridiculous. He's the sole player. He is surrounded by 5. Finds 4 kills and pulls the attention of the 5th. What an absolute hero. An absolute hero. I mean, he had the 2k in mid. That was impressive. That one's even better. Individuals are holding the Aurora youngsters in this game at the moment.
BK trying his best to deny that. Yeah, it is, big hero moments from these players.
It was 5-0, wasn't it? Revenant. No, 5-1, sorry.
5-1, yeah. And it did start with the McHughes double kill as well that got them on the right track once again. Now they can't quite figure out a way to get these rounds, even with hot starts, even with great kickoffs. Wait a second, not like this, okay. Hughes again left to just stabilize the round as things get a bit dicey. Bomb in the location right where they want it to be. Another challenge so they'll catch him looking away. Or Youngblood reclaim a lead on this CT side.
Yeah, seems the term clean anti-eco doesn't translate brilliantly into Russian. in what I've seen so far.
Comfortable?
That sequence in mid, where I think it was a quick deep kill and then a Tech 9 kill.
Yeah.
I see it here.
But they have so little HP as well.
My god.
There it is.
Comes down to Mikuse again to just stand his ground and be a stalwart. Well, they have it at the top. 5 on the trot for the defense. They were on the precipice of, frankly, losing this series if they slipped much more. Back in this game, even if they lose this round, it will still be a tremendous recovery. They want more. And, to say this Orca won't find him more frags. He has been hot.
It's had a bit of a tough time. Looking to try and end this one on the B side. I haven't really tested it all that often, but he's certainly spotted in the back of double. Position located. He is tracked by Lauadex, and he is hunted out of the round. Rotation's being cut off by this player inside. All 2 players slip past him. Oh my god, Kurtz has just left MBK to slam his desk, and it's another hot start that could be a cold finish. Novera finally missing with some of these connections, but eventually able to recover his aim. Rico in a position to just seal this one down. Mikuse again left to try and save things alongside Gurks. The 2 heroes you just might need could save you for one more round, but Novera's op continues to strike. It's all on Mikuse to close things out. Finally, a miss and a second opportunity needed. The headshot. Tizian with the clutch secures it. Again, the stand-in steps up for a tied scoreline at the half. We're all knotted up.
Very competitive half. Lau here is so good in these roles, where he's first in and he's just aggressive and leaning on his mechanics. No doubt he's been on point on that front today. He's got so many opening kills. Surprising open B especially. And it's all square. 6 apiece. If I'm a Raw Youngblood though, I'm really happy how that half ended, at least. Obviously the start less than ideal, but to be at even numbers after losing pistol, it's not a bad result, and they should take some solace from that.
Yeah, I mean, being down 5-1 alongside that. Lost a lot of space off that pistol. Had a tough time finding their footing, but recover in the end. And they do so, I mean, maybe leaning on some of the individuals, but that is an asset that they have. Yeah, they got some strong players.
It's what they need on Vertigo, though, isn't it? They need some big outplays, because I'm just not sure if there's a slow standard game, they have the options to fall back on.
I'm right there with you. If that can get them through this map, take us to a third, a window of opportunity opens up. They'll need it in the second half, and they'll need a pistol. Just one of those. Hit them downrange here. They're walking into the stack, though. 3 players in middle. It might not matter too much. Actually, only 2. And they actually break their way on in. Those Glocks close the distance here, but Rico's sharp with the USP, and he denies access to B. 3 or 4 kills, rather, in the round in total. A complete shutdown from one individual as they try and overwhelm him. He won't let him pass.
Savage. Let's see the replay. I need to relive that moment. He's all on his own. His teammate on B is pushed down through the stairs into lobby. 3rd kill is brutal. The 4th kill is an assassination. Grix doesn't know what's hit him. And yet again, a Raw Youngblood just can't for the life of them win a pistol round. That one was divine intervention. And this god is Polish.
Huge round from him. A little bit of an awkward kickoff, all things considered, with the Glocks. I don't think they should have too many challenges past this point, though. A1S is to clean up. MBK and Rico to sweep things on. Get under the rug. Secure themselves 8. Again, it'll be another comfortable start to this half for them. and a big confidence builder for a player that you probably just don't want to deal with in tip-top shape, right? You don't want to deal with Rico when he's firing on all cylinders.
I would think with this team, the goal is to hold him into being a star player. I would think this team is set up for Lau and Rico to be the stars. Would be my assumption.
Yes.
Obviously, Nivera has been brilliant at times today, but I think he's less of a especially in this role, less of a known quantity perhaps.
I mean, especially bringing in, at least, like, again, standard situation, right? We're looking at this roster, and, like, Tizian with this experience can be a huge setup factor. Understands the roles, understands them to perfection, so...
You almost look at this team and you're like, the makeup feels better with a player like Tizian. You have another kind of experienced, stable player. We don't necessarily need somebody else to, top the scoreboard every map. I need somebody that's going to bring these young stars into play.
100%. I mean, Nivera, I think, can be a star as well. What we've seen out of him, Oppie looks to be consistent, but that's a double up. Just seen on Lau and X again. Coordinating there, but oh my god, Rico fully blinded, has lined up 3. He's done it again. He might have just saved them. MBK goes wide. But Rico is a monster on this B bomb site. As soon as you think you're safe, he comes crawling from underneath your bed and just immediately disrupts. Nothing but pure frustration dealing with this player. Like you said, you can't afford to get him heated up. He goes for one more swing. One swing too many. Nivera now left with the bomb in his grasp. McHughes has to figure out a way to deal with this MP9. Kind of slowly walk his way on in. Could maybe just sneak that bomb and reposition from that point. We'll see what the decision is. Nivera's still playing so well behind the generator. Now spotted, information given over. Utilities out. He's chasing down this kill. He can't escape Nivera. They can't escape Rico here. He continues to inflict pain.
Yeah. Give Monsters Inc. a call because we have a good candidate. Striking the fear of God into Aurora Youngblood at the moment. This is savage. Of course, fortune involved, but make your own luck. That has been the story of this map for this young man. B-bomb site is is closed for business. You're not allowed in. Not allowed in. You're a terrorist player. What's he up to now? 20-8. He's been utterly formidable.
Got a 4K on pistol, 2 on.
I was gonna say, didn't he swap the half 4K. Being fairly mediocre as well?
Yes. That is 10 kills so far in the 3 rounds that we have played since the turn of the half. CT side has been started. It's been rocketed by Rico. Gonna give him another duel. I mean, that's one way to deal with them. The monster's gone. And maybe there's a chance to open things up. Maybe the A side's where you need to target. These Deagles continue to sing. Another one. Give it to him, Gurks. We'll take it. And Lau and X now has to be the hero. And it almost a lineup of those headshots, but instead it's shots back in return. Gurks with another 1 Deag. A redemption for the Young Bloods as they deal with Rico first.
Of all the rounds, how is that the one that Aurora Youngblood win? Man down. 1 headshot. Grix here is an absolute beast. Commits to his line. Crouch P makes it all the easier. Last kill is savage as well. Pause out. It's actually Aurora Youngblood to take the pause. Perhaps realizing that they could have done some serious economic damage and they need to focus on this coming round. They can't afford to slip up like they did at times in Mirage. That is not an option here. And it actually looks like Revenant are in 2 minds, aren't they? They are yet to commit to a purchase.
They played super aggressive in that first half with the purchasing of Mirage, but this time it's not necessarily the same case. They've got a bit of a lead, a cushion, not a big one, but with this sort of state, and with maybe the idea that you could get Navera onto an AWP, wouldn't it be the worst idea to see them finally play a little bit more reserved with their economy? Wouldn't hate to see that. I think that might be what they go for.
The difficulty in the decision is knowing what you're going to get in the next round, isn't it? Is knowing you've got 2 players on FAMASs at best.
I think they faked us out here. It looks like we're getting the big force buy instead.
It's a very late buy, actually, given the amount of time he had to discuss it.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, okay, I figured they would have been buying utility as they're discussing it in the timeouts.
Yeah, I don't really like this. It's also,
you
can just tell there's not a plan, because how could you possibly formulate that quickly from buying to going?
Yeah.
If you're going to buy in this situation, you've got to do something on the same page. Got to have an idea. Let's load up this area on the map. If they don't come our way, we're safe. Or let's get aggressive when we see this. Or let's save these nades for this purpose. That's what I'd like to see.
Right now, calling a bit of a gambly read here. MBK on map 1 has been a stud at holding off these bomb sites and doing so with multi-kills. Making the right moves. This time he's alone on the A side of Vertigo. That's a whole nother task. A hell of a difficulty ahead of him, but again, controlling such crucial choke points on this map. Got himself position inside hall, ready to deal with the execute close range with that MP9, strikes for a single. He's got teammates coming in rotation, doing great damage through the smoke, and Rico again offers up further damage, further infliction. And now it's a question of how you figure out a way to plant the bomb. Finally gonna start to punch in those digits. The flank's formulating alongside it, and the smoke's starting to fade. The curtain's gonna drop on them, and now it allows for Rico to strike once more. Finally shut down. Gurks and Blixie looking to save this one, but overwhelmed by this flank. It's going to be a 1v1 again. Tizian left him to the clutch. Again, another challenge for him. He taps the bomb, but Blixie knows it's unlikely they have a kit. He's going to wrap around him. He's making noise, though, now getting loud and proud about his position. Ready to get caught. Here it is, Blixie for the clothesline. And Aurora Youngblood finally survive a Tizian 1v1.
It's a hella good try from the defense. Terribly dicey as well, especially these kind of the smokes are cutting up the sideline so much. Endlessly awkward exchanges. Well played in the end by Blixie. Bides his time, and we should be on track for an even game, shouldn't we? This has to be a near on, if not full eco from the defense. This was 5-1 earlier for Revenant. Aurora Youngblood are yet to win a pistol round in this series. Yet. Touching distance now of squaring up Vertigo. A map nonetheless that they don't like. They've had to fight very hard to make it this far.
Nail should be knotted up. So Khalil spray really doing justice. That 35 bullets goes a long way in keeping this one safe and sound. No casualties. Tied up again. The gun round's starting to work for Aurora Youngblood, shifting their way through this second half. They're still going to be lacking it up alongside it.
They've burned a lot of their pauses too, as their economy fell to pieces. So I think they have one more. They might save it. They were more of a dying juncture. Go ahead and play this one out. What is the opening? 2B aggressively here towards the stairs. 3A. There's nobody in mid for the defense. Someone will have to peel off at some point sooner or later. Seems like Lau's been tasked with that from B. now heavy numbers A. Some decent control for the defense, but can they readjust? That's an important kill. Low HP, but you take that as the T side. Now the CTs have to take a risk. They have to react.
Feels like Launex and Tizian have loved getting aggressive on this B side. After a long last, Blue-White finally winning more consistently on these duels in a great position. Blue-White sacrificing himself for a trade. Low HP, that's exactly what you need to do. Enough counter utility that I think is going to slow down this pressure. Rico doing his job. Not letting them scale in towards this B side. Now it's up to MBK. Off angle. See how strong this becomes in the long run. Instantly plucks one out. And again, after that kill takes place, they're forced to redirect once more.
He's so good. The presence of mind to know. He just knows how they're going to react to being pushed off B. Or the util.
He's even rotating to B. He's just given A completely.
Such a big call. I mean, we saw this on CT Mirage as well, didn't we? So many good decisions to allocate the forces. Another timely smoke. 15 seconds. A big kill from Grix, but still one more man to find. And that's easier said than done. You're running out of time for a plan. Rico, beast from Poland, does his job. And there's no time. There's no time. You cannot assail this man on B at the moment.
You can't. It's not an option. Once again, it's up to these two individuals here. MBK and now Rico continuing to level up the game. Just playing some flawless Counter-Strike. MBK, like you said, stepping out when the moment matters to get a quick pick. Denies access. Rico in a position to thrive. And I wouldn't blame him for getting caught on this mid play. I think MBK catching some vision and calling that out, but he dismisses the threat so easily. And it's not oftentimes the case that you can get away with MBK, or anyone for that matter, playing solo on this A site. But MBK's like disruption, his ability to just feel like so much more than a single player, has allowed for stacks elsewhere. It's allowed for aggression like this, and oh my god, it works wonders. Launex doubles up on the B side, and finally they've won their early fights.
That could be a series winning play. That could be it. Such a pivotal juncture. Aurora Youngblood had to scoop the bomb before they could react. Slows him down a tiny bit, and that allows the Revenant to adjust. The util too as well for the defense.
Oh my god.
As Aurora Youngblood is getting peppered. Peppered before they can even peek. This AWP has got to find kills. It's their only way into this bomb site. And let's see, Navira cannot strike first. He is gone. Rico, Danger Man tagged down. Nade finishes the job. How are Aurora making this work?
Might make it happen here, but MBK is still in defense of this site, and MBK continues to hold down the line. Another massive defense. Tizian on the fly is going to lock down the finishing blow. Again, MBK on these site defenses with the anchoring just feels like he's so much more than one man.
He's just so reliable. Whether it's finding his one kill and getting out of dodge or just buying time. Obviously here he does superlative to find the second.
Yes.
But he's also pulling all the attention. Allows players on his team to jump up Tetris without being looked at too. And they're so close now. I mean, the buy, it had to be a buy, didn't it, from the T side. But it's not good.
How do you want to give over series point? You want to continue to try your luck on these force buys. Launex again taking this forward angle. Couple of shots sent his way. Does he run? No. Right back on top. Super aggressive in his stance. Tizian and Launex have been so eager to hold on to the space. And again, MBK controlling all of ramp with zero smoke, zero utility, but just jump spotting. This should, in theory, allow for the B bomb site to be more defensed in numbers. Flashbang's perfect. It is dodged pretty quickly, but a lot of damage done, and again, it queues up the execution early.
There's so many defenders here now. There's so many people. They've got to commit. They've used all their util as the T side. They've got to go for this site. It is messy. It is awkward. Tizian is in the back lines. How's he got back here? And he seals the deal. Utter carnage. And Tizian, how on earth did he navigate to the back of the site? He must have gone from smoke to smoke to smoke, weaving a path through the middle.
I mean, truly incredible, but it probably, if you're Aurora Youngblood, feels like you're playing versus 6 players. Everywhere you go. MBK is also on the B bomb site defense after the initial pick goes on through. He is the one smoke spamming to find the follow-up. And with how much he has been just committed to this A side, once you see him on B, your heart just sinks. There has been no good options in this half. Both sites have been shut down once they've been able to get those guns back in hand.
I mean, add this into the Mirage T side for Aurora Youngblood, and they're just wondering what's it going to take to get into a site without meeting the entire enemy team. Oh, they have not caught Revenant off guard at all in this series. And look what it's allotted the defense. 3 chances. 3 chances to beat a team in hot form with a stand-in. That would be a huge result, and surely prime them for a good result here.
Oh my god.
In the 9th edition of CCTE. How do they do this? They just find a way to win on these lesser investments. They're always dangerous.
It's those dang Deagles that are plucking them out. Oh my god. Gurks picks up an A1S. Missed top shot from Navarre. Too many targets, I can imagine. Lauenex looking to make a desperate move past his smoke. Snuck his way through. A little bit measured, but there's one behind him. Late flank finally surfaces. What's going on here?
How is Lau not dead?
Hughes?
How is he not dead?
Yeah, what's going on here? How has he made it still sticking around? What? A disaster! Blixie misses the shot and instantly reacted to. I'm out of words. Tizian, now another clutch for him. Can they survive this one more time? Flashbang connects. Can he chase this kill down? Not quite. There's a kit and there is time. Disaster for Aurora Youngblood, but continuation of the success of the impossible for Revenant. They make it happen. It's a sweep.
Before we even talk about the pivot on a dime kill, how does Lau stay alive that long? Oh my lord. There is going to be some death slamming in the Aurora Youngblood camp. I can't believe they've lost that round. They're so close to overtime as well. The money's pretty bad for the defense. That is an utter disaster. There's no other word for it. Oh my. That is... You have nightmares of those sort of things when you're in the game, I can assure you. They will not be sleeping easy tonight.
I mean, knowing the position, like you said, that they were truly in. So much opportunity to get your heads back into it. And I mean, they won 3 rounds in a row off the back of the same sort of purchase. The Deagles that did so much damage got them to 9. And they could have won 3 more potentially. Maybe it could have been overtime. That's not the story we're singing today, though. Instead, we're singing the praises of Revenant. An incredible series for them. A series that they'll definitely be proud about. No, it's an academy team that they're up against, but this is also a pretty fresh iteration. This roster hasn't been together for very long, and watching them pretty comfortably call around these younger players is the perfect sign for NBK to say, hey, you know, I'm in leagues above these guys in the past, and I'm going to use that experience up against them fully. Rico with that second half performance on Vertigo, truly incredible. And Navarre's opping looks sharp. So like you said, they built themselves up a good project. And in terms of the opportunity for redemption, it feels like it could be the case. It could be there.
So the way they're winning as well, like they have so much class and so much ability to pump the brakes and make good decisions. That will translate very well to higher level teams. So there are signs here the Revenant can do work. I actually really enjoyed watching Tizian on this team. Obviously, we suspect just a stand-in, but if he ever was in a position to join this team, I actually really do like the composition of this lineup with another experienced player. Even someone like Nivera, who of course has played on a team like Vitality, I don't think he has the same level of, you know, experience throughout the years or knowledge of different situations that someone like Tizian can bring. So I really do enjoy the way this team looks with these 5 players. And hopefully for you, going further in the tournament, they can show more good CS, because being real, they haven't had great results since performing as a lineup. And this, for my money, was some of the best CS they've played as a team. It looked really good today. So a lot of credit to MBK, I guess, for calling, and team as a whole. That was a delight to watch.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun, and it's a good sign of maybe what's to come. If this could be the start of a playoff run, that's again where they need to kind of lean in on, right? If they can, take this 1-0 start, obviously in season 9, it's going to be an opportunity to continue to string things forward. I'm right there with you, man. This is going to be a fun roster to watch in the future if they continue to play that well. If MBK continues to call like this, I guess we could go ahead and take a look at these 1-0 sides of things. How so far this CCT has started in the opening stages. Last game of the day is going to be Space versus Nexus, and that'll determine the final hot starts and slow starts for whoever. But yeah, I mean, again, an opportunity for Revenant to really capitalize as they look to take on tougher opponents.
Yeah, it will be tougher, but we'll relish that, seeing that litmus test, won't we? Seeing if they can translate this, or maybe it was, they got, especially for Vertigo, an uncomfortable map for their opponents to play on, and some big mistakes. Lack of pistol rounds, no doubt, was a factor too. But yeah, we'd love to see more of Revenant moving forward. We've got a bit of a for the next series. That will be Team Space versus Nexus. That will go live, game live, at 8 p.m. Central Europe, 7 p.m. here in the UK. And God knows what time in Philadelphia, probably 2 in the afternoon or something. Who knows?
Dang.
Is that right?
On the money. 2:30.
2:30. There you go. There you go. A little bit later. So yeah, a bit of a break. Probably about 45 minutes. And then we'll be back on air for the last series of the day. We'll see you then. BTN. They lose their wherewithal to think about A. That bomb just about gets planted. But they can get engaged. There will be a pistol.
That distraction being sold there by BTN. Whatever he was doing to clap his hands and say, hey, let's avoid that A bomb site. Gets that connector player back turned while the A execute is flying through. Got him hook, line, and sinker. Even gets to cap it off with a couple closing kills. Smile on the faces of Nexus as they start off well. It's not going to be a force buy. Just True Nick with the... And Dennis, for that matter, with the Deagles. The ones that got kills in the last round.
The stack might be in the right place. Been an oddity of a day. Stack so far. Russ here on the cast. Seen one too many for my liking workout.
Still jump spotting. They were looking for that B split. They got obviously a lot of cat control, but that's constant jump spotting. I think it's just voided them off of this play. Looking to set their targets elsewhere. They've got YaLLa ready to cover off this angle. They've also got some easy picks. Nicely done from the stand-in. 4 kills to secure the passage of the bomb into the site. That should do the trick.
The dogs are out, it seems.
Roo roo. He's barking. Lasso loved that anti-eco mop-up.
Must have. Well, it
You just can't get enough of it.
It's certainly an element to when we see a player we haven't seen before, where it's just a blank canvas, isn't it? We don't know what to expect. Obviously, this is an ideal start. Surely he's feeling fairly confident in himself now. So, see how it develops. Everyone goes the way of Nexus. And we look towards the CT side now that the guns are out.
Those sweet eeks. Didn't have a lot of HP to even find those either. Not bad. Just keep on mopping them up. This first gun round, though, is heading into it. And a lot of priority on utility for space has left them with the sacrifices of a couple MP9s, actually. They're not the end of the world, but maybe not the tone that you want to set for that first gun round. You always like to have those rifles for the third round buy. We'll see how they fare up against this. A1S is already chewing through, doing some great damage around the smokes. Mid control, taking out a bit of a sacrifice for HP, but that's a great play from YaLLa. Catches the cat aggression. Vert was hoping that flash would have done a little bit more, but not quite. And YaLLa has his crosshair trained. Fossil doesn't even get to pop a shot off at him. 2 entries. It's more so that the play just comes straight to them. Another kill. As Danis now says, I want to try out this mid side. It can't be that difficult, but newsflash, it certainly is. 5 gets 1, but again, now it's just left to 2 MP9s long range. I mean, eventually you're just going to track that kill. X5 going to save his AK if he can get away with it.
Maybe space should pause. That looked very...
Yeah.
Like, I'm taking a fight, and then the next guy runs up and he says, I'm taking the fight. And then so on. And they actually fed all the rifles into the fray.
Yeah.
Like, and it's just like... Sometimes you just want to pause the game and then ask them, well, what was the plan? What was the plan here when you were peeking ladder? And when you knew mid was heavily numbered, why did the next guy just peek ladder on his own?
That to me is showing a sign of like, I mean, again, very early on, but like that is almost certainly how you lose rounds, right? You just give them isolated tools, not even a saved AK either at the end. It just gets cut off, but I mean, it gives you the troubling signs of this team, and if you look at the loss streaks and stuff, you can maybe imagine that if there isn't these pauses, if there isn't a break, there can be a roster that is looking to lean on a lot of individualism, and when they're not feeling confident, it just doesn't matter. Like, you're not going to win these duels if you're not confident. There's not a pause, there's not a breath. Straight back into the frying pan here for space, and I mean, YaLLa in that same spot once again.
Is X5 just fully bought?
Yeah. Yes.
Well, that Steam code to good use. Gets aggressive. Wow. This is wild. Wins the duel. That is something to think about if you're Nexus.
Yeah. I mean, throwing all caution to the wind right there, but someone has to make the move, and why not be the A1S to lead the charge? 6 bayonet on into this one. Unfortunately, the rest of his roster does not have that same resistance held by X5. So again, saving in this situation is ideal. At least it will redeem the purchase if he holds onto the gun, and even Vert grabs an AK for his troubles, but so easily recovered by Nexus. They just avoid the A1S.
It's just been a breeze this game so far. It's only the soul gun round, so we'll hold our horses on casting final judgment on team space. Oh no. That gun's not getting saved.
And neither is the A1S. Oh. Yep. So the purchase is not redeemed.
No. And now he's going to pay the price because he'll be on what? An MP9?
Yeah, probably from us. Another option. Probably MP9 though, to be honest with you. And not like it's been a big problem having an A1S or MP9 so far. We just haven't even seen a lot of resistance just yet with any guns, but like you said, it's still early on. There's time to recover. First op being purchased is Danist. They're gonna fight for mid-control. Maybe trying to unify their efforts. That's a good start. Nice opening duel. ETN getting hyper aggressive. Hoping to get an opening fight. That couldn't quite close it. YaLLa's taking some valuable real estate though. Oh my god. That is a brutal entry. Vert sidelined. At least there's extra players in recovery, but they're still scaling so quickly before they can even react, and Raga caught Dennis. No head Kevlar is what cost him at the AWP. Raga looking to at least lock in those digits, and a little delayed in that effort. He's very cautious of a peek, and he might lose that window of opportunity to plant the bomb if he's not careful. Finally sticking it's the right decision. A retake effort, there's no kits. Slav catches the reaggression. Raga. He waits patiently there for that free pick to come his way, but they don't have a lot of time. Bomb now half ticked.
It's already over. Just give it up. Nothing's gonna be done here. Just cannot get their teeth into the map so far whatsoever. This round they had the man advantage, and even though was it YaLLa that went in connector? He went in connector. It was YaLLa, right?
Yeah, YaLLa.
See on the replay, but he only goes 1 for 1, but he buys his teammates. Yeah, here. He might only go 1 for 1, but he buys his teammates so much space to actually get out of Palace, to get past that initial point of total jeopardy as you're coming out of the choke points. And then they swarm. And again, we don't know anything about Velnik here, but He can shoot. He finds some good headies.
I mean, it's looking like, you know, the stand-in situations here. We've seen 2 of them today.
Maybe this is Boris's Smurf account. That would be the ultimate.
Oh, looking good. Looking like it, honestly, at this point. He just needs to hold W. I think Velnuk's actually been a little too reined in a certain sense. Excellent line held by YaLLa. There's more rotations arriving onto the scene. They're trying to flood through CT spawn, and Danis is able to deliver a multi-kill. CTs arrive onto the scene, and they all arrive together. And it's Nexus that end up paying rent in Tetris. Can't make it out of that position.
Did somebody write in chat, let's fight on A before the round? I mean, everybody was here. They get stalled out on the initial hit and just never gain the ground. I'm guessing Danitz threw the smoke to the right side of triple. That really stalled. So, team space on the board.
We've done it.
Long way to go yet. We need this to be 13 times better.
Wow. Hello. Right back to being a menace in mid. It's really gave this team no relief. First gun round, we saw the tone being set, and all the way through on the following gun rounds, he's had an impact. He's boxed in, but selling distractions. They're so focused on him that now this underpass lurk gets to activate. And the damage just compounds.
I don't know if it's just inexperience on Mirage, but team space look really loose and disjointed to me. Been a lot of times on this map so far where I've sat here and questioned, you know, how is this supposed to look? What is the plan? Who's making the call? They've got great individuals, that's what's holding them in this round, but it just takes one error and they're leaving big gaps open.
Wait. Yeah. I mean, BTN has a massive move to be made, but now the op coverage. Oh, hey, didn't matter. The op scoped in on his location. Trunic down as well. That one fell to pieces within an instant, and I don't know necessarily if it was fully set up for success by Nexus. It's just BTN sliding in to win the round. And a B entry kill that follows suit. Again, looks rather easy in terms of how they maintain control towards middle. It's like Nexus just wait for them to walk into the crosshair one by one. I'm with you. It's a surprise as well. Like I feel like mid control on the CT side can be pretty figured out on Mirage. How you want to meet the pressure. But so far, again, it's been a lot of isolation. So the perfect line. It's just been good at helping out and facilitating these A executes. Great HE for the smoke from Danis.
Good flash.
Better flash.
Very good flash. Team play there. Comes good this time around. That's probably silenced the round. I don't see how YaLLa can get into this. He's praying for a player to get overzealous. Nobody is just yet. Nobody presenting. This is going to be a very hard bomb site to crack.
Everyone involved, which is interesting in a 2v4 without bomb control, but they're right. They're just right. And as you lose your rifle, I feel like if you're YaLLa, you like to try and hold on. Now you'll definitely want to hold on. 1 HP. Yeah, it's not the luxury afforded to you, Danis. Tosses in the HE that will help him recover the AWP, or at least X5. And there you go. I mean, one flashbang. Danis is doing a lot in these 2 rounds that they've won, pretty much supporting his team and getting their way through, using effective utility. I mean, it's been his utility that has won them 2 rounds, I'll say.
He's been good. Missed the chaos. And they needed that because their money was in the bin. Hold on for now. YaLLa almost presented. by Danis, and look at Danis. It's aggressive. Oh, just misses. Needs to get out of dodge, but actually look at this. Continues his aggression. Taking space on mid. X5 here is all alone. Does well not to overface. Just stay alive. Bide your time. Call for some rotations.
He's got a bit of an aggressive stance, though. To take a off angle. Look at this. Oh, it's systematic clearing. This guy knows how to shoot. That is one thing for sure. Re-upping on the angle. It's a little bit labored there on the spray for Fossil, but maintains his composure in the end. X5 continues to find impact on this B site. The rotation's a little bit sparing in this department, so YaLLa finds a big pickup. Number's gonna be punched in. True Nick. Oh, he dives on in. He goes for the denial. And now he's in a bit of hot water. He's isolated from his teammate, but Fossil has the cross successfully, so it's also a disconnect. That was a 2v3, or actually 2v1 rather. So a chance to actually seal that for YaLLa, but denied at the end.
Still good damage. Can always come into play. Trying should be a buy. Fossil may be lucky to be alive. BTN. And a great opportunity to trade. Not to be. Bit of a pause as we search for Danis. Hopefully he's back soon.
We're definitely going to want him. That's for sure. Teammates this time are unable to handle business, but hasn't always necessarily been as easy to get the job done without him.
Been a strange period for Nexus, hasn't it? They've been a stalwart within tier 2 and 3 Counter-Strike for so long. As long as I've been paying attention to this level of Counter-Strike, Nexus has been competing. But they're not at the heights they used to be. Still figuring out where they want to take the line. Obviously, over the years, they've lost some of their prospects to bigger teams and bigger projects, but they just can't seem to find their footing again at the moment.
I've built up some great talents in the past. You're right in that sense. But yeah, it's always difficult. I think once you lose, big key pieces, you're still looking for that like Romanian talent. It limits the pool, and sometimes that can just limit your position in the world rankings. That can limit your opportunities, but get dedicated to the scene, which you got to respect. Now we're starting to see the fruits of their labors. I mean, really, in the last couple of years. At least in terms of like tier 1 Counter-Strike.
All out of the base setup for now. How does Nexus want to end this? Because they kind of need their mid and connector prong to pull some attention. Maybe they'll hit apartments first and then let the lurkers play. But
wow,
that is predicated on getting out of apartments alive. Bomb is dropped. Kills are being found. They've actually, for a moment, isolated a 2-on-1 here on B. But do they clear Van? ETN's up close. He wins the duel. YaLLa holding the rotations.
They forgot the bomb in apartments. There's 10 seconds.
They have time.
No. They gotta get the kill. He's trying to jump up. He's just flubbing to jump.
No!
He gets off before he can cross.
No!
No! Fossil, I can't blame him for thinking that was the case. I can't blame him for thinking they were gonna plant the bomb. He has no idea until it's too late, but my god, is it just a bitter end to a round that they had in the bag. He just had no idea. Oh god. The sinking feeling as he realizes.
Gotta be frustrated. It's been a very frustrating half for Team Space.
That's just the gut punch.
Oh, They're running out of leeway here. That is a pair of
gonna help.
brutal kills. And those guns can now be retrieved. Where did that come from?
You better make sure they stay down, man.
They've actually got the bomb as well, haven't they?
Right back. Yeah, they do. They have it right in the palm of their hands with guns to be retrieved and up in the hands of Vert now to make matters even worse. Spiraling, tossing that one over to the main man with the AWP. Runic. Timing is miserable, but saved. A little bit labored, couldn't connect the kill. That's a shock to the system of Nexus, who had this half in the palm of their hands. And I've now watched this as they fade away. Molotov goes in, BTN to play off the edge of this melee. Could be an interesting move. Bomb's recovered. But BTN looking to crack through. That's a perfect flash. That's going to catch one freebie. Easy does it. Weary of the smoke, the possibility. Oh, Dennis can't pick a target either, but finally selects in time, and he swings out wide for the second. Doesn't find himself trapped in sandwich. Makes the proactive move, and Space, again, they don't stay down. They will bounce right off the mat and get back up.
One missed shot from YaLLa, and granted, he probably wasn't probably aiming at stairs or something, not expecting a player to be close.
I mean, we've seen him do that same move in the half, right? Where he's aimed at stairs waiting for that peek.
Yeah, he got it earlier. Well, it's last round. Nexus have to invest, but look at it. It is ugly. 4 Tech 9s. Sorry, 3 Tech 9s, a Deagle and a Maxen. And look at this. They got a bit of util. They're going to use it early. B apartments pop. They starting to rain over as they waterfall through the window. Focus so much on the site. And they neglect short to their detriment. And this is an absolute mowdown. It's a nice shot from YaLLa, but it will not change the course of this round. Surely not. 5 for Team Space. We're going to call that a recovery or just about survival?
I would say a big recovery with how the position was. I mean, that 11th round is going to mean so much to them. It could potentially just be the turning point. Space had so little going for them. It's just force bias for the remainder of the half if they lose that. But the fact that they claim it with the comfort, they get themselves to 5. It's still a bit rocky. It's not the best CT side you've ever seen, but it could have been so much worse.
Got to get this half off to a good start, though. If they give that opportunity to Nexus, they are pretty close already to losing this map. So, let's see. Finally some T-side util. Few and far between so far today. And it seems B again might be the port of call. The util lined up as Danis clears through underpass. Smoke will block for now. And looks like they're just going to reroute. They're walking out of apartments.
I mean, this underpass play from Danis, I think he's actually slipped underneath the crosshair. Jump is quick in towards the window room.
I think they look at all the crosshairs, they must have heard him.
Yeah, they're just immediately tuned in towards market. Either way, even with that position, it's powerful. And BTN looking to flush him out, but look at that. Wide in the open. Easy pickings. Still is a B-side end goal. They could fall into some problems, some traps here, but they're just running in knife out. Space are forcing their hand. Catching them in rotation, in transition, over and over again. It's all as a result of Danis' little move that he's made. Finally taken down. YaLLa holding off this B-bomb site as well. The 5v2 turns quickly south and towards a 2v2 now. Vert chasing down these kills. A couple of isolated players on the site. And a 1v1 now. Just one shot to do the trick for Raga with that USP. Vert trying to figure out a way to plant the bomb. And he's going to let him. Sticks in the digits. Pure confidence from Vert. Fix the jump. But he's not baiting out a peek at all. Vert continuing to hold down the line. Great idea. Catches him on the wide angle and Vert saves the 1v1. Such a good start for Space. It quickly becomes dicey. but it's still confirmed.
Such a well orchestrated first half to the round from Team Space. It's like they were just, you know, moving the chess pieces long before Nexus knew what was coming. They're always playing catch up. It's a tremendous try by Raga and Zello to keep them in the round, but not to be. So, important pistol for Team Space. You can see on the graphic there at the top the swing this map has taken pretty heavily. Team Space's favour. Also, do enjoy a good Zeus play. I dare say it's in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Not quite the position. Instead, yeah, we're going to see that second round conversion look very comfortable. Space with these like T sides where they look, at least on the pistol again, maybe I'm jumping the gun a little bit here, but on the pistol they just look so cohesive. Like the communication's flowing. Letting the CTs walk right on into them, so I can compliment them in that department at least at the beginning stages. I hope to see it in the gun rounds continue. Wasn't always there, but
No
it's a wild Zeus, man. Oh my god. Trudit can't believe it.
We're all for that.
Oh yeah, that's a good time. You can get any kills with this Smack 10 actually. You could afford an AWP.
Seven all then. It's Team Space. Showing a bit more composure on the start of the second half. We're hearing there's been a little bit of a disconnect, so perhaps we'll be paused for a moment. Presume it's 7 kickies yet to buy.
Surprised Trunic's still hanging around in the server after that one, right?
A little bit sizzled. Right up. Oh no.
Still get the AWP. Just his jump though. Can't quite get in the ladder. Wanted to make a move. Probably to try and figure out a way to open up the round. With that AWP, it's a lot easier to do nowadays. Not behind a smoke, of course.
I think Space is just going to contact. There are so many players ready to split this site. That is off catwalk at the moment. He's got such a strong position if he swings wide. Ollie at the moment will hold him at bay, and these players are swinging rifles, looking for jewels. Nexus has got more than they bargained for. Velnik here starts to fight from jungle, only finds the one. So the frags are flowing the way Team Space. Somebody needs to grab the bomb. Over smoke on top connector, they should be safe.
Got glued to his hands. Decides not to smoke off where his teammate is though anyways. Put that smoke down still. There you go. All not to matter. There was never a retake effort coming. Nexus struggling at the start of the CT side. Again, a contact play. I think Nexus, or rather Space identifying a strength there. I mean, full mid control granted. There was very little resistance met. I think, you know, partially that's Nexus having to react to the just one little missed micro like jump from Zello, where maybe he was in charge of holding off a little bit more aggressively towards middle, but once he misses that jump, you know, bam, you're left with no mid control. And they didn't really have any control elsewhere either. No B space granted to them, no apartments ground. Obviously we saw the A side hold was very separated as well, so a bit of a clunky start to this CT side so far.
Maybe they need to pause as well, because this map has really taken a stark turn. 5-0 start. Only 2 since then. For Nexus, point gun rounds will be all important. And this one's just a half buy. Tello has the AWP though. Where is he? A ramp. 4 on A for Nexus. So they're certainly hoping that Space come for control on a similar round, perhaps to the previous, but for now, it's a very slow default, very disciplined actually from the T side.
The smoke. These 5-7s at distance still being able to win out some duels. X5 frustrated with that result there. A push through that app smoke as well from Trunic. He is selling one hell of a fake at the moment. He immediately gets 2 players away from window room and setting their sights towards B. Teammates maybe not in a position to capitalize other than this connector lurk. Actually, this presence rolling through from Vert could be supports them.
Flash is so good.
Out. Flash is amazing.
That is perfection. Trunic finds another in the midst of all the carnage. BCN!
Oh!
Yeah. A little bit ugly at the end.
A little bit scary, yeah. Almost misses out on that one. But still the stand-in to look to step up 17 HP just might not be enough. And it won't. It's recovered. A little bit dicey from space. But we'll get the job done. Vert. Set up by Fossil. That 1-2 punch. Up connector. Needs so much. Look at this. Out in the open. YaLLa had an incredible line to deal with this pressure, but that's one way to handle an opper. That's the best way, probably.
Flash is perfectly timed. You know, 10th of a second later, and I think he sees enough to take a shot. Win the duel. So. Excellent foresight on that one. And Team Space getting a little bit of breathing room, some headway now into this T side. Given how they started this map, this is a tremendous position to be in. We would never have expected this 15 minutes ago. They're starting to be in command. Opening kill goes their way. They're so focused on clearing out top mid, fragging the players behind the boxes. And there's the punish. Nexus right now just are always playing catch up.
Not treated them kindly, but catching up they are in this round. Peeking out towards middle in unison. Now the man advantage vaporized by that re-aggression. Slow to move off the back of this as well. They've lost their mid-prong of approach. It's going to be just straight out towards A main, and it feels like Nexus are prepared for this. They've got the numbers on the scene. They'll handle business without any troubles. Danis to sling one more op shot out. I doubt I'll show much more interest in any further.
Alrighty. Well, important round. The Nexus, big call to bring numbers mid and start fighting. We lost the opening duel. We commit together and it works. Where's the money going to be at for Team Space? Okay, they do have a buy. That economy is starting to dwindle now. It'll be eco next round no matter what if they did lose it. So, let's see. This round will really set the tone. We get into the mid stage of the second half.
Important swing round. Nexus haven't been able to gather much ground on this CT side so far, but finally around, especially, you know, being able to recover it with a man down. Mid control looked strong in recovery. See if they can replicate that same success. They throw a full A execute. A lot of utility out of the pockets of space to sell this one, and that is easily dealt with by Raga. They try and get Falls on a position aggressively, but flushed out. At least it's drawing an attention. Again, whenever they've been able to get up connector, it's been a positive spin on the round. They spot out a Palace aggressor as well. Confirmed on one location. BTN still unknown. Waiting inside a firebox could be a huge influence. Another great flashbang, this time avoided by YaLLa. A quick reaction from him. They still know a guy's in Palace. They have that idea. There's BTN finally striking. Again, Palace still a known location, and there you go, Trunic covering. Expecting what would be a surprise. Raga gets surprised instead. Trunic, again, the flash is too deep. He collects, and an op posted up for Danist. An opportunity to close out an important round. Can he connect? Misses out on the first shot. 7 kick. It could be his opportunity to step up in this map. Utility's good. It's on the money. And Danist still not popping a shot off just yet. Finally able to secure it. And Space move forward in that swing round. Able to swing it their way.
It's pretty ugly, but they made it work. The kill onto the Palace player is the wildest of all. They may have known he was there, but there's so much going on. You worry about jungle, connector, CT, all at the same time, maybe even a ramp flank too. You don't know the player was still in Palace. He could have gone round. They find a way to make it work. Dennis with the clutch. He's had a good map so far. First pause of this map being taken. That is by Nexus. They're buying here because they think they can reset Team Space's money. Many teams, I think, would half buy. Back-to-back pauses.
Definitely in a scary position. I mean, I was kind of looking at this scoreline potentially being 3-9 at the half, and you know, chance for Nexus to run away with things. But again, it was that one eco, or force buy rather, that Space got away with. Took it to a 5-7 scoreline. And again, asking the question of if that was a recovery. Well, now with the way that they've started off the second half, it is certainly so. Recovery made in this map by Space, who are desperate for a win. Start off Series 9 with the victory would be a dream.
This is a series they'd expect to win. Nexus have not been in great form. This is not their full lineup. This is as good as time as any to right the wrongs that they have shown in the past few weeks. Look at all the space through the murder hole.
5.
And that's only going to make it worse. Fozil finds one in mid. Now they're going to focus mid proper. They're not going to have a clue a player is through. Velna gets aggressive. He doesn't know it, but this is probably his best chance, isn't it? Fly down one direction, but as he falls, surely gets caught. There's a player by bench. Teammates dying by the wayside as X5 finally springs his trap. Raga starts flanking underpass. There's so much going on right now.
This position from X5. YaLLa's prepared for this. He's prepared for anything. Running away, though? They've got a weird flank right now. I mean, the timing has been sprung by Raga. He's waiting for this play to strike first, actually. I don't know if they'll anticipate this, but it's also on a clock. You've got to chase. Vert spotted it out. The flank is exposed, and now he's in a sandwich instead of a save. YaLLa's out of there. Gone like the wind.
This has been such a nightmare map, hasn't it, in the last kind of 10, 12, maybe even more rounds. Every time they leave a gap, it gets exploited. Nex is playing too passive of a CT side. I mean, it seems like they're ceding a lot of space. Playing the sides and then trying to play reactive, but... needless to say, it hasn't worked very well so far on the defense. Nuke's a good map for team space. It's not a map I'd like to play with a stand in either.
Yeah. Marcelo's on a tough line. He got past it. Fozzel was quicker. Looking to grasp for straws on the aggression. Flashbangs not so perfectly timed for the CT side of defense. Instead, still stepping forward, stepping up to the plate. Raga with the FAMAS is holding on for dear life on this A side. Fighting his teammates he's holding on for so long. And able to buy enough time, everyone gets involved. That's a hero's defense from Raga. Maybe exactly what the doctor ordered. Locked down by BTN. Raga doing the most there to survive.
Dictionary definition of one-man army. That was a man to the lesser. That was a largely undefended come the committal. It's why they're so aggressive at Team Space, because they know they've got an opener. I can't believe, and chooses his teammate for good measure as well, but I can't believe the player that's flying off the balcony doesn't get the kill.
Yeah, that's just a miss, right? That's just one of those things that, you know, can sink a lot of frustration, and that's like you said, it just feels like 100% trade. But Raga, again, holding on.
If Raga dies, that really could be map over, and as we've mentioned, series in a really treacherous position given the veto. If they win this map, that moment from Raga deserves huge credit.
No question. I mean, obviously you got YaLLa playing a good game so far. He's started off very well with the first half. But like you said, I mean, that's just a moment that you live on. I will see if that can build the motivation to start clawing back this comeback. I mean, this is the round to do it on. It's not a great buy. The Eagle's in play for Fozzel and Trunic. The rest have AKs in hand, but at a sacrifice of a lot of that utility. They have severe limitations in that department. But again, one of the problems that Nexus have faced is concession of mid control and a little bit too much of it. And it's looking like that trend might continue in a round like this. YaLLa in a dangerous game. There's no more smoke there. YaLLa, there's no more smoke. What?
Lapse in concentration, not sure. That did not look right. And that is not a good time to make a mistake like that. Danis punishes. BTN is gone. Player behind triple is assassinated. This young man has warmed up and then some. Oh my lord, they're not missing a single shot. There is no opportunity for redemption.
Oh my god, what a...
What are you supposed to do? Get him bulldozed.
Right there. I don't know what happened. It all starts again with a bit of a wild move. See this one back. Not quite. It's Danis though doing enough. Off the back of the opening duel. That's already a deal sealer. But then X5 clearing corners. They're still diligent. Even in the 5v1. They never overstep. They don't rush. Space have claimed map point on their opponent's map pick.
It might be 4 M4s, but don't be deceived. There's no kits, and util is sparing, to put it lightly. What have we got? 2 smokes and 3 flashbangs. With a minute 30 left to fend off. Again, if the bomb goes down in an even scenario, that kit could be all important. BTN, you need to stay alive, brother. Just about avoids the HE. 5 HP remaining. That is not the start they wanted.
Immediately puts him in a position. Concede more or call for some extra help on this B side. And he lands the tag. It's just unfortunate. He didn't have enough HP to run away, reposition, and Trunic might be in a position to follow up. That's so perfectly timed, the swing to collect. Everyone is hitting their punches. Everyone finding their kills. Very similar to that last round, where every move being made is the right one from space. And now just 2 more.
Can you believe the reversal? The rounds we saw at the start of this map was Team Space not on the same page. Individually, losing fights. Hardly exuding confidence. Quite the opposite now. With Velnik's on a flank. Velnik's behind the bomb.
Boy.
He's found a tremendous gap. He just needs his teammate to stay alive. YaLLa finds another.
Doing it.
Oh my. Oh, that is perfect.
What?
Bomb is dropped 7 seconds. That should have been map over, but somehow we're still going.
Cello and Welnick saved Nexus completely. I mean, look at this. I said it was a very similar situation. It's another 2v5. Last time around, we saw Space be super composed, super patient, super careful, still clearing corners, but they were advancing. This time, they're again paying rent in Tetris. Staying there for a little too long, overstaying the welcome. The flank comes through. That is devastating. It could have been over. Space, how long can they sustain this sort of loss? We'll see, because it's looking like it's going to be taken all the way to the bank. It's smelling like overtime all of a sudden, unless a 2v5 can be sent in return. Fossil has 2 of them, but he needs 3 more. He needs the whole thing.
That would be a way to end it. This was just a half buy from Team Space. We're actually looking towards the last of regulation to muster a full-on investment. 1 minute 10. Still has full HP. Nexus are well positioned to keep 2 on A though. Got 7 kick aggressive in towards apartments. Is this timing working out? Oh my lord! Well, wow. Thank God Velnik was there for the trade. Because that would have been embarrassing.
Wouldn't be the way you'd like to let it slip there next. It said it's going to be 1 more gun round required. Fossil almost making the impossible happen in that 1v3, but too good of a position. There we have it. Mac-10 and Tech9 in play. Space. They visualized this game being over until all they saw was red. One last attempt to close this one out in regulation. Otherwise, that 2v5 is going to cost them, and I can imagine set that frustration in. Go with another attempt at an A-side defense. This guy's been able to pass the test with flying colors in the past.
I'm just watching Zamo. When does this flank activate? My Nomado with his trades and connector going well. He said it. OT beckons. OT calls. And it's 3 frags away. YaLLa on his flank is primed. How will we come to a 1-on-1? Trunic, 15 HP. If he silences 7 kick to win this round, we'll have our head in our hands. This round should have been over. Completely enveloped was the T side. YaLLa was flanking. It is an unlosable position.
Trunic's patience is going to pay off, isn't it?
Can you believe
He's got the rotate. Oh my god, 7 kick, calling it towards the B side of the map. And this means Trunic can not only find himself in a position to plant the bomb, but can get himself in a post plant to dream about. Numbers punched in.
Such a wide plan as well. He can play wherever he wants.
Oh my god. He's spotted surely. No, he's not. Okay. He goes for the swing. He goes for the finishing blow right there. I think it was smart considering the fact that 7 kick had a smoke. But not quite gonna cut it this time.
How are we here? In overtime. Wow. What's that? 2-3 hella good chances for Space to silence this series. At least the first map and put themselves in a tremendous position, but cannot convert. Trunic decides, I'm not going to wait. I'm going to swing. Oh my. Onwards and upwards. We hit overtime. It's old school, baby. First to 16. And neither of these teams are willing to relent.
Start off with a bang. Flying up catwalk. Managed to dodge and evade a lot of that spam. Now tucked in towards ladder. Again, valuable real estate. As of recent, Nexus have had the reads. They've had massive flank after massive flank. Starting to identify the space default and maybe abuse it. That being cleaned up in overtime. Will it matter? X5 uses that position to his advantage. Opens up the round. Beauty. In his positioning and prepared for that as well. Raga caught on that A side. And the re-aggression towards mid still not caught. Danis, an instant trade. Bomb recovered, and you've also got this move being made. Brother X5 is in that B bomb site. It looked like they wanted to dance back towards A, and then X5 is saying, hey, it's a little free and clear.
Oh my.
But I also need... Oh, God.
Not like this. The bomb needs to go A. That's where your two players are. The bomb should always be going A and let the B player flank.
Why aren't the A players rotating?
They've got away with murder here, man.
Oh.
There was such a risk of somebody pushing under or top mid. Even now, Velnik might catch the bomb.
He's got the timing. No way. Not like this. 20 seconds left. He's spotted. He's spotted, though. At the very least, he's spotted. Calling in for help. X5 and Danis will combine their efforts, and YaLLa won't be able to secure it. That is not pretty from space. It is just not pretty.
No.
And it's already cost them once. It cost them this map, actually. I'll just say it. 2v5. And map point scenario. It cost them.
It must be painful to be a Team Space fan watching some of these rounds. Nexus have the asterisks. They have the excuse.
Yeah. 100%.
You know, anything out of this series is you know, a bonus for them in the situation. But Team Space, they don't like to make their life easy. That is for sure.
I just think the fact that they're still kicking is already a minor victory. They, again, could have watched this map fly by. Stood there hanging in there. A resilient roster so far. Interesting position. Getting deep in apartments. Interested in the idea of getting a bit more aggressive. This forward positioning, though, can certainly catch 7 kick off guard. Smoke's gonna fade. Who's gonna be the one ready first? It's gonna be Trunic. I mean, he's been so patient. He's sat through the whole round, and now it comes collapsing. Nexus falling to pieces. Oh my god. As at the snap of a finger, they all spring into action. It's kills throughout the map. They really are just taking the approach of taking both bomb sites, it seems like. I can't believe it.
There's some nuance there of how they worked Catwalk. They applied a lot of pressure, and that brought the B Apartments players into the fray a little bit easier. Of course, they need to win the duel in Apartments proper, but that is T favored if they do clear the angle. Right. Well, it might be ugly. It might be a rough approach to here, but Team Space have found 2 out of 2 rounds here on the T side thus far in this first bout of overtime. 3, if claimed, would be so close to victory that I don't think Nexus wants to consider that possibility. This is bordering on a must-win round. Surely they need some leeway before they go on the offense. YaLLa is great in regulation. does not miss. No nades here for Team Space. They were banking on this position being undefended. And have they just given up the bomb? I don't think it was spotted. Still needs to collect it though.
Oh, YaLLa. Just a bit of an edge in that smoke. Enough to pop the shot off. Yeah, they're a little bit worried about this bomb being guarded. But at this point in the 2v5, tough to imagine a world where this goes wrong. Not given any opportunities to crack through either. And it's been a theme. Nexus have given a lot of space towards middle for free, so I can't blame Space too much for thinking that trend would remain the same. I'm not careful about the position that he places alongside it. Also, oh boy, there's one freebie handed back over. Olnik available for the trade. It isn't going to be another round awry and a massive advantage. Instead, Nexus close out at least one. Split it 2-1 here on the half, giving themselves some runway in the second.
I'm just watching every 4v2 now with kind of trauma. Thinking this isn't over yet.
Yeah, you just can't
every single time.
You can't call it.
Waiting for the mistake still. You got to reflect on the positives of your team, Space. You just won 2 T rounds. This is very much doable. Very, very much so. Victory's in touch now. And again, win this map and you've got a great chance on you to end this series. But you don't have invested so much into this map. Ultimately, just for a loss. 7 kick, though, is an intent. And evening up this map. Big kill. Now his team needs to capitalize upon this advantage. They have mid.
Oh, wow.
They have a 2-man advantage now as YaLLa steps into play. It's on a platter for them to even up this game.
So in a perfect position to catch the reposition off the back of that window smoke. Oftentimes, you know, that's the next move for the Opera. Either rotate right into that angle or, you know, go towards CT. And in this case, he walks straight into the hands of YaLLa. Best in his counterpart. Best case to heading towards this A side. Flank is coming through, but it's going to be very late to the party now. And, well, Nick.
I don't think he saw him.
I just burst through the smoke. Will blast. A quick entry. And again, that flank still coming through. Might be worth a go still. Overtime money, might as well give it a try. Goes for the clear, can't quite find the follow-up. And Nick shows why you should have run far, far away from that A-bomb site.
From what we can tell, this is his first ever professional level game. He's playing well.
Yeah.
Looking good.
No kidding, man.
And they just refuse to die here on Mirage do Nexus. Utterly refusing. Oh, there was a beauty in it. In that absolute unrelenting attitude to a map that should have been done 20 minutes ago.
And again, I don't know if you can sustain the heartbreak if you're already in a Space's position. Even if you like are excited to hop into nuke. Of how this map would end up. Compounding with the prior results.
Even if they win this, the only emotion surely is a relief. I mean, it's... You can't feel great about the way that regulation ended, whatever happens from here. We got... Ragus found a lot of space. Did he see that player in window? I don't think he did. Thinking ladder. Flashbang was good. Didn't actually hit the, but still, frag is found. Makes a lot of damage, but... I should be happy with that. Anastone finds one in response. Big kill from Fozu, and Raga, the low HP player, is still on the server. Might as well be a 4-on-2. This looks good.
Given this position's up connector. Barrel spotted. It's going to be BTM with the jump onto him, but also not falling short. And he catches another high HP bar. Raga still having impact even though he's low. which could be a good sign, but not a good sign when he's left last man standing. God. My God. HE would have done it if X5 didn't, but... Space, another chance. One more opportunity to claim map point.
Number 4. And if we're in regulation. Okay. Well, it's their first CT side one. Let's see if they can make good. Of course, we're in overtime. Money's not a problem. They have all the bells and whistles they could ever want. So no excuses. How do they open up? Playing the sites. Free A to B. Something out of the norm there. Vert comes off catwalk to play in towards ladder room. So B is a little bit exposed for now. It looks like Nexus are very intent on defaulting from mid. But really wants to find an angle, and he does. Top of the smoke.
Devious.
Surely a HE grenade's going to end the job here. They don't have... Oh, they do have 1-7 kick. Where's that? Anywhere near? No, it's in apartments.
Yeah. Bird is out there. Looking to be a further nuisance. Has gotten out of ladder. Molotovs are tossed on in. They're really gearing up for an execute. That is one way to entry that B bomb site. Didn't expect it to be YaLLa to find the first. But not alone. YaLLa, another one. Danis steps out with his up, but YaLLa continues to save them. Scratching, clawing for this victory. To take it into another overtime. That's what his goal set on towards, and it's looking like he's going to accomplish that 30 kills to his name. And into that B bomb site.
The bomb is so isolated. Nobody's coming to help.
And
this could pay a heavy price. This could lose them the map if this bomb gets dropped. YaLLa now comes off short. The flank is in at the same time, and they do indeed hold firm. How are we here? How?
Shadow Cell, man, he's just not giving up on this one. Look at this. Has to run through a smoke and entry around the Molotov. And then not only does that, but cuts off those rotates all the way further. 4 kills in the round. From the hero you need. It's the hero Nexus got. We go again.
Don't let the hair fool you. This man means business. He's been excellent. Oh my, we came into this map, we saw, you know, what was a good lead for Nexus turned to dust, and we just felt like the standard situation was too much to bear. They're a team that's been in flux regardless. Even with their full 5, there might have been problems, but they have just spooled up and they're refusing to let go of Mirage. Where has this come from?
Iron up in a big way. ETN and 7 kick getting activated now. For the most part to save already made, but that's without X5 any longer as well. That just adds one more to his tally. Has become a beautiful 1-2 punch with YaLLa playing good with the op.
At what point does the frustration boil over? Because this is surely too much to bear for team space.
Well, I would have thought Space couldn't sustain it after the 2v5, to be honest with you. But they found themselves in a position to get another, you know, win, right? Their 4th chance, as you had mentioned. 4 is not enough. They need more, but they don't have the start to this overtime like they did last time around.
They may have nightmares about losing that 2-on-5, because that was the best chance they had. By a long shot, by a country mile. Oh, falling off the boost. Danis re-peaks as well. He's confident, even if his team is flustered and floundering. Danis hits home. He's surely lined his team up to even the score of 16 apiece. Just as I say it. I've doomed them, haven't I?
I can't believe you've done this to space. Because at this point, it feels like we just find a way. Surely not, though. Danis is repositioned. He said 2 isn't enough. I've got to find more. Maybe he's right. Because he's found another 3. Maybe 2v5s haunt them in the past, so maybe even more required. Falls are going to say, make it a 1v5. What do you got for us here? Well, BTN says, I'm an opper. Jay, let's take it easy, guys. Let's take it easy, okay? Just take it easy. Oh my god. Ooh. It's just like, why? Why swing with a pistol there?
Yeah, I know. It's bizarre as well, because sometimes they show so much discipline, and other times they really do not. Consistent on that front.
Yeah.
Well, Dan is doing his damnedest. Hold his team in this map. 16 all. Regulation, of course, was T favoured, so as was the first battle of overtime, so Team Space can lead this half. Shouldn't be too despondent. Danis gifted an opportunity. Such an awkward fight. I didn't expect BTN up that close. And look at this. The ramp prong activates immediately. They're straight in. YaLLa continues doing work. Holds for the swings whilst the troops clear the path. Just need to sail this man at the back of the site. Indeed they do. 4-1 now. It's going to be 17 for Nexus.
You love these 2-to-1 splits in overtime, because what does that oftentimes mean? You get to run it back. Creates the likelihood. We'll see if X5 have anything to say about this. Which way this 2-to-1 split goes. He actually landed a couple of those shots on his YaLLa while jumping.
Why does every round feel doable at the moment?
HG just not enough, unfortunately. That molly will do it. Wait a second. He has a smoke kit. The molly doesn't land. He didn't have the arm for it. Fortunately.
Nope. He will not be a shot putter when he grows up. With that one. He'll play
Have strong fingers for that.
Well. It's been an Olympic effort so far by Nexus to keep them in this map. Can they get over the line? A comeback would have a good ring to it. Maybe 5 of them. Right. Where's YaLLa? He's been the big man on campus.
Get a YaLLa check. Hanging about towards the apartments. And hungry.
What's happened to Riger?
An opening duel.
I think Fozzel swung CT and almost killed him.
Wow. A nice name to take down low here at the start of it. He has been strong in his position on A. There's only so much you can do with 5 HP. And with 0 now, overkill with that AWP. Space, start off. Second half strong. Melnick in a position to disrupt though. A huge surprise, and finally 7kick able to offer up some more on the tally. ETN gets caught with the falls alert though out of Palace, so
I don't think either team knows where to go at the moment.
it just, yeah, it's so insane. Welnick is aggressing forward. He gets caught by the op, but at least he spots out some valuable information. That smoke's not going to do much to save him. Not quite. No, that's an easy one for Danis.
Low HP player as well. He's the only one nearby. It's a catch though. Where's the trade? Where's the trade? 26 seconds. Now the AWP is on the line. Team Space turning into utter masters at snapping defeat from the jaws of victory. They're gonna lose this map, man. They're gonna lose this.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was destined. Again, you don't get opportunities like that 2v5 to close that often, and when you miss them, It just shows the hint of some of the problems this roster has faced in the past. They had it in the palm of their hands. Victory was right in front of them. Instead, nothing but pure frustration gonna be felt if this one goes to nuke and they're not up a map. Wild exchange. ETN, how is he the one to come out on top? How did he win that fight? And he's dodging the bullets, matrixing them towards middle. It truly was meant to be. ETN out like the ghost.
3 frags is all they need to pull off. I'm not even sure whether to call it a comeback because they led the game early on. Let's call it a turbulent roller coaster. Certainly being that for us in the casting booth, surely for everybody at home as well. As Team Space coalesce towards departments. Smattering of util, couple flashes. 7 kick. Which a full belt to his name, and actually Team Space going to reroute. Underpass with 2, top mid with 1. If they head towards A, that'll be an ill-fated decision. YaLLa is posted 2 players at the top of a connector. They are so well positioned, surely. Deal with what's ever going to come out. Truna gets boosted. YaLLa finds another. Just Vert remaining. Can you believe we're in this position? Nexus win the map. They were 2v5 down at 9-12, and they have won the map. I'm not sure if there's a collapse for Team Space or a colossal victory for Nexus, but what a map we have just witnessed.
I mean, it almost always requires a little bit of both, doesn't it? It requires a lot of indecision, a lot of mishaps from the Space Camp to pull back a victory like that. Again, we're going to be thinking about that too. Unless they redeem this series. But either way, they've just made it a lot longer of a night for them in the best of scenarios, as that just gets ripped away from them in a brutal fashion. And while you do have your map pick to look forward to, there's no smiles heading into it.
I don't think they're looking forward to anything. I think they're going to have an awful talk in TeamSpeak now between these maps. It's just got to be pure pain after that map. Wow. Credit to a few of the Nexus guys. I mean, we're obviously taking more of the angle of Space made mistakes, but Nexus, given the scenario, played pretty much the best CS I think they could. YaLLa was formidable, an absolute monster, and Velnik. Again, we don't know much about his past, but presumably his first game, anything close to this caliber, and he holds his own. He has some big rounds. There's actually not a lot more you could ask from somebody thrust in last minute like that. He did everything you could have ever asked of him.
It just seemed like he was a confident stand-in, a player that wasn't scared to take these fights, given the fact that this is going to be one of the bigger games that he's probably ever played. Again, like there's just no HLTV officials even, so wouldn't blame him for hopping in, being nervous, you know, playing behind smokes, things like that. But no, just kept on swinging, kept on being, you know, a big influence. It was really a good 1-2 punch coming through from YaLLa and Welnick, and I think a lot to be proud about for that debut for himself. But you know, alongside that, like you said, that ragged defense, like that sort of impact that he had on A, it just felt like a full team effort in that clawback. It looked like they never ran out of steam. And again, like you said, I mean, Space, they don't have a lot to look forward to, but we'll be looking forward to Nuke. We're going to be tossing this one to a short break, and once we do come back, we'll see if Space can get anything going for themselves. heading into Nuke potentially. At least that's what the numbers say, but I think there's a little bit more emotions to get past for Space heading into this next map, Alan.
I guess it's the main question, isn't it? I mean, they are still a young team. Needless to say, at least from my experience, you lose a map like that and it's really hard to get everybody back on the same page. But yeah, the approach to take is we've lost our opponent's map pick. It shouldn't be the end of the world. But can they do that? Do they have the leadership and the man management skills to keep everyone on the same page? I'm not sure. We'll find out very quickly. And of course, as much as Nuke has been a mainstay for Team Space, it's got to be said, in the past couple of weeks, they've really struggled.
It's been part of the reason. They're kind of slight drop off in this map that they used to really dominate on has become more up in the air as of recent. So, again, like you had mentioned, the numbers look really good, but like recent history, confidence, that's where it's missing. So again, you're probably just leaning on more so Nexus playing and missing, making more mistakes basically into this map, as opposed to, again, your recent strength that you've been able to bring here. And that's obviously a bit of a challenge. This isn't like a big missing map in terms of Nexus as of recent as well. They're actually on the up and up in this map.
I think you're also kind of posing the question of what's up with Team Space? Can they improve? Fair here on Nuke. Well, lack of discipline definitely cost them a few rounds on that first map. Not always being cohesive. The start of that first half, remember, peeking one at a time, not always being on the same page. It is the fundamentals that unfortunately has caught them off guard. I don't think there's been any individual problems for this team. That's never an issue for them. Getting on the same page and making the most of every situation. That's what we need here on Nuke.
I'm right there with you. See if they can bring that to the table here. Bring a cohesive T side to start things off. Well, already getting plucked apart because right now it's strength in numbers for Nexus. They got the players towards the outer yard and continue to fire away. Continue to get away with these duels. BTN just keeping his distance from these Glocks. And look sharp with the USP in hand. Things don't get easier as Nuke starts with a pistol converted by Nexus.
Who's the captain now? BTN.
Look at me. BTN is the captain now. Actually, look at him.
He runs this ship. Runs this ship. No Tom Hanks here to save us either. For shame.
I don't mind it. Guest appearance not going to be made. The only guest appearance in this one is, well, Nick. He's
loving life, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's just,
yeah,
he came on to play some pugs, and they're like, we need a standard. And he's here in the big leagues.
Yeah. Came to play some pugs and ended up getting asked to play the match. Said sure, because his pug teammates were all busy playing a match. Truly a win-win.
Take those W's. Fortunately, we will not be counting towards his ego this game, but in the grander scale, it's not actually incorrect to think that individual matches can really boost a player's stock in his sort of position. If you're an Infinite, who for those that don't know are kind of the other fully Romanian team of the scene at the moment, I'll be looking at this kid and saying he's got some skills.
Absolutely. I mean, when it comes to building in a talent scene, like again, like Romania kind of being put on the map, Nexus, part of that pipeline. Again, they've got a lot of players that have gone through in the past that are becoming big names. So, I mean, in terms of like at least setting their sights for the future, maybe something to look forward to even on Nexus, if it ever is required. Seems like he might be the man for the job at some point.
Okay, AKs are out. As you can see, guys, top left, map pick of Team Space. It was the pick of Nexus. Just about one on Mirage. Getting closer to losing than that. 2v5 up against map point. But they saved it. And now here on Nuke, they do have an opportunity for a 2-0, but it will be hard fought because we know this is a much more comfortable ground. Team Space. They do love a slow default. I've learned that already.
Yeah, and those slow defaults can kind of be harder to call with lesser experience. It requires people to not make mistakes, not overextend, but also, you know, sometimes you have to be comfortable to take map control by yourself, and that's where mistakes can be caused. 7 kick. This time he's going to be pretty brutal for him. He gets that spot. Molotov down, but it's a CT molly. They don't move past it. So much info gathered by 7 kick. And he doesn't even reposition it correctly. He's going to be prepared for this A play. He can just fly up heaven now.
Can't get anything done.
Doesn't last long.
Can't get anything done. I mean, they had all the players. Even BTM was pretty nearby. No frags found. It's 5 alive for Team Space.
That one was a 4v5, but that was well handled. I did not expect for it to go that well, given the fact that how much information was, you know, really brought by that one position. No, I mean, find all the entries. Doesn't matter where the stack is.
Immediately on the eco. And look towards guns in the following. Okay. Okay, YaLLa, we're paying attention now. This round is not a given.
Quick wake-up call. Brutal 1 deek to start this one off, set the tone. And a Zeus! Oh! Would have been so nice to add a 5v3 to the advantage. Instead, an equalizer. The AK still superior, of course, in this case. But another one from YaLLa. He's in and out of the flames. All they see is a spark, and then you're gone. The tip of his yellow hair appears. Now Rika picks up the mantle at a 3v3 with the Zeus. And into the A side they go.
I'm so nervous for Team Space. So nervous. What have we got? Double radio push from Nexus. Rag is not in a great position to fight this plant. I pray these enemies are looking at heaven. Danis lazy clears in towards Hut. Gets away with it. YaLLa finishes the job, but surely will get pincered. Indeed he does. It's still very good damage. YaLLa just needed a tad more help.
Yeah, he did. I mean, if that Zeus kill follows up right there, well,
I think they win the round if that hits.
I'm with you. I mean, look what followed up after that. You know, not to say YaLLa would have 100% made that same play. How would the round go? But still, there was a real chance of that Zeus to start being, you know, become useful, and a real chance that round could have just spiraled. And then it becomes, again, how much could one team take in terms of heartbreak? But either way, it is 3 confidence-building kills to start off Nuke for an Opper that is looking to constantly influence the server. And he is continuing to fire up here. A little lackadaisical, though. Plays around the smoke a bit awkwardly in a 1-for-1 instead of following up what could have been a lot of impact in that position.
CTs have nobody lower. All top side. Here comes the lobby clear, but part of me feels like this could be too little too late. Vent is now claimed by the T's. Being very slow about actually assailing the site. It has allowed time for 7 kick to actually rotate. Melnick is toe as well. Oh my lord, look at this. That lobby information is proving very useful now, isn't it? 3 in defense. Team Space might have lost their window. They are going to commit. Nades lined up. Just need to open the door and they'll spring their trap. 30 seconds remaining, so can't be wasting too much more time. Molly for the vent, and now they're going to go. 7Kick gets his jewel. First found does a lot of damage. There's so much cavalry here. The bomb plant, surely not on the cards. No, it's not. That was all an info game.
Yeah, I mean, perfectly played too. It's just following that flow chart. If you lose that outer yard control, problems start to arise. That next step, trying to reclaim lobby. They check that off the list, and in doing so, get themselves so much real estate. Makes a lot of sense, but the call, the stack, and walking right into it, again, gonna add to the frustration. With all the damage done, it doesn't lead to a pretty purchase either in the next. There's still some complications in this buy. Not for space. Lacking utility. Lacking some weaponry in a certain sense. That's the unit. BTN almost makes him lack a player. They get down safely. Silent cross for them.
Where's the reaction from the CTs? They're so intent on actually fighting outer that nobody's thinking about the lower side of the map. The bomb is actually down. Now they show their presence. What will the CTs do? It looks like YaLLa up in radio. Yes, he is. One player pushing Squeaky at the same time. So it's a very similar round actually to the previous. Lobby is now cleared. Of course, the real death knell for Team Space in the previous was how long they took to commit. And look at this again. 3 on the lower bomb site. It's even worse for the T's because only 3 in attendance. I don't like this at all for Team Space. I feel like they're walking right into the lion's den.
It'll be the first time they felt that way as well. Jumping up in towards heaven though? I mean, it just looks like 100% commit. But they have a player in heaven, they have a player wrapping through mini. Like, how much space can they gather? That's gonna probably, you know, confirm it. That's gonna say, hey, this is our move. And they still get past it. They find the 2 entries.
How is it that clean?
Shock. Wow. Alright.
I can't believe there's like a knife through butter. Where was the resistance?
Even get a shot back in return for the most part, I don't think.
Nexus are in such a formidable position when BTN finds this kill.
Yeah. They didn't even get to shoot back there. I mean,
Wow.
Not much of a shot popped back in return.
That might weigh on them. That really should have been their round, and it would have been money snapped.
Yeah, I wonder if that you know, kill going towards the outer yard was cue to maybe start the rotate and get caught in transition. But this USP round handled with ease. Gonna send them packing on. Take a lead. Could have cut it. 7Kick. Does actually land a kill. Bomb not going to go off. It does, but no one falls to it. All is good. Not too much damage done this time.
Good time too to score some clean rounds. It's done wonders for the money. Okay. Well, YaLLa just about gets the big green out. There's got to be some sacrifices elsewhere, surely. Indeed there are. No kits in play. 2 is not too bad, but lacking the Molotov, so would prove to be a problem. For now, though, Team Space, they have done for a lot of this half. Setting up in lobby. This time they go, though. This time it's not a passive default. Straight into commit. Elnick finds 2, but the molly does the job. Trunic finds a couple. That's Flash doing work. He's gonna keep pressing the issue. Wow, that is so aggressive. Utter confidence. Well, we all held our breath for a second. Because that would have been a monumental clutch.
Oh. Nearly. So close to sealing it there for 7 kick. A couple of really difficult clutches brought to him in this series. And so close to making them happen. Bomb in the palm of his hands. But Dennis healthy. And avoiding tragedy in the set case. But again, Space, despite some of the adversity, definitely overcoming some difficulties here. We'll see how good this flashbang is for ZyaLLa. Tossed in right in the face of Trunic. He avoids it though. Peeks out it early enough to get vision on that one. Alright, that's
how many kills is BT gonna find on pistols? He out of control.
Heard it on the first round, really.
Trunic here is having a game
point.
with you. He's loving this.
As he should. I mean, you highlighted him at the beginning, but yeah, he's definitely one of the, like, in terms of the players that hasn't had opportunities to play with, like, some of the better, like, individuals in the Russian scene. He's, like, one of the players on Space that I'm definitely most excited about. And you're definitely seeing him in full form right now.
Something tells me this map could slip quickly towards the way of Space. Something tells me Nexus are not quite as well oiled. Here on Nuke, of course we have fears. Reminder guys, Velnik here we believe is a stand-in. So not the full 5 in play. And Nuke of all maps, I don't think is suited to that. Maybe the cracks are starting to show.
It's like we mentioned heading into the series. It's about them sustaining to this point, but also the difficulty of Nuke. The stand-in can definitely be faced. Wouldn't say that they've been in the wrong position though all that many times. Like on these gun rounds, they've actually just had the right numbers. They haven't been able to land the kills. They haven't really been able to deal with Trunic on the entry. So what a relief it is that he's the first to get taken down. Raga half his health gone, but the target that he has just acquired has brought a sigh of relief for the rest of the camp. Oh, Raga.
Oh, he's a lucky
Can't
boy.
believe the miracle he's just hit. Dancing with death and he doesn't even know it. ZyaLLa, we'll see how prepared he is, but this is a great way to clear out these angles.
Oh my!
No way, the timing is unbelievable. But Raga now has a chance to jump on it.
Oh, they've got
Perfectly
away
played.
with murder, haven't they?
They really have. That is truly the worst timings that you could ask for. Still safely confirmed. And Dennis doesn't last too long. So the rest of his teammates go down. I mean, on a knife's edge, but they get away with it.
They needed a round to remind themselves what can be done. As I said, Trunic, you can't blame him for being confident in his duels. He has won a lot of fights out of Squeaky. But not this time. Not so easy. So 4 on the board for Nexus. I guess given the way this map is weighted, they really need 6. Any less and you're handing over a pretty sizable advantage. Good work left to be done. ZyaLLa, you madman! Absolute maniac.
An impressive pickoff, though, right there. Danis catches Welnick. That's absolutely nuts.
He's in heaven. X5 in heaven. 30 seconds into the round.
That'll do. Oh, wow. BTN. He was ready to swing that one with some conviction, but walked right into it. And Zella's the last man standing. He's going to be caught as well. Out in the open. Avoids the op shot initially, and we have got another space round. Bouncing right back.
Okay. There's an AWP for Zello. Playing ramp this time. We might be on course for another A hit. There's a lot of players in lobby. Under U2 is sprung. There's grenades being lined up on the roof by Danis. And here we go. Early flashes. Players through. X5 leads the charge. Only the one though. And Velnik, the stand-in, the super sub. Stands tall and stands strong. What's on for now?
Oh.
Very messy from Raga. As he gets pinched. The bomb is yet to be scooped up. That could comfortably become a problem soon. Making so much noise here. BTN. He's going to swing. And if Team Space dropped the ball.
5 to 7 half. Potentially in the cards. Danis has a winnable clutch at hand. The map of Nuke being as big as it is and still having 45 seconds, it leaves opportunities to surprise, maybe isolate some fights. Heading towards that outer yard. He's missed the gap in that timing. So Danis comfortably crosses down and towards that lower site. Solo's teammate tucked on A. It is going to be a post play on A, or rather B, but not only that, Danis has a world of opportunity.
For real?
What's going on here?
Oh my!
Oh, he still gets
This would be unbelievable. This would be unbelievable. One to go. Set the server alight. He misses the shot. Given a second opportunity not to be ever the entertainer as Danis. As he puts on a show. Can you believe it? I can't believe it. What was that? A tenth of a second from killing the player coming down the vent?
It's truly unreal. Some of the timings that have been hit, just unreal. In this whole half, we've seen it constantly. But finally, Nexus able to close out a closing round. Beautiful flick on his Elo to make it possible. BTN gave him chances, gave him opportunities, but one more kill with the pistol is what he gets on that CT side of Nuke. Of course, it's a fitting way to end just the way we started here on this map.
It's just utter carnage, what I've seen. At least for the last 3 or 4 rounds. And hopefully this second half will be no different, because we are enjoying ourselves at the moment in the casting booth. Danis picks up exactly where he left off. Taking names. Okay. Silencing Nexus. Oh, it is brutal. It is beautiful. And he might be priming his team for dust too.
Sure is hell looking like it so far, man. Constantly taking these duels. One more, why don't you? So actually X5 now, who's taking his position.
BTN's actually got A during all of this.
Wait. What they do? How do you get the bomb safely into that site? That was a whole nother question. It's going to require some nice shots in which Raga can't even begin to pull the trigger. BTN, he's got the A site saying, hey, can you make it to me? That's a quick answer for you. That's a big old NO.
He was just saying to his teammates, guys, I've done my job. I've got the site. Where's all the players I sent out to? We're meant to be rapping main. Well, 34 seconds. And Team Space feed Fozzle in. He was the high HP player.
Whoa!
Around with gun. Surely gets peaked at some point. Verd is spotted. Come through. Verd is gone. And this is ever so low. But BTN, I don't blame him. Another player there. So many angles to clear.
I can't watch. I can't watch these rounds, and if it's a 4v1, I just gotta close my eyes. He's 1 HP. Danis is 1 HP. One shot. If he fumbles at all, it could have been BTN reacting in time, and that's a 1v1. A 1v1 with so many different options. Oof. Space, hold on to it. There's a split on the pistol rounds. 1-for-1. But I think with Space winning that pistol, it definitely sets a site that they could claim this map. That they could, you know, get to the CT side, build some economy, get some insurance, and pathway to victory a little more straightforward on this map. Maybe that's not any guarantees. Maybe that's not what we see, but it would just make sense.
No guarantees might as well be the mantra of this series. Every single round. Not over. Until it's over. Then it ticks over. Quick pause. Team Space taking a breath. They might be considering some aggression. Got 3 MP9 to the FAMAS. There's no AWP. They could lobby crunch. Something aggressive on outer perhaps. Maybe something mid-round get aggressive in towards the lobby depending on what happens. But I think they're going to do something. I think that pause was to have that discussion of how do we best use our lesser weaponry. Or even bring them into a position where they are favoured weaponry, of course.
See what they have in store. Take that breath, offers up a sigh of relief. An entry like that certainly will. 7 kick. Disrupting the setup. And following it up with another.
I think they wanted to lobby crunch, but they never made it.
They tried. Gave it a go. Not exactly what they were hoping for. Almost a save from Danis again. 7 kick. Weary of the possibility of this being the case. Not quite, though. Timing doesn't work out in his favor. And again, this round thrown up into the air. They're heading right to him. They want to give him a fight. BTN, what? What's going on in this game? A 3v1, and it's so winnable. Fozzle has done the heavy lifting. He's done the hard work. And he has to get past the stand-in of Welnick. He's silent up the ladder. He's quick about it. And Welnick is crouched in the open. It's such an easy 1v3 for Fozzle to capitalize on.
You can't believe it. Not a single player was ready for him. I don't really have. I mean, 7 kick in the first place is to be asking his teammates, guys. I've handed you the round. The round is over. I've won it for you. Danis does good work here to at least keep it within the realms, but finds the first. The thing that confuses me the most is I actually don't mind them going ramp, because who would expect the player to stay ramp after showing himself? But why does BTN go so far ahead of his teammate? I don't get it.
7 kick trying to hand his team the round again. Offered up a kill. BTN this time a lot more prepared for What's to come in a 1v3 of a whole nother caliber. It's instant, their response. Nexus not happy with the slip up. They respond right back with a quick jab.
It was look angry the way they played that round.
Yeah, it's a frustration release right there. You're gonna lose a 1v3, that's kind of how you want to respond in the next.
This is one of those key rounds. Nexus are right back in this game. They can convert. Of course, there's a bit of an if. 257s, 1 MP9, no kits, lack of util. It's far from a perfect buy for the defense, so there is an opportunity. For now, very slow default. 4 lobby, just the sole man, that is Ragger, poking outer a tad.
This round, any whatsoever. Heavy A-lean. Putting the pressure on. Welnick is in a position to commit. The Molotov tossing out. The tick as well from X5, but that smoke's good. It scared him.
This feels so telegraphed. They haven't thrown out cross smokes. There's no reason for a team-based player to be low. I'm surprised one even is. 7 kick. Seems absolutely like a man possessed at the moment. Velnik, again, the super sub collects free. Yeah, give this man a contract. He's holding you in this series.
Sign me up, I'm on the Welnick train, dude. This is insane. Look at that entry pathing. Like you said, fully telegraphed, so the stack is there, it's present. Welnick doesn't care about a stack. He doesn't care about running through a smoke. Finds 3 kills within an instant off the back of the first found by a trade. 7 kick, that second influence in this T side. Finding entries. Hasn't done a lot in that first half, but I tell you what, he sure has stepped up to the plate as of recent. That's going to be one of those economy breaking rounds. Nexus we're looking forward to. Obviously, Dennis with this rifle saved is going to be a problem in the future, but we'll save that for the next round.
Space should consider pausing. The next couple gun rounds for them will determine the future course of this series. This one surely is an eco around the save M4. Indeed it is. So of course, all eyes on Dennis to see if he can get engaged. He's been a bit of a monster so far, but surely the Nexus team know that Saban, he's a man that's dangerous. They keep peeking him, I don't like this. How many fights are they going to give this man?
The answer may surprise you. It's a lot more than you bargained for. A lot more than Dennis anticipated. He finally goes down. 20 kills. He's just hit his 20th in this one. We'll have to watch from the sideline. His A1S is not sidelined, though. Never cycled into the hands for...
Oh, miss smoke. I think it was meant to be for the lockers in hell.
They went a bit wide.
And they're lucky not to be running into more on A with that miss smoke. See the ramp stack is it's obviously holding a lot of the team space players. It's just 2 in defense and they're not in great positions. Vert's gone. 1 player remaining behind the site. Is anybody going to clear? Finally.
Maybe we check back silo.
Somebody calls out that we haven't cleared. Maybe a noise cue as well to boot. So we'll be 8.
Sounds interesting. This one's again turning into a very close affair. YaLLa in all of these rounds heating up with his entry work. Trunic gonna make a late play. Being extra. Wants to keep those rifles sticking around for a little while. Maybe dying to the bomb. He does get one. Not bad. That's what he was hoping for. A bomb radius is claimed mini, so that beats you into that list.
I'm intrigued. I really believe this gun round is going to set the tone now. One to follow. And no AWP for the defense. You have a kit this time. It's on X5. But what are we going to see? Truth be told, none of the way they've opened these CT rounds have worked. Their sole round win on the guns came off Nexus mistakes after being thwarted on the lobby push. Very passive stance by Team Space.
This time, successfully getting across here, not taking any casualties to Dennis, which hasn't always been the case for this, this T side. A lot of utility baited out by a smoke, tossing towards Mini. HG's put some pressure on Vert, slides on out. Remains composed. But again, I mean, all the while, every second that's being bought off the clock is repositioning and further cutoffs for the player that's down secret. Now a lot of attention put on towards this lobby. The ramp attack. One player down and a second follows quickly after the flash from YaLLa. And again, now Raga in a position to cut off these rotates. So let one slip, but still recovers. And just a round written in a textbook of what you want to do on Nuke. We're up by Nexus.
This is game on. Nexus are in this to win it. What have we got? 2 rifles potentially saved. I think there will be. I don't think they'll be buying the next. It'll be a half buy, I suspect, around these guns. You can't say it's not been a tenacious series from Nexus. As the one quality they will not be denied, standing or not, asterisks or not. Can Raga collect this gun? No, he can't. That would have been a huge scoop. And actually, Space should pause. Because even that kill reward has brought this by within the realms of possibility. Tough decision now about whether they want to invest behind this.
Absolutely. I mean, they go for the all-in. Go for the investment. Pretty comfortably so. Trunic taking some sacrifices, but the way that Nexus just worked the map control, that is, again, like an IGL's dream. Getting that outer yard control, getting Raga ready to cut off rotations towards the outer yard through secret. Having your teammates work ramp so effectively. Space watched themselves get suffocated out of that round, it feels like. And a boost, a tip of a hat spotted, and a connection. Oh, I thought that was on him. It doesn't land, though. YaLLa missing the opportunity that YaLLa sure won't. Oh my god, this guy. Any chance he has been given to find an opening kill, he has capitalized on. Fazl will respond in kind. That smoke's gonna fade. They're gonna be out in the open. YaLLa can't make the cross, but neither can Fazl.
Critical trade there. Dust is starting to settle. As we're getting into the business end here on Nuke. Vert tries to be the hero. He meets 0. And look at Nexus now starting to envelop. It's going to be the A-bomb site. Just Trunic in defense, MP9 in hand. Does find the first. Upgrade, AK out. Bomb has crossed to the site. And Zello will punish. It is just X5. And he's on the wrong side of the map. Make his decision now. Is going to be radio, is going to be heaven. First man to get past.
He's got to deal with Zello's op.
Yeah. This will be troublesome to get past. Is he even feeling like this?
5. It's caught by the initial surprise of it, but I get cut off here trying to get out. Not quite. Zello gonna run away, prioritizing his op save. X5 can hold on to an A1S for another round because it doesn't matter what tools that they have. Nexus are cracking through them. These gun rounds pieced up consistently. This time, Zello working the outer yard alongside Welnick with the first kill in the round. This tap away. Redeeming what Zello couldn't quite do is finding that shot, finding that kill. And then Zello warmed up into the round off the back of that miss and ready for his redemption arc in this outer yard play. Late round duels. He watches as the round falls into his hands. Nexus tie the scoreline on this T side.
Team Space just keep buying. Soon enough it could be one too many. Zello is confident. And then some. Out aggression is the port of call for Team Space. BTN. He's in amongst the Sharks at the moment. Can slip the net. Yes, he can. X5 is dead. He's going to hold so many players. The window is taken. He might fall, but ramp is taken in the meanwhile. And his teammates are going to accelerate straight down the ramp. One more player to find. There's another in towards control. Ozzo is gone. And this is not looking good for the defense. It's just an MP9 here on Vert. Trapped in behind the door. Molly does so much damage. And Nexus creep ever closer. Danis hasn't AWP for ages because they just keep buying.
It's that trap, it's that allure of this will be the round we shut them down. We don't need utility, we don't need that extra smoke, that extra Molotov. We can do it with these rifles. That's what they're saying to themselves as these rounds fly by, but none of which have been helped. Zello's on max cash after this round. Welnick has opened up over and over again, and again, I feel like at the end of the day, BTN is just calling circles.
It's one of those games for Raga.
It is, yeah. I mean, he did enough, you could say, maybe on Mirage. Those A-site defenses. We talked about if Nexus won that map, how much praise we'd have to give.
They're buying as well, I just saw the drops.
No way.
That's also, I think, given Danis enough money to that kill. Yes, it has. They're playing a very dangerous game, Team Space. If they lose this map without another round, without ever having a full-on investment, we're going to be asking some questions.
A continuation of a system breakdown. System that might need a restart. Especially if this series goes awry. And again, commitment with the FAMAS is not enough. Tries to hold the line. It doesn't matter if Dennis finally got his
that all did fuck all, didn't it?
What
was the point in that?
You finally got it out just to get blasted by a one tap. Welcome.
Pardon the French, but somebody had to say it. That was a disaster.
Yeah. Ramp has been abused. Once more, the op is being guarded. Again, it's Nexus waiting for this round to fall right into their hands, of which it just might. Another pick. Caught We already have a player in T-spawn. There's a player behind YaLLa right now. I think the only move being made right there from Trunic was to try and save his gun. He's like, oh, I want to join you. Spawn looks so nice, X5. Unfortunately for you, there's a pesky YaLLa in your way to safety. And Nexus have been the team to claim map point, this time first in regulation, as opposed to conceding that to Space like they did on Mirage.
The scoreline was 10-5 for Team Space.
On a T side.
10-5 with money control.
Haven't looked back, man. They just have not looked back.
This will be a painful map to lose. I mean, we obviously spoke coming off the first saying, will be your opponent's map pick, that's going to sting. The fashion that Mirage slipped. This is a series Team Space needed to be winning, and right now, clearly they're on the precipice of losing to a revitalized Nexus team that seems to be playing with unhinged levels of confidence.
Yeah, that might be just it. BTN's calling, again, is just leveled up in these T rounds. It feels like everything's according to plan. YaLLa is, firing on all cylinders, and YaLLa's got another one. He's just on the money on this T side. A 2 or 3v5 held on to a 7 kick, eventually converts the damage. Danis grasping at straws. It is going to be a 2v5, a position in which Space found themselves in on Mirage. The same case, 10-12 scoreline, 2v5. Can Nexus do what Space could not? It's looking like absolutely a hell yeah. As 7 kick, he will fall, but Vert, you can only do so much as one man. They've spread out. The bomb is planted safely for Vert, but no, it's just too much attention. Wait a second, no. Wait a second, no. No kit. And 38 HP, he's got to make all the right moves. Raga has not moved down the fence, though. This is discipline that might just save him. His life. It was anticipated by Vert. And he holds his nerve for just a second longer. And now he goes down, finally. Gonna have to break the glass to make noise. In case of emergencies, throw a molly on top of the bomb. YaLLa, the super stand-in, steps up on map 2. And Nexus, they sweep the series.
Can't believe it. I can't believe it. From 12-9. Side nuke, your map, far from Nexus's home turf, playing with a stand-in. And they lose, what's that? 8 in a row to lose the map. Velnik tops the team to get them over the line. You couldn't script it.
No, you could not. And you can say even tops the team, like most kills in the server, or rather on the team, actually. I think maybe even
Danis had more, but he's the only one.
But either way, YaLLa on his team finding opener after opener, making BTN's job, making the calling around this half so much easier for Nexus. YaLLa with the opping just became such an asset. It bought time for him to get activated when YaLLa finally fell. And again, just an incredible look from this roster, looking incredibly resilient. They had a 2v5. It should have been taken to a third map at that point. We could have been heading to it if Nexus didn't make that 2v5 happen. And instead, it's a sweep from them on territory in which I don't even know if Space were looking forward to. I think at this point, Space are fighting some serious mental demons.
Yeah, and a lot more after that. They'll have nightmares about the way this series turned. Well, now we can have a look at the standings. We've played all of our first round games. Plenty of fun to come. Obviously, looking ahead in the tournament, we'll be getting teams down to 0-2 and 2-0. And of course, the 1-all teams will be deciding those in the following round. I think if I'm Nexus, I'm just so happy. They probably came in today with no expectations. Now they're up 1-0. Hopefully they have their full lineup back for future games. They've kind of survived a big scare, and now we're in a formidable position, especially said if they have their full lineup to bear. They should look even better.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if they don't, give Wellnick a contract.
yeah, maybe hit him up. I mean, that's again maybe a good sign of again the Romanian talent that Nexus are going to look to lean on in the future. I mean, I don't even know how old this guy is, right? So, you know, I'm considering him a young prospect just because he doesn't have an HLTV official or anything of that nature, but it is still looking.
I believe he now has a profile created during the game. It claims to be 19.
There you go. I mean, then again, young prospect that the scene can lean on. Shout out to HLTV. Those guys are working hard, working quick. But so are Nexus, and now they're standing 1-0, and in have sort two for sure.
Yes, indeed. Well, it's been a lot of fun here. It's been somehow we've only played 4 maps this evening, but it feels like a marathon. It's been an absolute.
It's emotionally exhausting.
An absolute slogfest. Nonetheless, very entertaining. But indeed, that will wrap us up for today. There are, of course, many more games of Counter-Strike to come here on CCT. We've got 4 more games tomorrow, starting prompt at, I believe it's 11:30 Central Europe. So, yes, take a break tonight, guys, and come back tomorrow for more CCT action. We'll see you then. Have a good night.